Uncle Zeneb, Hotep, welcome. Come on in. Thinking caps on. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? Let's go, people. I'm just getting the presentation back to where we left off last night, because I don't even remember where we left off last night, but I'm sure you guys won't have a problem reminding me. I can hope, right? Okay. Let's take a look. Let's look at what I need to see. Hey guys, I'm just still just making sure everything is every time I come up here and do this, I have to relearn it. Literally every night. You know. Let me see. All right, here we go. I'm on. Okay, that's great. Let's take a look. Okay. We're here. That's wonderful. Let's see what else. Okay, so that's fine. That's there. That's there. Comments. Oh, there's no comments. Oh wow, no one's here yet. Okay, that's cool to me. I am live, but that's fine. Okay, part 3. Maybe nobody wants to watch. That's cool. Doesn't start. Doesn't change what I have to do. Okay. Oh, wonderful. I appreciate that. Somebody has a comment on one of my music videos. I guess they've had enough of Shakka for 1 week. Okay. That's cool. Well, anyway, it's just you and me here. So we're just going to proceed forward with the presentation. I kind of have been a little bit much lately. I'm going to explain why before I get too deep into the presentation. This is the third presentation in this series, which is called I have one person here with me. Wonderful. All right. Hey, I bless. Respect. Peace to you. Absolutely. You're the first person here. You get to have your questions answered all night long. Okay. All right. So, hey, shout out to Sentinel. That's what's up. I appreciate you. That's what's up. Absolutely. Oh, no wonder my sound is not on. I'm like, why am I not hearing myself? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, no wonder my sound is not on. I'm like, why am I not? Shut up. All right, that was me. Okay. That's what's up. I'm here for it, people. I'm here for it. Appreciate you. Let's see. What was I looking for just now? I was going to do something. The description is there. This is here. I'm still opening up the presentation because we're pretty far down. Right. Almost there. Okay, the last thing we looked at, right? Matter of fact, that's a good place to start from, I think. Yeah. Real talk. I'm going to start from there tonight. I always go back a little bit so that, let's see. All right, that's what's up. Hey, shout out to you, brother. John, I appreciate you being here. If you really got love for a brother, you're going to text other people and tell them to watch, tell them to tune in. That matters. Okay. Yeah. The one thing about me that I'm not going to lie, and this is where certain people really have me. I'm not really big into promoting. Like I'm not a promoter. Like most of the people that you see, I appreciate that very much so. Hey, that means a lot to me. Duao, right? Screenshots matter. But what I was saying is that I have to give my brother 𝓈𝓤��₁ credit. Like his thing is he promotes. You know what I mean? He promotes. My promote game is not strong because I'm studying. You understand what I'm saying? That's where I have to be careful of my voice tonight. That's where I put my energy. I put my energy into study. But business actually does require you to diversify and take care of the other things, promoting, marketing, so on and so on. So I really need to pull someone with me to really assist with the promoting and the marketing, so that I could just focus on what you need to know or what I feel you need to know. Okay. Absolutely. Hotep, absolutely. Hotep. Shoe Bill Genie. Hotep to you. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, y'all got these wild ass names. I can't even be like Hotep to y'all pronounce that. I'm not. My brain power has to be reserved for other things. Okay, but Hotep to you and shout out to you. All right. Are we there? Yes. Yeah. I'm gonna end off. I'm gonna start here from where we left off last night. So before I get started, I'm very tempted because in the first two presentations of this series, in the first two presentations, my behavior has really been atrocious. And anybody who is watching, right, there are going to be people watching who are like, wow, he's vulgar, he's disrespectful, immature, whatever, I don't know, right? And I'm very tempted to apologize for that behavior. I'm not going to apologize for it. And it's not that two wrongs don't make a right, but as a race, as a community, part of the intellectual dulling of our minds is we always target the wrong things. You understand? We target the wrong things. And we'll accept those same things from the things that we should be targeting. The things that we should not be targeting, we demand greater from. We demand greater from. If you're not going to ask the pastor to apologize for miseducating the community, and while you sit there and do absolutely nothing about it, literally, while our community is destroyed, generation in and generation out, and you're not asking from pastors, and you're not asking an apology from these brain-killing factories who are very successful. How can you tell the success rate of these brain-killing factories that you call churches? Just look at your community, stupid. Look at your numbers. That's what this whole thing is about. We've been auditing our numbers. 70%, 70%. We are a 70% people. Forget all that 5% bullshit. We are a 70% people. 70%, 75% of Black America are Christians. 70% of those Christians are our women. 70% of our households are single-headed families. 70% of those single-headed households are 70% filled with, guess what? Single Black mothers or single black women. 70% of our children are raised in these 70% homes led by 70%. It literally is a 70% party. And the Black church is the primary catalyst of this. What I'm learning is I cannot have a conniption. Now you know I'm old school because y'all don't even use this term anymore. But I cannot have a conniption fit behind knowing that you are not going to hear me, knowing that you are not going to take this seriously, knowing beyond any shadow of a doubt that you are going to do nothing about it. There's no question in my mind. The indifference and the fear far outweigh your desire to truly bring the change to the Black community that everybody claims to care about. So why should I apologize? I sat up here yesterday and spoke for 10 hours straight. I looked at my Cash App when it was over and found $28. I was shocked. And there was well over 100 people with me throughout those 10 hours. It's not about the money. It's the commentary. It's what does that say? What do you value? What do you want to support? What do you... my mind was blown. I had never seen that before after one of my presentations, right? Normally the gratitude is very present. So I think it said one of two things. It said, oh, let him talk. He likes to talk. He'll just keep talking, you know, for free, blah, 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 blah. So, okay. I said, no problem. So, you know, you live and learn. And you have to pivot as you go. So I've come to the conclusion, I'm going to finish out this presentation because I started it on my platform. But all of the other presentations coming after that, it will be pay only. Because I might as well, right? Because when you giving it away for free, they don't value it. They think that they're entitled to all of my research. You're entitled to me sacrificing 30, 40 years to develop extraordinary level research skills, right? You're entitled to that, right? Well, maybe you are. Perhaps you are. I don't know. Maybe I need to get with Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and all these guys and like, yo, how do you get your people to actually support your platform and what you do? Because for me to speak for 10 hours and show you documentation that you've never seen before, that highlighted detail by detail in specific Black letter form, what the mechanization is that is destroying our minds. It showed you it was literally the relationship of Black sons with their Black mothers. And that the Black mothers, because of their indoctrination intergenerationally, they literally passed this soft thinking skill set or this diminished skill set of thinking onto the male child. And then the male child has to navigate a system that actually requires hard analytical skills. So the number one enemy of a Black male is his mother because of her relationship to the Black church. And I showed you the documentation and the evidence and the numbers. This is not, like I said, I'm not going to sit up here every night and tell you, oh, I don't hate Black women. I don't hate Black women. If you think, what do numbers have to do with hating Black women? Not a thing. Numbers don't have anything to do with that. That's just what the numbers are. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, go back and watch part 2 and go back and watch part 1. So one thing I can say is this. This is part 3, yes. Right? This is part 3. Yes, this is part 3. And yes, this is live. I haven't even started. I didn't want to give this presentation at all. I'm talking about this presentation has been done for a while, for a few weeks. I didn't want to give this presentation at all. And even though I wasn't sure why, I realized after last night's presentation, I realized why I didn't want to give the presentation. Because I knew I was holding so much in from looking at all of the data and all of the research for months on end. It's like looking, like I said yesterday, it's like looking at a 5-alarm fire. What are you going to do? Just keep walking? And you see kids up in the window? You see kids and old people up in the window? You're just going to walk by a 5-alarm fire in your community and you can see the people up in the window? You're not going to try to help? You're not going to yell? So when I'm looking at the data and I'm seeing like, holy shit, like this is the linchpin. This is the catalyst. This is the crucible that upon which we have to apply pressure in order to burst this pipe of intellectual deficiency, right? So I don't know what kind of bullhorn I need. I don't know what kind of, like, I don't know, right? I do know that I'm not going to spend the rest of my life doing this. I have about 4 or 5 more PowerPoints, maybe in me. I have about maybe, well, I have about 1,000 PowerPoints already done that you've never seen. So those are always there. And trust me, it's top shelf stuff. But inside of me, stuff that I just felt I need to say, like this presentation was one of those things I need to say. I have about maybe 5 of those left. And they're very serious presentations. They will likely, like this is taking days, it's a series. They will also take days and be a series. And most of those are already done. So there might be one more in me that I have to put together. But everything else that needs to be said is already done. I just now have to go through the process of presenting them, which is going to take a few months. But after that, I'm not going to rely on a community of people who don't even have the who are not motivated to actually make a difference and make a change. And so that's why my perspective is alive and well in Israel. Shout out Mr. Epstein. Mr. Epstein is here, people. Okay. Yeah. Right. I appreciate that, Caldwell. Very much so. Honestly, I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. And it's one of the reasons why I'm so frustrated. You know, you would think Matt Hoffa would have me on his platform, right? He had Killer Mike on there talking about does Jesus even exist? And I'm like, why don't you invite a real scholar onto your fucking platform? Like, what the fuck is wrong with black people? It's not like they don't know I exist. Trust me, they know that I exist. Or maybe they see me as I'm a goofy or I'm a cornball or something. I don't know. I'm not in these streets. Nah, my dude, I'm not in these streets. I put my time in the streets when you was in grade school, when you probably before you was born. What would it look like if I was still doing the same thing? Does that show growth? Now, I definitely had to take shots of that. So, true, it's not that I'm trying to be disrespectful, right? As I have been over the past 2 presentations. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to black women. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But what you have to understand is I'm confronted with a persistently disrespectful situation. Yeah. You don't think that, well, y'all haven't even seen all of the numbers yet. That's why we're here for part 3. So I'm not going to even like go hard like that tonight as far as my opening presentation where I just talk. If you don't know me, my name is Shakka-Ahmose of the Bet Ahmose, the House of Ahmose. I'm an independent research specialist. Pretty good at what I do. I'm not saying I'm the best. Many people say I'm the best, but everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Everybody has who they like, right? I'm sure I don't resonate with everyone. If I don't resonate with you, the data should resonate with you. It ain't about whether or not if you like me, right? You don't have to like me for you to like the data, stupid. You understand? You don't have to like me to like the data. Or you should just be here for the data. If you like me, that's just extra. If you find me entertaining, all right, cool. That's extra. Because you know, black people, we've been cultivated to want to be entertained. You know that. Right? Which is why we don't watch people who are not entertaining us. we don't watch people who are strictly teaching us, right? There has to be some level, some form of entertainment involved. So being that I am professionally also an entertainer and I am a recording artist, a part of my life I take very seriously. And, you know, and I have fans all over the world in terms of my music, you know. There's a lot of different aspects to my life that a lot of people don't know about. And so what? Big deal, right? But yeah, I'm not going to spend the rest of the year or the rest of my life. Right, I have the solution called Prominent White Scholars Apologize for the Years of Misinformation. I think not. Right. I don't think. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, that really means a lot to me. It really does, Caldwell. Because sometimes I wake up and I'm like, well, I don't want to alienate people who I would prefer to have listen. Right? I need for Black women to get this information. I need them to get the information more than the Black men. You know? I really do. I need for them. But it's kind of hard to get someone to listen while you're essentially highlighting the central role that they're playing in the problem. That's hard. You know, it's like nobody wants to show up for a root canal. You know what I'm saying? For those of you who have never had a root canal, they're not fun. They're not pleasant. Right? So if Black women don't want to show up for that, I get it. I understand that. And me presenting this kind of information is like that. It's not, you know, it's not to make you feel good about yourself. But why should you feel good about yourself as a Black woman? Look at the community you've produced. Look at it. Look at all of the chaos across this country. Who you want to take responsibility for that? White woman? Spanish woman? Asian woman? That's my question to Black women. Because you talk about how the patriarchy is bad. How do you brag about there being more educated Black women than Black men? Why are your community so dysfunctional? If you're all that educated, why are you producing Sexy Reds and City Girls and other and all these other females who don't uphold legacy, who are not road signs to the future for your daughters? Something is wrong. And I can choose to not talk about it and ignore it, or let everybody else pretend to be talking about it. The only one who I've really heard talk with real, genuine insight, believe it or not, above all other Black platforms, is Charleston White. I would put Charleston White before everybody. I don't care what other Black podcaster you name. Why? Because he's the most truthful. He's the most truthful. Charleston White. Shout out to Charleston White. I got a lot of respect for that brother. A lot. He just reminds me of the kind of relatives that I grew up with. I got a lot of cousins like that. And those are just the kind of dudes I grew up around. You know? I miss them because I don't really know dudes like that anymore. Only because of my life's trajectory and the way it's gone and the places that the way my lifestyle is. You know, I don't really care for crowds. I don't run in groups, you know. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? Thank you for reminding me. The name of this platform is Facts Over Feelings. Thanks for reminding me of that. You know what? Hold on one second. On some real shit. On some real shit. That is the first bomb of the night. That is the title. So trigger warning. The title of this, the name of this platform is Facts Over Feelings with Shakka-Ahmose. And I chose that title so that I would not have to be concerned about your feelings when I'm presenting the facts. I could just be totally submerged and immersed in the facts, emotionally, psychologically, intellectually, spiritually, financially, on every level. Because at some point, the facts have to be given all of the spotlight. And like somebody said earlier today, the new drug in the Black community is attention. Everybody and their mama got a podcast. But there's too many people talking and not enough people listening. Everybody wants to. I was podcasting when many people didn't have a podcast. Many of you grew up watching me. So it was easier for me to be heard. That no longer exists. But for me to run circles around 1 million people so that people, I'm not the look at me kind of person. I'm just not that. Even when I have misgivings about not being invited to other people's platforms, it's not because I want attention. It's because the veracity of the message is so important that it needs to be heard. It needs to get out. It needs to be on your large ass platform to reach your people. If Malcolm, let me tell you something. I think I said this the other day. If Malcolm X was alive today, you think these black podcasters would have him on their podcast? If Martin Luther King was alive today, you think these black podcasters would have him on their podcast? No, they would not. They would not. The only way you can get on these black people's podcasts is you got to first play a fool. You got to be the jester, the court jester. Why do you think Charleston White did what he did? He told you that. He said that. He said, y'all believing in the personality because he peeped game. He realized niggas love nigga shit. So you got to act like a nigga for niggas to invite you to come over. Right? The problem with me is when I start getting on you can tell when I start getting on my niggas, it start leaking out. Right? But when that nigga shit start leaking out of me, I'm not acting. Like that's Shakka. You know what I'm saying? That's the part of Shakka that I try to withhold from people. I don't want to, I don't want to make my car stink. I don't want to make my spirit stink. So as much as that as is in me, I don't want to lead with that. I don't want that to be, it's there. It's in me. You can see it. It's no secret. I'm from the streets. In fact, I'm going to do one presentation because I spoke about a lot of stuff yesterday about my life because a lot of things that I present are part of my life. The stuff that I was presenting on yesterday, showing you how the prisons and the churches are identical in architectural expression. Like they're literally the same buildings. I grew up in both of those buildings. Not understanding what was the trajectory that led me there. And for me, it's not a badge of pride. The people who should have a badge of pride are the people who didn't go to prison. The people who were intelligent enough to navigate around that. Those are the people who you should look up to, not the people who, the only accolade, if you will, that I extend to myself in terms of that experience being locked up in 3 or 4 different maximum security prisons, plus other ones. And all of that before many of you were born, the only accolade that I give myself to that is I survived it. That's it. Because a lot of people don't survive it. I'm talking about even people who come out. Everybody that comes out of prison didn't necessarily survive it. You can just tell when you see them walking in the streets how there's been no growth, no evolution because that experience destroyed them. You understand? There was something in them that could not process and could not maintain in that very severe environment, right? So it's not an environment I recommend. I would go out of my way to convince anybody that that is not the move. I would telling somebody that it's a cool thing to go to prison is like telling somebody it's a cool thing to stand in the middle of a road in front of a truck. What's so cool about that? But if you get hit by a truck and you survive it, you're gonna feel, like, okay, I got a little bit of moxie. I survived that. I wasn't a casualty of that. You understand what I'm saying? And not only that, also, if you're the kind of person that is a utilitarian, you learn to use everything in your cachet of insight, knowledge, information. So why should I take that experience that I had growing up on Rikers Island as a young person, literally growing up on Rikers Island, and the Bronx house and the Tombs, and then up north, up in the mountains, and going through that, right? Why should I discard the insight gleaned from that and suppress it or obfuscate it as if it's something that I should be ashamed of or people are going to judge me for? One of the things that I really had to learn, and a lot of people are talking about it, say, no one really cares anyway. And one of the things that I'm really learning, and this is something I've had to learn on my own, because I had the unfortunate, I call it unfortunate, I'm gonna be honest with you. I had the unfortunate reality of a mother who really cared about Black people, about our race, about our community. And I say it's unfortunate because activist parents tend to instill that in their children, which means you are teaching your children, basically you set your children up for failure, because you're teaching your children to care about a race of people that don't give a damn about themselves, let alone you. You're setting them up for failure. And it's a catch-22. The reason it's a catch-22 is because people like Afeni Shakur, may she live forever, people like Assata Shakur, people like even Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, people like that, Frances Cress Welsing. Do you know how much Dr. Frances Cress Welsing sacrificed to be who she was? This was a woman with a real medical degree who could have just been one of those snooty Black people who goes to Martha's Vineyard, lives in Scarsdale, New York, or some upscale place where there aren't many Black. She could have went that route. And this is why I hate niggas. I got to use real language. I hate niggas because niggas don't recognize the sacrifice that Black people make, that African people make. Niggas are so messed up in their head that when I say African, they think I'm talking about some other group of people from across another continent. I'm talking about us. Us. She made that sacrifice. Most of you niggas don't even own her book, The ISIS Papers. But I bet you own every pair of Jordans. I bet you own every True Religion jeans or whatever kind of jeans they're wearing these days. I tell you, I don't know nothing about fashion. Right? I don't know what the latest jeans are. I couldn't tell you what the latest sneakers are. I don't know nothing about that stuff. I couldn't tell you what the latest watch is. I don't know anything about any of that stuff. If it's not facts and documentation, I don't know anything about it. Historical wise, if it's not dealing with that, I don't know anything about it. Right? So I'm just saying that to say that oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's what's up. That's what's up. For sure. Here we go. Your sister say that you're a woman hater. Okay. Your sisters are probably, with all due respect, they're probably intellectually truncated because ego tends to strangle the intellect. And that's why, and they would never like my show because it's called Facts Over Feelings. The whole purpose of this platform is to hurt your feelings with facts, or to get your feelings in shape. I don't even want what, but you know, no pain, no gain. So I said it correctly the first time, to hurt your feelings. That's why it's called Facts Over Feelings, so that your feelings can be subjected to the necessary pressure required for you to get emotionally in shape. There's a relationship between your brain and your emotions. If your emotions are not in shape, then your brain is not in shape. Your brain is subject to being overruled by your emotions. And indifference is an emotion. Not caring, like not caring about anything at all, that's an emotion. It's called indifference. It's the worst kind of emotion. You ever heard the saying? It's better to have someone hate you than someone be indifferent to you. If somebody hates you, at least you know that they know you exist. If somebody's indifferent to you, you don't even have the importance of a roach. You don't exist. For all intents and purposes, you don't exist. And it will treat you like that. So this is why you have to be emotionally in shape, and why you have to subject your emotions to the pressure of facts, right? And so the Black community is indifferent. I'm going to give you guys an idea. And shout out to Miss Mary Mack. Thank you for being here. It means everything to me. In fact, the woman, Miss Mary Mack, I'm going to need you to bring some more females with you to this platform, because if guys are the only one getting the information, if men are the only ones getting the information, it's going to leave the women at a disadvantage. No, I'm not going to always speak nicely about women or about men. Y'all know me, I'm an equal opportunity hater. I hate everybody. Anybody that's not doing what they need to be doing so we could all be in a better position, I don't fuck with you. Period. Like, at all. To me, you are just, I'm indifferent to you. You don't exist. I don't even hate you. You just don't exist. Right? So, hey, it was Papa Debo. Right? I appreciate you. Very much so. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. That's true. Change is not easy. Change is not easy. But it's better to have little increments of change than no change at all. 70% of our women Christian for literally 200 years straight, like that number has been persistent and consistent. That's by design. That's a structural design. That doesn't happen by accident. Right? Hey, there goes your greeting. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Right? Absolutely. So, all right. So, yeah, I came in here earlier saying to myself that I thought I should apologize for my behavior over the past 2 presentations. Because I kind of went in on a lot of people. I used a lot of vulgarity, a lot of profanity. And that was why I didn't want to do this presentation to begin with, because I knew that things that I was holding in was going to come leaking out. Something you can't, somebody told me many years ago, the way humans are structured, whatever's going on inside of us, eventually it is going to come out. You got to remember, basically volcanoes created us. I don't know why people never talk about that. Volcanoes created us. So the same way a volcano erupts is the same way we erupt, right? So it's going to come out sooner or later. And I haven't been training a lot lately because I've just been too busy focused on like production stuff. So when you've been training a lot, oh, that's power right there. That's power right there, listener. Absolutely. When you've been Hotep to you, Uncle Johnson Eben, getting the fair. Absolutely, family. I appreciate you. How many do I haven't been here? Okay, that's fine. That's cool. If you got love for the platform, like it. Hit the like. If you got love for the platform, facts over feelings, subscribe. If you want to make a difference, listen and pay attention. Because nobody on any other platform is going to be talking about what I'm talking about. They're not going to show you what I'm going to show you. So I can tell you that if you walk up to a dam and you try to stick your finger in it to stop the flood from coming, and you by yourself, you basically signed up to drown. And that's what it's like trying to save Black people as an individual. If you're trying to save Black people as an individual, you have signed up to drown. You are going to drown in ignorance. You are going to drown in misplaced resentment. You are going to drown in mythological thinking. You are going to drown in you're going to drown in financial indifference. I spoke for 10 hours yesterday, and I was shocked when I looked at I said, well, damn, I spoke for 10 hours. I basically made nothing. But the church can make all of that from lying to you. And the message that it sends is that there's far more success, financial success, in lying to people. Tell them what they want to hear, not what they need to hear. So rather than lie to you, I would rather just not say nothing to you at all, which is why when I'm done with these presentations, you remember the old saying, you won't have old Shakka to kick around, right? You won't have me to kick around anymore. No. It's like what Dr. Clark used to say when people say, oh, we need another Malcolm X. Dr. Clark would say, well, what did you do with the first one? What did you do? What'd you do with him? But you want another one. Let me tell you something. If Jesus was to come in the flesh today, and I wouldn't care what color he came back in, black, blue, black, white, beige, doesn't matter, he would be dead before he took his second step. Yep. Because that's the true nature of people. Yeah. All right. Let me get popping with this presentation so we can get on with it. Oops. Cancel that. Put that down and let's go. StreamYard here. Presentation here. Okay, people, let's do this. Before I go up, are there any relevant questions? And folks, there's some rules in the chat. If you're going to be talking in the chat, make sure you're talking about what's going on in the presentation. Don't be in the chat talking about, don't be a distraction in the chat. Don't be in there talking about something that ain't got nothing to do with the ethos of what we're talking about. If you're talking to someone other than myself, put @ and then put their name and then say what you got to say to them in the comment. Because if you don't address it to someone specifically, I'm gonna think you're talking to me. And if you're talking to me and I don't particularly care what you're saying, or I take it a certain kind of way, you're just gonna be up and out of here. I don't put you in hiding or put you on timeout. You banned, you done. You banned from my channel, my platform. I'm not gonna make more work for myself to do it to you in the future, over and over again. Nah. So just remember that, and be respectful to the other people in the chat. I ain't saying you got to speak like an angel, right? If you and somebody in the chat kind of get into it, it's okay. If you're having your little debate, just make sure it's about what we're talking about. Okay? Right. So hey, this one kind of really caught me. That one right there. Your sister said that you're a woman hater because you point out exactly what I'm talking about. That's crazy. Because my presumption is you're a woman. So why would they call you a woman hater? Like that's okay. Let's see. Let me get my mind right. For some reason, I feel like, oh, I am forgetting something. I'm like, that's the one thing about me. When I'm forgetting something, I can feel it, right? So, where we at? I don't know. It always feels like something's in my eyes. Anyway.
Yeah. We went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓. Whoa, wow. This is a hero.
Okay, welcome back to Facts Over Feelings with Shakka-Ahmose. I am your host. I am the headmaster for the next few hours that we're up here. How long is this going to last? I don't know. The first one was 8 hours, I think. Part 1. Part 2 was 10 hours. And you know what I hate? I cannot stand when people come and leave a comment on my video. And they're like, 10 hours? Why do you care how long I decide to stay up on my channel? If I have that kind of time, I have that time. Because you can't do it. You don't own your time. You got to be at someone's job, or, I don't know. Make better decisions so that you can own your time and you can stay on. If I wanted to, I can come up here and sit for 24 hours and do a marathon. Who's going to tell me otherwise? I'm grateful to have that opportunity. I don't want to be boastful about it. But if I come up here for 30 days straight and if I never turn off my camera, what business is it of yours? It's a stupid complaint. People will find the dumbest shit to complain about. Absolutely. Just complain just to complain. If I don't come and I disappear for months, oh, you don't come to your platform enough, and why you stop teaching it, da 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 da. Then when I come and I stay and I do a 10-hour presentation, rather than people say thank you and I see it reflected in my Cash App, I get complaints of why you 10 hours. What is wrong with you? I already know that my people have a serious IQ deficit. And I know that. And if I offended you, this is called facts over feelings. Remember that. If the trigger warning, if you get offended easily, leave now. Go away. Don't tell me I offended you in the chat. That is the point of this platform. Not to offend, but to say what is true. That's it. And not more importantly, to show, not just say. Too many black platforms do this. You ain't showing us nothing. You want us to take your word for it. Why don't you show us the data so that we can see what the data says? Motherfuckers, they don't want to do that. It's too much work. And I know it's too much work. Take my word for it. If anybody can tell you, and not only is it too much work, but it's not rewarding work. It's not like, oh yeah, I did this and I'm being compensated handsomely for it. No. That's not what's popular. That's not what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Let me get that. It's like I do this at my own expense. That's just the fact of the matter. I'm not complaining. Ain't nobody making me do it. Like I tell people all the time, ain't nobody making you do it. Do it. You remember the old saying, do it and like it. That's my position. Do it and like it. If they show love, great. Wonderful. Then you did your job. You inspired somebody and you motivated somebody. If they don't show love, well, you just know that is not an avenue that you can really be too heavily invested in. Because then at some point it will become a deleterious endeavor, right? And I don't want to invest in deleterious endeavors when I could put my time and my energy, the resources that actually doing something that just makes me happy. What makes me happy? Going to the studio recording. I love that. I love that. Right? I love recording in the studio. Producing, writing, working on the series that I'm working on. Those of you who know about that, know about that. Cash App is preferable to Super Chats because YouTube entertainers don't really see that money from the Super Chat. So Cash App, if you want to just direct, straight up, Shakka, I appreciate you. Bang. That's it. Okay. So it's the Cash App is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. So you don't have to wonder. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Screen, yes. Share screen. Entire screen. Am I in the right window? Hold on. Allow. Now I'm in the right window. Come here and hit that up. Cool. So this is where we left off yesterday, right? I mean, I did already go to this part, but I thought it was worth repeating that with 70% of our women, or rather 75% of Black America being Christian, and 70% of those Christians are Black women who had single Black households that house 70% of our children. And then I had a female in here yesterday saying, well, the men should take accountability too, because they are the rappers that rap the poison and the drug dealers that push. And I said, but look who their hero is. They got that from their Black mama and their Black grandmama. You know that. You know how Black men get their whole introduction to life from their mama and their grandmama, because their mama and their grandmama come out of here. You know, you can't say nothing bad about this in front of Nana, right? Look at this. You gonna edit? You think y'all don't have a chain around your neck? And I'm not talking about jewelry. You got a chain around your brain. Man, look. Pac was telling you. Right? What did he say? The hate you gave us fucks everybody? Thug, the hate you gave fucks everybody. That's what he said. That was his acronym. Right? What did Game release his controversial Jesus Peace album cover? And then the Crips came back with one. Stream Crip God by 𝓈𝓐𓏁. Listen online, right? So come on. This is what you raising. They're trying to give you King Von with the crown of thorns. This is what you taught them. Look, King Von took it to the old church version. They made a gospel track out of it. Kendrick Lamar, Crown of Thorns, Jesus Walks, This Idiot. They are all products of the sickness that come out of this place. And I'm going to tell you why they don't matter. I'm going to tell you why they don't matter. And you need to hear this. I'm going to say these two things, and then I'm going to get back to it. Everybody or nobody, money can't save you. When I say everybody or nobody, that means individual success is not going to save us. I've looked at the numbers. Individual success is not going to save us. Magic Johnson has got a lot of money. Has it moved the needle for Black people? I'm asking, has it moved the needle for Black people in any meaningful way? Oprah has a lot of money. Has it moved the needle for black people in any meaningful way? LeBron James, Michael Jordan trying to own NASCAR. Has it moved the needle for black people in any way? Tiger Woods got a lot of money. How much of these money goes to their white spouses? Serena Williams got a lot of money, I'm sure. Her husband get half in a divorce. All of this individual money. Jay-Z's got a lot of money. Brags about being a billionaire. Has it moved the needle for black people? Individual success means nothing as far as in terms of changing our condition. It means nothing. It means nothing. And when I'm talking about individual success, I'm not talking about a person. See, when I see a black person or a conscious black person, not because all black people, just because you would. When I see a black person in a position of power, and I know that they're a conscious black person by how they rule, how they govern, you can tell. You can see the difference and the difference it makes in the meaning, in the meaningful lives of others that look like them. When you're a black person in front of a judge, and that black judge came up just as messed up as you, and they can relate. They see a human being in front of them. White judge don't see a human being in front of them. So when I see a black judge or a black attorney willing to work perhaps pro bono, whatever, right? Just because the person really needs help, a black person really needs help. When I see people like that, I don't look at their success as individual success, because their individual success actually creates differences and meanings throughout our communities. No disrespect to Michael Jordan, his success doesn't mean shit to us. Nothing. How much success, how much money did Mike Tyson make? How did he move the needle for the black community with all that money? Could you own a tiger? That means something to me? Because you own mansions or got all these real estate holdings or something like that. The fuck? It means nothing to us. Especially when you have people who had a whole lot less who did a whole lot more. I'll say it again. Especially, I got to learn what these things are. Yeah. Especially when people did a whole lot more with a whole lot less. Your individual success means nothing to us. So you got television shows all over Netflix. So you got this deal with this person. You got, what does that, how does it move the needle for us you just want us to admire you riding around in your fucking Rolls Royce? No, it's meaningless. It's meaningless. So that's why I said it's all of us or it's none of us. Because, or if you the number one, what's his name? Floyd Mayweather, money team. Money team? How are you the money team, but the communities that reflect you have had no significant change made by you for them through that money? I'll be honest with you. I call them all the nothing people because that's the difference they've made in black life. As a whole, they are the nothing people. Facts over feelings. That is exactly what they are. Right? They are the nothing people. Facts. They are the nothing people. What difference, what meaningful difference, how have they moved the needle for black people that you could point to right now? Walk outside of your door and point to it. What Fat Joe have? Off of an art form we created. With all the money he made, talk about how he lost millions and so forth and so on. All he got is a weed spot in Harlem. That's it. That's your contribution back to the community that gave you so much? A weed spot in the hood? I said it. Yeah. Since you want to use the word nigga so much, you can use it because da-da-da. All right, no problem. Where's your contribution to the niggas? I heard about all the money. But to me, these are all nothing people. It's not just other people that take from us and don't give. We take from us and don't give. You know, I almost wasn't even going to do this today, but it's called an 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅅. The collar that I'm wearing is called an 𝓈𝓔𓄿����. Yeah. Yeah, poison in the youth screws everybody. These people don't give a damn about your youth. They don't give a damn. Jay-Z cares about Blue Ivy and his other ones. Jay-Z and Beyonce. They care about their kids. That's it. Kanye cares about his kids. That's it. So all of these multi-million-dollar deals and da-da-da-da, it doesn't mean shit. To us, it means nothing. Zero. Oh, I looked out for a fellow rapper. And I can't stand those stories when they talk about how they look out. Oh, I looked out for a fellow rapper financially. I looked out for this fellow rapper. This is a poor excuse of just people, period. They are emblematic of the community they come from. You come from a no-shit community, so you're a no-shit person. If you got a community that allows an institution like the black church to destroy our lives generation in and generation out, and everybody's okay with it, you come from a no-shit community, period. Okay? So it's just what it is. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know why or even what my initial point was, but I'm not apologizing for nothing. So let's go. When y'all handle your business with these churches and these pastors, when y'all contact me and say, Shakka, I want to help you plan, plot, and strategize to come up with something, because I am working on something. Because everybody has a life dream. I don't know what your life dream is, right? I really don't. I don't know what your life's dream is. I know what my life's dream is. My life's dream is, in my lifetime, I would love to see the black churches actually bring the truth in the church, because it would be such a game changer, because they are the black community factory. They're the ones that produce the people. That's the black community factory. The black church is the black community factory. We all come out of it. All of us. And it does not mean this is not a religious discussion. Like we showed, it is the cultural backbone of the Black community. Why do you think white folks in the white media interacts with the Black church as if the Black church speaks for all of us? Because most of us are in it. They should know they drove us there. How? By driving our woman to it. Why? Because she was looking to escape all of the sexual abuse from your sons and your fathers and your brothers. You know, when the white men would come and take our little 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds and have sex with them. You know that. And the white woman couldn't stand it because she couldn't compete. If your husband has a predilection for something that you are not, how do you compete with that? But he was smart. He made that Black woman his #1 partner in crime. Don't forget that. Because they both got the Black male psychologically hemmed up. Hemmed up. Yes. If you go back and watch part 2 and look at what I showed in the documentation. I ain't here to lie on nobody. Okay. Let's do this. Presentation. Yes. So this is what you produce. Okay. Diddy with his Jesus crown and Mary and Jesus. Pastors, you know, it's the Jesus crew, no matter how you slice it. No matter how you slice it, it is the Jesus crew. Here we go. 1 second. All righty. Cool. Am I on? I'm on. Cool. My window is correct. Yes. Let's do this. All right. So for those of you who love my Bible scholarship, this is where we're about to go now after we come out of this. I just wanted you all to see that. You got Sexy Red rocking Chief Keef's Jesus piece. Why is Chief Keef wearing a Jesus piece? He's a drill rapper. Look at his shirt. He got a gun on his shirt for drill music. Why is he wearing a Jesus piece? This is the point that I'm making. This is not a religious discussion. This is the outward expression of the damage that Black women have done to their sons because they uphold the church. And for them, they all start off in Sunday school with Jesus as reality. And therefore, the only way for them to navigate through life is through instinct. That's how Chief Keef got where he got, through instinct, not through intellect. You think every rapper who's a rapper wanted to become successful rapping? No, you take what you got. You from the hood, that's what you got access to. Come on. Right? What's that joint he had? Something that I don't like. Don't like. You saw that video. Him and all them young brothers. Y'all call them YNs today. Him and all them young brothers up in the house. I think we was on house arrest or whatever. And they holding all them guns. Right? All them, what y'all call them? Y'all got all them burners. Now, there's another name. I forgot what they call them. All them biscuits. There's so many different names. I know what I call mine. Right? So the Black church to school prison pipeline. So I don't want y'all to forget this Jesus piece section. Because when you look at the whole scope of this presentation in context, especially after the first part of last night's presentation, like, it's undeniable These are the kind of men you produce. And look at the badge they wear around their neck. How has their individual success moved the needle for black people, for the black community? I don't know. Maybe y'all can tell me, being that these are the heroes of your children. These are the heroes of your children. So since these are the heroes of your children, because I guarantee you, if any one of them was in the mall, all your kids would freak out. All of your kids would freak out. If Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson was in the mall, they wouldn't even know who the hell he was. My message to young black people, and I was thinking about this earlier. My message to young black people, I'm going to stop this and look at the camera and say this. I don't care who like it and don't. I'm going to say it. This is my message to young black people. I'm going to say this. And I know I'm going to offend somebody. But any young black person seeing this, I want you to understand. Your number one enemy are your parents. This is what I'm telling you. Your number one enemy is your parents, especially your mother. The majority of them, not all of them, the majority of them. If 70% of the 75% Christians that make up the black community, remember, the black community, 75% Christian, 70% of that are females. They had 70% of the single parent, 70% of our households are single parent. 70% of those single parent households, black women, Christian women, Bible. And like I told you before, when you saw Sexy Red wearing the Jesus piece, this Christianity thing has nothing to do with religion. Most of these people don't have no religion. They're not religious. Jesus was not taught to black people in terms of religion. Jesus was taught to black people in terms of education. There's two different things. I'll say it again. Black people were not taught Jesus in terms of religion. The average black person don't know shit about theology, exegesis, eisegesis, hermeneutics, apologetics. The average black person don't know. Average black Christian woman don't know nothing about that shit. But I had a woman tell me the other day, some conservative black woman on Facebook say, because I brought up the black church being the problem in the black community. She said, oh, I don't discuss my religion with nobody. Listen to what a DBB, dumb black bitch, said to me. I don't discuss my religion with nobody. How is it your religion? How is it your religion? Did you write Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Genesis, Exodus, Deuteronomy, Kings, Judges, Proverbs, Psalms? Did you write that? Because you're claiming it as yours. Did you write Corinthians? Did you write Revelations? If it's not your writing and your name is not on the book, if you can't claim authorship of it, it's not yours. It doesn't belong to you, stupid. And that's the whole point that I'm trying to tell you. You got somebody else's shit stuck in your brain, and it's the very center of your reality, and it creates a gap in your thinking the size that you can't even begin to imagine. And then you run around here. Really, your life is nothing but an obstacle to black people trying to get free, to black people trying to free their children, to black, you are, and your whole life is an obstacle to that. Because you don't understand the nature of what this stuff is, and you think it's yours. And that goes for the black Hebrew Israelites. That goes for Muslims, anybody caught up in that Abrahamic stuff, but especially Christians. Because 75% of Black America is Christian. And 70% of that 75% are the women, the females, who think that they have a religion because they say stupid shit like the oldest Bible is from Ethiopia and the oldest church is Ethiopian. They don't know. They are historically illiterate and know nothing about how those things got there. I will put 1,000 on it. No, more than 1,000 because I could use the money. I'll put $5,000 on it, right? Or higher, however high you want to go. These black women are historically illiterate, and they don't want to be told that they're historically illiterate. You black women, you are historically illiterate. You need to know that. You have a predilection for historical illiteracy. There's something about the way your brain works that just does not mesh with history. But at the same token, you want to be the one to determine what is true, what has occurred in the world, what has unfolded, which should The only thing a black woman cares about is her needs, because she's a woman. That's all she cares about, her needs. Are her needs being met? Are they not? Do you qualify? Do you meet the criteria to more than meet my needs? That is the beginning of her conversation and the end of her conversation. So where does religion fit in with that? Where does history fit in with that? Where does political fiction, where does political science fiction fit in with that? Where does epigraphy fit in with that? Where does papyrology fit in with that? I'm asking you. Where does actuarialism fit in with that? Or axiology and epistemology? Where does that fit in with that? It don't. And because it don't, you can't raise sons that can command those things. That's why you don't produce men. You produce grown boys with big beards. That's it. Grown boys with big beards and fancy toys and big bank accounts, which is really all you really wanted to begin with, which is why you raise those kind of boys. You teach your boys the only thing that matters is the size of your bank account. If the only thing that matters was the size of the bank account, enough of us have gotten that message. We grew up with it. But if that was the solution, our community should be dope as fuck. It shouldn't even be no hoods. You don't think black people got money? Black people got money. Black people got money. Spending power. We always talk about our spending power. Having money don't mean shit if you don't understand life. Money money is one form of currency. That's it. I'll say it again. Money is one form of, it's an important form. It's an essential form. It's an essential form of currency. But it's not the only form of currency. Okay? Facts. Absolutely. Facts. Bad programming from, I like that. Bad programming from the motherboard, without question. So let's get into it. Because now we're going to look at what black, okay, you all got a homework assignment. What I'm about to show you, this is a command. You are to confront every black woman you meet. It doesn't matter if she's Christian. Don't have any other conversation other than what I'm about to show you, just so you can see how stupid she is. And it is important that you see how stupid and ignorant she is so that you can then impress upon her how much of a vacuum there is in her mind, right? So that she might agree to help you let her fill it in. Hey, babe, you need to know this. I know you don't think this is interesting. And this is the challenge with black men. It's like, how do you convince her this is interesting? How do you convince her we need to know this, right? We need to be intellectually protected from a hostile white society. Let me stop. No. What we're not going to do is we're going to stop blaming white people for shit that ain't none of their business. White people are not in these churches on Sundays. In fact, they don't even go to church if you look at the numbers. All right? White people are politically Christian. That's it. They are not religiously Christian. They are politically Christian. Black people are religiously Christian and culturally Christian. That's a problem. In fact, black people are, the best way to say it is they are miseducatedly Christian. You can't even call them educatedly Christian because they don't know anything about Christianity. They just, all they know is tradition, what they've been taught, what they've been told. That's it, okay? So what I'm about to show you, you are to, and it's not just them. I know there are many black males that don't know this stuff too, but the black males in this context don't matter. Because if you look at the documentation I showed you last night, the black males are not the one that pass on from birth to the child in the child's early learning years. The black male is not involved with that. Traditionally, he has not ever been involved with that. That has not been his role. He's protecting and providing. It's mommy there who's determining what daycare center the baby gonna go to, where Head Start's gonna be, what school they're gonna go to, the PTA. That's all mommy. That's mother. That breast milk don't come from the father. It comes from the mother. And the breast milk informs of the first thinking, the first words. Oh, and black people, I meant to say this. This is very important. Please stop giving your children names that are found in the Bible. Please. If the name is not 𝓈𝓁𝓭𝓀 or Shashank, don't give them any names in the Bible, please. You are destroying their minds by doing that, because they automatically grow up seeing themselves in the Bible. Every time I get into a debate with somebody on Facebook and they are staunch Christian, they always got some Christian name. Don't let it be Mark. Don't let his name be John. Damn sure don't let his name be Timothy, right? Don't let his name be Paul. Oh, God, dear, please don't let his name be Paul or Saul. Do not give your children biblical names. Stop that shit. Messes them up. You're welcome. All right. Exactly. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. Why, you coming to get me? You don't want to do that. I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't recommend that. All right. So you don't want to come get me, because I forget all about this scholarship and going to the old me. Here we go. All right. The not so old me. Keep it a buck. Here we go. All right. Am I still in New York? Why, you coming to get me? Here we go. All right, people. Teaching time. Hellenism. All black women who are watching, and only the black woman. I probably only have one black woman watching, and that's if she's still with us. Any and all black women watching, please put this word in the chat. I'm going to wait, and I will not move until I see at least one of them in the chat. Any black females watching, please put this word, Hellenism, in the chat. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Put the word Hellenism in the chat. Let me see. And I'm not expecting to see any of them, because there probably ain't no black people black women even watching me anymore. But let's look. I'm gonna wait and see if there are any black women watching me, and if you are, please put the word Hellenism in the chat. HELLENISM. Shit. Like I said, yeah, ain't no black woman watching. That's okay. I'm gonna wait anyway. Nah, it's not that they hate Black America. They hate themselves, right? They hate themselves, and that's where the anger comes from. But I would hate myself too if I was at the heart of a problem that is, okay, we got one. Okay, all right, shoot Bill Genie. All right, that right there, and this might be the only Black woman who is still here to watch and learn. Now, I want you to think about that for a minute. Watching this, with everything that I'm about to teach and that I'm about to show, it's only one Black woman here to get the information. It's better than none Black woman, but it's only one Black woman. And it's, what, almost 80 people watching? Out of almost 80 people, right? And I don't have time to market to women. Why? Because women are not honest in their pursuit of truth and in their pursuit of knowledge. They're not. They pretend to be. If they were if they were honest about their pursuit of knowledge and they were genuinely devoted to it, it would be such a different. Oh, we got two. Hey, okay, we got two. We got two. Shout out to May. We got two. These are going to be two very important Black women when this is over. This is very important. This is going to be two because if you could get, women carry a certain kind of power that men don't have. A woman can walk up into a church and confront it, I think, in a way that a man cannot, because women just command a certain kind of respect. It's not a real woman. I'm not talking about a real woman. You know a real woman when she comes in the room, right? So that when they, hold on a second, Black Americans are not African, and you want a link to come on my live with a name like that? You lucky if I let you stay in the chat. Black Americans are not African. Now, I don't entertain stupidity, with all due respect. I just don't. Okay. So let's look at this. All right. So we got two women in here. Two. That's a blessing because, how can I put this? Black people are in serious trouble. And nobody wants to have the conversations with them that they need to have with them because they already know what the outcome is going to be. Right? But I don't have the luxury of worrying about that. I just got to do what I came here to do and to just get on with it. So, but they will not ever be able to say that I did not do what was required of me and what was necessary. So, no excuses. Am I in the right window? Yes, I am. Share screen. Hellenism. Okay. Black women do not know anything about Hellenism. On par. Most Black people don't. But when you make up the majority of the church, I'm talking about the Black woman, because she's the majority of the church in the Black community. How are you the majority of the church, but you don't know what Hellenism is? Because that's what you're practicing. You're practicing Hellenism. So let's do a little experiment. Everybody watching right now, and I want to show you how to do this. I'm going to show you how to do this. Watch this. Share my screen. Watch this. Was Jesus influenced by Hellenism? Now, ain't none of y'all ever typed that question in. Do not tell me that you did, because you did not. No one has ever asked that question because they didn't know that you should have asked that question. Was Jesus influenced by Hellenism? What's the answer? What is the answer? Do you see this? Now, if your child is doing homework and your child goes to OpenAI and Google AI and they ask that question, and you up in the church on Sunday as the deacon and as the first lady and all this other stupid shit name you give yourselves, now you got to explain to your child why you got him worshiping a God that was influenced by Hellenism. Was Jesus influenced by Hellenism? AI overview. Yes. Yes. I don't need to read the rest. All I need is a yes or no answer. That's the way I move. I don't need, don't give me the explanation. I don't want the explanation. It's either yes or no. All I need is a yes or no. Yes. Period. For me, I'm gonna end the discussion right there. Yes. Now, because I'm gonna do a whole presentation on Hellenism pretty soon. Now, is the Bible Hellenistic literature? Is the Bible Hellenistic literature? Yes. Better yet, yes or no only. Here we go. Hold on. Okay. The entire New Testament was written in Koine Greek during the Roman Hellenistic period and reflects the literary philosophy. Oh, here it is. The entire New Testament was written in Koine Greek during the Roman Hellenistic period and reflects the literary and what? Philosophical context of the Hellenistic world. That's what you're teaching on Sunday. You're practicing Hellenism. How are you letting a black man in a robe stand in a pulpit? Well, these days, a black woman too. How are you letting them stand in the pulpit and shove Hellenism down your throat? Jesus, influenced by Hellenism. The Bible, Hellenistic literature with Hellenistic philosophy in it. But you can't tell me what Hellenism is. Walk up to any black woman on the street and say, yo, baby, what you think about Hellenism? Hella what? You got hella money? I got hella bills. But ask about Hellenism. When the majority of our women are in the church, you saw the numbers. The majority of black women are in the church in America. The majority of black women do not know what Hellenism is, but they're practicing it. And they entertain a Hellenistic belief structure. You're not Christians, you're Hellenists. You call yourselves Christian, that's a brand name. But Christianity is Hellenism. They're one and the same. They're syncretic. They're one and the same. Why isn't your pastor telling you that you are part of a Hellenistic community? Because he knows that you don't know what Hellenism is. I'm going to ask that again. Hold on 1 second. Just to make sure I'm not crazy. Because I know people like, Shaka, you crazy. Here we go. Here we go. Entire screen. Allow. Fix my window. Windows fixed. Let's do this. We're going to do this one more time. Hold on. Drop that. Drop this. Here we go. All right. Was Jesus influenced by Hellenism? Let's see. Okay. All right. So here we go. That's where they try to give you the oh, there it is. Yes. Was Jesus influenced by Hellenism? Strictly yes or no? Yes. Yes. Do you see that? Yes. Was Jesus influenced by Hellenism? Yes. So my question is, why are you worshiping a Hellenistically influenced God? Because you're worshiping under the influence. You know how they say, friends don't let friends drive under the influence? Well, family don't let family worship under the influence. Hold on a second. Somebody's knocking at my door.
Bet you didn't know that.
I hope you understand the seriousness of this, which I know you don't. I know you don't. The Black community in America has a Hellenism problem. Yes. And they want to blame it. Here's the thing. They want to blame all of their problems on white people. How the fuck are you blaming your problems on white people in the White House or in ICE or in any other body they're in when the majority of your community is immersed in Hellenism? Have you bothered to look at what the fuck you're doing in your own lives to say, well, shit, what problems are we creating for ourselves? Psychologically, financially, business-wise. And remember, we're not talking about even just religion. We're talking about culturally speaking. Black people in America are Hellenistic. No white college professor is going to tell you this. No white high school student, no white high school teacher is going to tell you this because she's too fucking stupid to know. The reason that the students are stupid is because the parents are stupid and the teachers are stupid. Ask any of them, what are their thoughts about Hellenism? My younger sister, who I love, is a principal at a substantive charter school in New York. Not in some little town somewhere, in New York. If I walked up to my little sister and said, baby girl, what do you think about Hellenism? She's going to look at me like, huh? You hella what? My older sister, career educator, career teacher in the New York City public school system. If I walked up to her, this is Dr. 𝓈𝓿𓁿𓅅's former student, by the way. If I walked, and my younger sister is Dr. John Henry Clark's former secretary, his personal secretary in his home. If I walked up to either one of my sisters and said, so what do you think about Hellenism? They'd be like, hella what? Hella who? No, or like my sister's favorite saying, what's that? Every time, what's that? Buy a black woman a t-shirt saying, what's that? Because that is essentially what they are. Vacuum. Hellenism. The Jehovah's Witness, Hellenism. Seventh-day Adventist, Hellenism. Baptist, Hellenism. Pentecostal, Hellenism. Mormon, Hellenism. Pick whichever one you want. It's all Hellenism. So my question to you is, how can Hellenism be the basis of your reality and you think that you're going to have a functional community? Just explain this to me. I mean, come on. You're smarter than me. I don't know shit. I'm just some weirdo with a weird hair thing on his head and I dress funny or whatever. I got a stupid, tattoo on my head or whatever. I don't know. I ain't the prettiest motherfucker. Whatever. Bottom line is you better than me. So you explain to me how that shit works. You want to talk about Trump? You want to talk about ICE shooting somebody? Like, niggas ain't been getting killed. All of a sudden now being shot by law enforcement is a big deal. Hellenism. Jesus of the biblical narrative, because you have to say it correctly, Jesus of the biblical narrative was influenced by Hellenism. So now let me ask you another question, since you're so smart. If Jesus was influenced by Hellenism, does it matter that he was black? You worship a black God that was influenced by Hellenism, so you think you got something special? Put it in the chat, because y'all some smart motherfuckers. Jesus was black. Jesus was black. So if Jesus was black and he was influenced by Hellenism, so your God is a black man who was influenced by Hellenism. I want to hear, hold on a second. I've been out of the church in the thought pattern of it. Oh, God bless. That's what's up, right? No, of course, no, it doesn't work. Hebrew Israelites, Hellenism. That's Hellenism. That's all Hellenism. Why is Hebrew Israelites Hellenism? Because they subscribe to the Torah. The Torah comes out of the Pentateuch. Yes, all the Torah is just a religious remix of the Pentateuch. That's all it is. It was the Pentateuch religified. And it comes after the Pentateuch. The Pentateuch came first. All right? So the Pentateuch, and I'm going to show you the documentation because it's in this presentation. The Pentateuch is Greek. The term is Greek. The 5 books is a Greek work. The Torah comes out of a Greek work. You got all, you want to talk about, a new, it ain't about NWA, niggas with attitude. You need a new slogan. NIT, niggas in trouble. Niggas are in trouble. They're trapped by things they can't see and don't understand and aren't willing to talk about and aren't willing to solve. There is nobody that you could think of or name in your community, in any one of your communities throughout America, who is black, who understands the priority of making this conversation a conversation above all other conversations. You know why? It's too big for them. They can't, it's too much for them to wrestle with. They're scared of the big black church dragon of all of the apologists that they're going to have to debate. It's not even a debate, because most Christian apologists, well, all Christian apologists are stupid. That's why they're Christian apologists. They're all stupid. You wouldn't be a Christian apologist if you had an IQ. You wouldn't be. Because you would have already known the history of where this stuff actually came from and how it was put together. You would understand the motives behind it. Hey, wonderful, wonderful. So, no, it's not they'll stay trapped. It's, hold on one second. It's not they'll stay trapped. We'll stay trapped. I told you there's no individualism in this thing. It don't work like that. They didn't set the trap like that. This trap that was set for black people was not set to catch individuals. It was set to catch wholesale communities. It's like if you got roaches in your house, maybe, or if you've ever had roaches before, when you put stuff down on the floor to get those roaches, are you trying to get this one? Or are you trying to get all of them? You're trying to get all of them. That's the way white people think. And the reason why most black people don't know or understand how white people think, and when I say white people, I'm not talking about the average white person. The average white person doesn't control shit. The average white person is not in charge of whatever. They're not. Right? I'm talking about white policymakers. White policymakers understand concerns like DeSantis in Florida, who killed off and put a stranglehold on the African American Studies Department and decided no more of these textbooks, but put these textbooks. Textbooks that show that black people were not slaves, but they were interns, like they tried to do in Texas, as a law. In fact, this racist Matt Walsh is now, oh my God, anyway. Hellenism, people. Let's look at this. Hi. Let's look at it. Let's get back to the presentation. I don't want to pontificate. So, share screen. In fact, from now on, when I do that, I'm going to time myself. 2 minutes, no longer than 2 minutes. If I have a commentary, no longer than 1 minute. I'm going to start timing myself if I have a commentary. Oh, I like that idea. That's good, Shaka. Time yourself. That way you can stay on point with the presentation. All right. Hold on 1 second. Presentation mode. Yes. All right. Here we go. In fact, I could use this. Cool. I got 3 phones in front of me, so I'm just trying to figure out which one to use to time myself. So that way, if I do a commentary, these are the results. Would Jesus of 1st century CE Palestine have been influenced by Hellenism? Yes. Jesus and his world in 1st century CE Palestine were undeniably influenced by Hellenism. Look. Hold on 1 second. Y'all think I'm bullshitting you. Was Jesus that would be in, let me see if I even have that anymore. If I do, maybe I do, maybe I don't, because I want y'all to see it. I don't want y'all to think I made that up. I'm funny about that. I'm like, I don't want people to say, oh, he made that up. No. You know, I'm gonna do shit live so you can see it. Come on, open up. I'm opening up the original PowerPoint. What you see on screen is the PDF. I'm going into the PPTX, the actual text. Like, what's up, Microsoft? Oh, you got to pull. I do have a lot of stuff in it. Okay, here we go. We're open. All right. I'm gonna go to. Come on, open recent. There we go. Memes only. Okay. I'm going to my Microsoft. I'm going to my PowerPoint. I have different PowerPoints for a whole lot of stuff. This one is just for where I make memes, right? So, like if I have to prove a point to someone. So I'm going into the Bible. Here we go. Bible. Here we go. All right. Let's see. Do I have this? Let me see. Do I still have it? Because I might have got, those were early. Here it is right here. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Oh, okay, I got rid of the original Jesus one. That's all right. That's cool. Because I already made the meme. I wonder, do I still have it? No, I don't have it anymore. Okay, but I do have this one. All right, that's cool. Damn, I would love to have had that. That's all right. I could type it in anyway and just see. Okay. In fact, I'll show you this one too in a second. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to type it in. What does it say? Would Jesus of 1st century CE Palestine have been influenced by Hellenism? That's why I didn't ask the question. I told you the answer to a question is commensurate to the question asked. If you ask a poor question, you're going to get a poor answer. Most uneducated people don't know how to articulate their questions to get the most accurate answer you can get. So let's do that right now. So we could see. We're going to go here, right? Because if your child is sitting at home and they got to do an assignment, you don't freak out when your kid comes telling you, "Mommy, you know Jesus was influenced by Hellenism." And you go, "Mommy, why you got us worshiping Mommy and Daddy, why you got us worshiping a Hellenistically influenced God?" That's important to know, right? Motherfuckers, I have you out here worshiping Satan and you don't even know it. Bunch of dummies. Would 1st century CE Is that what it said? Hold on a second. With Jesus of 1st century CE Palestine. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Would Jesus of 1st century CE Palestine, would Jesus of 1st century have been influenced by Hellenism? Palestine within have been influenced by Palestine. Here we go. Bang. Here we go. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see that. Let me make sure my page is all correct. Yes. All right. Would Jesus of 1st century CE Palestine have been influenced by oops, I fucked up. Hellenism. That was what I wanted to know. Yes. Would Jesus of 1st century CE Palestine have been influenced by Hellenism? Yes. Jesus and his world were significantly influenced by Hellenism. Significantly. With Hellenistic elements shaping later Christian theology. Why? Because Christianity was born as a result of Hellenism, not Judaism. Most people don't understand the significance of why they were first called Christians in Antioch and why they were not called Christians before that. Because before the Christian moniker or label, you're just talking about a messianic movement. Some people like to call it the Jesus movement. But it was not called Christianity. There was no Christianity. It doesn't become Christianity until you get to Antioch in Syria. Why? Because of the inclusiveness, if you will, the syncretic membership. That's what Hellenism is. It's syncretic in nature. That's why the Bible is a product of syncretism. Both Old and New Testament. It's all syncretic. Anyway, let me just let the facts speak for themselves. Here we go. I just wanted you to see that. Yes, Jesus was influenced, it would have been influenced by Hellenism. So you're worshiping under the influence. I'm not talking about religiously, culturally and religiously. You're worshiping under the influence. Here we go. Share. Yes, share. The black church is an agent of Hellenism. I mean, and everybody, I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that's like, has a problem with it. AI overview. Yes, Jesus of 1st century CE Palestine was undoubtedly influenced by Hellenism as it permeated the entire region's culture, language, Koine Greek, and even Jewish texts like the Septuagint, which is the Bible that Jesus quotes from when he's quoting scripture in the Bible. He does not quote the Torah. He quotes from the Septuagint, which is Hellenism par excellence. The cultural context meant he and his followers operated within a world shaped by Greek thought. And don't act like Martin Luther King didn't tell you that. He said, this is how Jesus became a god, how he was apotheosized. In order to receive inspiration from Jesus, the Greeks had to apotheosize him. Why? Because that's what Hellenism does. You take a normal man and you elevate him to the level of a god so he could be discussed in God language. It doesn't mean that he's God, you stupid person. You don't bother to read, so you don't know anything, you don't understand. In order to receive inspiration from Jesus, the Greeks had to apotheosize him. We must remember that the logos, what you call the word, right? In the beginning was the word, and the word was, that's this, logos. This is the word that they use for that word. That's why when you read in the Bible, the term word is capitalized, because it means this, logos. And Martin Luther King is telling you that concept had its origin in Greek thought. So you want to teach your children to worship and think like Greeks. Freaky Greekies. It was only natural that the early Christians, after coming in contact with the Greeks, would be what? Influenced by their thought. The church had found God in Jesus, and what? And so it called Jesus the Christ. And later, it's Martin Luther King, under the influence of Greek thought forms, the only begotten Son of God. 1 second, hold on 1 second. You already know what's coming. You already know what's coming. Where you at? Here we go. What was that? I thought I got rid of it. Under Greek thought forms. I think, hold on 1 second. Wait there. I think the church wants to say things. Why isn't Jamal Bryant telling you this? Because he wants your money and he needs the power. Why isn't Kirk Franklin telling you this? Why isn't Kiara Sherd telling you this? Why isn't what's his name? Jonathan McReynolds. Why isn't Jonathan McReynolds telling you this? Why aren't all of these gospel artists telling you this? Darkchild, I think that's his name, right? I forget his name, the producer, because they're big into Christianity. Or Speech from Arrested Development, another Jesus brain. Why aren't they telling you this? That you are all caught up in Hellenism. Now, if you don't understand why that matters, that's another conversation. But at least first understand what the fuck you're dealing with. What did we learn growing up? Don't talk to strangers. First thing you learn, don't talk to strangers. Yet, your very definition of God that you have religiously and culturally, you got from strangers. You think the Hellenes are your ancestors? Is that what you think? I'm just asking, you think the Hellenes are your ancestors? That's a fair question. Do you think so? Or are you worshiping somebody else's ancestors? Now, if you're worshiping somebody else's ancestors, they have every right to look down on you. You're a stepchild in their house. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I'm not using that. I got to hear my boy Trey songs again. I need help from him to get me through this. Here we go. All right. Where you at, Trey? Trey to the motherfucking songs. All right. Here we go. Getting there. Here we are right here. Occasion. Yep, Trey. Let's do this. Boom. Here we go. All right. So, what's up, my Hellenistic people? It's fucking insane. How is it there is no confrontation going on in the Black community? Maybe y'all can explain it to me. Why is no one confronting anyone about this? How can this be okay? You want to know why your children are uneducated. You want to know why your children can't read. You want to know why your children can't compete and why white people treat you with racism. You deserve it. You fucking deserve it. You deserve to be mistreated. You deserve to be oppressed. You deserve all of that shit. All of it. You deserve it. If I'm walking down the street with one of my homies, and I'm doing a presentation here probably Friday, I'm inviting somebody from my life on the platform so y'all can get to know me a little bit better. Because anybody can stand in front of a camera and do this. But if they ain't got nobody there co-signing that shit, you don't know if they just talking shit. So I'm going to bring somebody on here to let you know. Sometimes you could tell a little bit more about a person when you see the people who they've shared their life with. Then you could see, oh, okay, I understand Shakka a little better now. Because you got to remember, all of us are really just a summation of our relationships and experiences that we've had with other people. That's why I love all of my exes. I love all of my exes. I don't give a fuck what. I always hop on that. I love all of my exes because you could be, there's days in your life or whatever where you might not feel like the best version of yourself and the greatest version of yourself. And then you just go down memory lane and you remember this dope person that everybody else wanted, but that person wanted you. So that should make you feel good about yourself. Don't let nobody, it's not external validation that I'm talking about. I'm talking about reflection. Right? Your relationships illustrate a reflection of yourself. Right? So what I'm saying is this. If I'm walking down the street with one of my homies and I tell one of my homies, yo, don't walk down that alley. Why? If you walk down that alley, you're going to get robbed, raped. I mean, you're going to get gang raped. You're going to get by men. You're going to get robbed, gang raped, and gagged. And I'm not talking about with, you're going to get gagged and something else. Right? Don't go down that alley. Now, if my homie says, fuck that, I'm going down that alley. Did he or did he not ask for it? He ordered it on the menu. He ordered what was on the menu. If I'm telling you this is on the menu, don't order that, and you decide to order it, you can't get mad at me if you are messed up now. I told you, don't eat that. Don't order that. Don't go down that alley. We've been told. I don't know if we've been told. That's why I'm telling. I'm telling this because when we were in the church, nobody was telling us in 1970, 1969, 1970, 71. Nobody was telling us, oh, you're practicing Hellenism. Nobody was telling us. Nobody was telling us, oh, you're worshiping a Hellenistic God. Nobody was telling us that. And nobody was saying, and this is why it matters. This is why it's important. This is going to be the outcome of you worshiping a Hellenistic God in a Hellenistic society. Because in that matrix, there's already a place carved out for people that look like you. I'm gonna ask the AI a question. Oops. I clicked the wrong button. I tend to do that sometimes. I'm gonna ask AI a question. Let me see. No. Did black people occupy the lower rungs of society in Hellenistic societies? Let's see. Okay. You got to be careful. Here we go. Oh, see, this is a lie here. All right. Okay, let me see. Oh, okay, I don't need this. See, I have the real literature and the AI. See, the problem with AI is that, like perfect example. I got into a big beef with the AI yesterday. What was it about? I was debating something, and I had to really go. The AI actually apologized to me. I actually took a snapshot of it too, so you could see it. I always make AI apologize because the AI thinks that it knows everything, and I'm like, you're not on my level when it comes to this stuff. You're not on my level, and then I have to prove to the AI that it's not on my level. So, hold on one second. Yeah, it only knows what's been programmed, right? But what you have to understand is that there are not enough people in the black world who have enough academic insight to know what questions to ask in order to solicit meaningful answers that can help black people from a policy perspective move the needle. That matters. It matters because, especially if you're using Google AI, the parameters within Google AI, one of the complaints Google AI gets a lot is that it's too conservative. It's too politically correct. And so when you ask certain questions, it will usually be guided by political correctness instead of facts, which to me lowers its value. But what I like about it is that it then forces you to argue even more effectively to get the answer that you want or that you feel is adequate. You have to really know your shit. You have to know where to go to introduce the data into the discussion, and then the AI is like, oh, my bad. Right? So this is only, hold on, this is only kind of true. That's not necessarily true. When you say that AI only knows what it's been programmed to know, AI only searches in a way that it's been programmed to search. That doesn't mean that it only knows what it's been programmed to know. It has guidelines, right? It searches the way it's been programmed to search. And also, what's the word I'm looking for? Circumscribed. It's circumscribed by how can I put this? Like, there are times when I'll put in a search and I know that the answer is going to be controversial, and AI will say, I cannot do that. I cannot answer that question because it's too controversial. Then you have to argue in such a way to show the AI that this is more about data than it is political correctness. You have to make the AI aware of your motives and why you need this particular kind of information. So I like the fact that it's a constant challenge to, how can I put it? Like, what I like about debating AI is that, number one, it knows a lot more. Yeah, I appreciate that. Very thoughtful. I appreciate the sentiment, right? So I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Rather than tell you, I'm just going to show you, okay? I think you'll have a better appreciation for it. So let me pull it up. I'm already in that section anyway. So is this it here? No, I put it on the last page. Here it is. Okay, I'm going to let y'all see it in real life. Watch this. This is the beef that I had with AI last night. It's about hold on 1 second. Here we go. What was I arguing about? I had to prove something. Oh, somebody was saying that, some pastor said that Horus was not born on December 25th. And then the same pastor said that Anubis was not a baptizer. There was no baptism in Egypt. And that all of this stuff came from zeitgeist. This is what people like to tell you. They like to tell you that all of this stuff is just pop culture. It came from zeitgeist. None of that stuff ever really happened. That's a lie. And the problem with AI is that AI is taught and programmed. Here's where what's his name is correct. Here's where Kalonji is correct, where he said it only knows it is programmed. What's more programmed about AI is its behavior, not what it knows. And the reason why I say that is because what it knows is pertaining to what is available. And there's an infinite stuff out there there's an infinite amount of stuff out there that's available. So it's very dangerous to say what AI knows and doesn't know, especially if you're debating. You'll get caught out there. You'll be like, pat, 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 pat. You're like, whoa, 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 whoa. I wasn't expecting that. So what is programmed is its behavior. And so the problem with AI's behavior is that it is programmed to rely on consensus. When you look in the dictionary under the word fact or truth, you will not see the word consensus. Just because 10 people say something is correct doesn't mean it's correct. Just because 10 million people say something is correct doesn't mean it's correct. One person can say otherwise and be the correct one. And this is what AI is not programmed to. And why is this important? Because if you live in a world where academia is dominated by white people, then that means truth becomes synonymous with white consensus. Whatever the white consensus is, AI is going to perceive that as the truth until you introduce it to another body of white scholarship that it respects at the same level or even more. So you have to prove that you are seriously engaged as a scholar in this discussion. In other words, you cannot dismiss me, AI, and I will break you. Right? When it comes, I live to break AI when it comes to historical discussions. Yeah, absolutely. I live to break AI when it comes to debating. Right? Okay. Exactly. I like this. This is good. People think they're right because they got 10,000 likes. I'm using that one. That's a t-shirt. Bruh, that's a t-shirt. Get your money. That's a t-shirt. People think they right because they got 10,000 likes. That's dope. I'm jealous I didn't come up with that one. I'm a hate. Facts. Absolutely. That is funny. But see, here's the thing though. Most of you are not going to interact with AI on a historical level in the way that I can, because I know things that most of you don't know. Take my word for it. I can put a whole lot of money on that. I don't teach most of what I know, only because I never know when I'm going to get in a debate with somebody who's talking a lot of shit. So I keep my arsenal way, way built out to a place that I know most humans can't go, let alone AI. Okay? So here we go. and most people who know me know that. Okay, people who really know what I'm like, they know how hard I push it. Here we go. The Greeks. Somebody asked, were the Greeks more racist to black people than they were to white people? The Greeks didn't like either ones until they became colonized by the whites. The Greeks ultimately didn't like either one. The early Greeks, the Pelasgians, the Achaeans, the early Greeks, they had more of an affinity with the African world, with the black world. That's why they often depicted as black on their vases. As time progressed, and there was much more amalgamation and incorporation of other people, they became, lighter, right? The miscegenation, miscegenation process, it's a pattern that repeats itself over and over again, right? You get a group of people that are what we call racially midriff. They're neither black nor white, right? So the Greeks said that white people were stupid. I mean, Aristotle actually said that. Aristotle literally said, the people from that region of the world, they lack brain power. He was talking about white people. So that should tell you something. But he also called black people cowards. So Aristotle said that black people were cowards, and I agree with him. He said black people were cowards, and black Americans. Black people are cowards, and white people are stupid. That's what Aristotle said. Why do I say black people are cowards? Because you allow for these Hellenistic institutions in your community to exist as if it's okay. It is not okay, because then it's reinforced in school after Sunday. You are raising stupid fucking retards. You cannot get any other kind of product. That's why this whole thing has lasted as long as it has lasted. It's why nothing changes, and it's why it works the way it works. But I realize I have to learn how to not be emotional about nothing changing, and I just have to learn to accept it. That's it. Any of the changes that I need to see, I just have to look for them in my own personal life. That is the best I can do, because trying to look for it or trying to bring it to people who aren't asking for it, right? If you want to show love, I appreciate you, Music Lamar. Please, the Cash App is at the top of the YouTube chat. That is where I receive my appreciation gratuity, and I appreciate that. The Facts Over Feelings platform with Shakka-Ahmose appreciates you, because YouTube people don't see super chats. So here we go. I'm going to show you this beef that I had with OpenAI, okay? And ChatGPT is way better. Take my word for it, way better. Here we go. I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna come here. Here we go. All right, here we go. Hopefully it'll come up. It should. Yeah, it was a pretty long debate. Here we go. Right. The term Anubis the Baptizer, often appearing as Anu the Baptizer, is a controversial modern concept that links the ancient Egyptian god Anubis to the biblical figure of John the Baptist. While popular in some 21st century myth theory circles, listen to this, because this is what Christian pastors like Eric Mason and Vince Bantu and Eric Gay Jr., all of these guys will tell you, they'll say this, that it's a popular 21st century myth theory that Anubis was considered a baptizer. It's not found in ancient Egyptian records. And so they'll lead you to people like Gerald Massey and D.M. Murdoch. And I'm like, no, see, let me see. Hold on 1 second. I don't know how much of it saved. The term I knew was baptized. Oh, it didn't. Hold on. Something went wrong. See, sometimes I break it. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. If I knew the baptizer. Here we go. Let's see. It might not show you. I'll probably, sometimes I will shut the whole thing down. I will make AI have a nervous breakdown. Here we go. Okay, so that's all it's going to give me then. Damn. That is cold-blooded. Hold on 1 second. All right. I gave it all of that. Yeah, I kind of went too hard on it. Sometimes I do that. Like, because I could be kind of violent when it comes to knowledge. So, all right, so it's not going to give it. This is a wasted exercise. Let's get back to the, what you call it. Here we go. So we're still in the right place. Let's go. So yeah, you're dealing with Hellenism. Yes. Is the Bible Hellenistic literature? Yes, the Bible, especially the New Testament, parts of the Old Testament, Hebrew Bible, Septuagint, is deeply intertwined with Hellenistic culture, emerged from or being shaped by Greek ideas, language, and literary forms after Alexander the Great conquest. So this is the stuff that you're worshiping in. It's a blend of Jewish tradition and Hellenistic thought. Why are you teaching your children to think like Hellenists? What is wrong with you? You think that, why? Because you want to fit in with white people? What is wrong with you? Why would you take Jamal Bryant seriously when this is what he's putting in your head? Or Kirk Franklin or whoever, or TD Fake or any of these people? Even the nameless ones. Juanita Bynum, I don't even know who the modern pastors are anymore. You got some popular young black guy in Atlanta who all the kids love. He's a Hellenist. They're all Hellenistic cults. Excluding the spirit. This is a statement. Oh no, this is the conclusion from ChatGPT. In excluding the spurious letter to Philocrates. Most of you don't know about that letter. The weight of internal structure, linguistic dependency, and Hellenistic source alignment establishes the Septuagint, Greek primacy, over any presumed earlier Hebrew Pentateuch. Did you hear that? I'll read it again because I know that you don't understand what I just read. Barring the spurious letter to Philocrates, also known as letter to Aristeas, the weight of internal structure, linguistic dependency, and Hellenistic source alignment establishes the Septuagint. In other words, the Bible that Jesus read from. Right? Or don't even just call it the Greek book. It establishes the Greek book over any presumed earlier Hebrew Pentateuch, meaning that the Hebrew writing came after the Greek. They mark it and promote it to you as if theirs came first. The Pentateuch was conceived and authored within a Greek literate Alexandrian milieu, then translated or adopted into Hebrew, not vice versa. So let's get back to the average dumb black woman, because I got to use that language so you can understand what I'm saying. I know it's offensive, but I have to use that language. Because see, y'all don't be in them, I don't know, maybe you do, but y'all don't be in them, can't see anything. The screen is black. Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I wasn't sharing. No problem. Here we go. Should have knocked on my wall. On my closed door. Here we go. All right. Let me show y'all. Here we go. Excluding the spurious letter to Philocrates, the weight of internal structure, linguistic dependency, and Hellenistic source alignment establishes the Septuagint Greek primacy over any presumed earlier Hebrew Pentateuch. So when they tell you, because the dumb, I got to say this because if I don't, I'm going to be lying to you. Dumb black niggas, sorry, dumb black niggas will tell you that this was in the Old Testament is Hebrew first, and then it's the Greek in the New Testament. This is what they tell you because they're stupid. There's really no other way to say it. You have to be honest. You cannot teach by trying to be politically correct and being like, you have to just tell the truth and then let the cards fall where they may. All right? The Pentateuch was conceived and authored within a Greek literate Alexandrian milieu. Then it was translated or adopted into Hebrew, not vice versa. Berosus in Genesis, Menito in Exodus, Plato in the Hebrew Bible, one of the dopest books ever written. Judaism and Hellenism, excellent text, Hengel. And Marcos is the Septuagint in context, great book. So you got sources here, people. Scholarship, not scholar shit. Septuagint verdict, Septuagint primacy. The Pentateuch as a textual phenomenon emerged within the Septuagintal process, not before it. That means the very first Hebrew Bible was not before the Septuagint, was not before the Greek version. It came into being during the process of creating the Greek version. But the Greek version is what instructs and informs. And without the Septuagint, there would be no Pentateuch. The opposite cannot be said. You cannot say without the Pentateuch, there would be no Septuagint. That's the story that they tell you. That's where you get the whole letter of Aristeas and letter to Philocrates. That's why it said excluding the spurious letter to Philocrates. Why is it spurious? Because it is pseudepigrapha. Ask the average black woman, if you want to know, this is what I do to see your IQ as a black woman, straight up and down. I ask questions. I be like, baby, you fine. What are your thoughts on pseudepigrapha? On what? Had nothing to do with a flashy car. Had nothing to do with a bank account. Had nothing to do with, I don't know. What I did. Yeah, I'm just being honest, man. We have to live with these people. We have to take them seriously and be respectful for them, but they don't even respect themselves. And they damn sure don't respect you. They don't even respect their own children. So because you decided not to educate yourself, because you decided not to study text in their primary languages, right? In the Hebrew, in the Greek, so that you can at least look at the syntactical lineage to see where these terms actually come from. Just because it's in the Hebrew lexicon doesn't mean that that's where it was born. There's things called calques, right? Every language has a calque or has calques, plural. Hebrew is replete with calques, like Arabic. Arabic, especially literary Arabic is all Syriac. The third form of Aramaic. That's all literary Arabic is. That's why when you read the Quran, all you're looking at is Syriac Christianity. That's all you're looking at. That's all you're looking at. Mesopotamian Syriac Christianity, which you think is so different. No, what did they call God in Syriac Mesopotamian Christianity? Allah. In fact, God was Allah in Christianity before he was Allah in Islam. But if you're historically illiterate, and trust me, black women are scarily historically illiterate. Scary-fuckingly. I know because I talk to them. And it's when you sit there, you just look at them and you size them up, and you just like, your mind cannot slow down enough to understand what needs to be understood. Her mind is all over the place. I got to get this done. I got to get this done. Everything is more important except knowing what is what is. Now, to some degree, that's a legitimate phenomenon because it's the man that's supposed to protect and survive and provide. Part of protecting is being historically literate. Why? Because if you're protecting and providing, protecting doesn't just mean having a gun and standing there and protecting the house. Protecting means arming your mind and your thought so that you can lead your family, right? You can lead them by way of good decisions, informed decision, insight. So if you're not developing insight and you're not accruing to yourself all of the insight that is required for you to lead to the best of your ability, then your protection value is going to be really down here. You can have all the money in the world and she's still butt naked. Then your family's still vulnerable because you don't understand cycles and how things repeat. So you don't even see the catastrophe waiting for you. Yeah. I've seen it over and over. I stopped telling people. I jumped off the stupid train a long time ago. I don't tell people anymore, right? If I see you falling apart, I hold your hand, I give you a little bit of advice, and I keep it moving. That's it. So let's get back. That's why I had this. I knew I had this out for a reason. I could time myself. Anytime I'm explaining it, I'm gonna time myself. Here we go. Right. So if I decide to explain something, no more than 2 minutes. That's it. Okay. So from now on, when I stop the when I take it off the screen, off the PowerPoint, if I start explaining something, I'm gonna give myself a 2-minute time limit so I can jump back on. Cool. All right. So I mean, yeah, it's hard. And here's the thing: I might call them dumb niggas, but I gotta tell you the truth. I still love them because it's us. I'm one of them. See, I'm not like these other people who think, oh, because I know. So no. I am one of them. Those are my people, and I love the shit out of them. I do. That's why I take this personal. I take it personal because you're screwing over people that I love. Who else was with us when we was growing up? It was them. Who made sure that we ate and that we were fed and that we were dressed and that we were safe at home? It was them quote unquote dumb niggas. So I don't look down on them. I call them that because that's what they were made. They were born into. They don't know it. Yeah, look, a dumb nigga is a real thing. And they don't all express that dumbness or that niggerness the same way. One person might express it in a violent way and end up killing a lot of people and go to jail. Another person might express it in another way by just his whole life, he's just been a foreman on the job and can't think of outside of his job. He can't even think in another language. He can't entertain, very deep insight. Or maybe he can, because I don't put anything past anyone. I've heard people who would traditionally be considered to be dumb or stupid say the most profound shit. I have. If you were listening, I've heard people who are supposed to be stupid say some shit that made me go, wow. Like, that was deep. And the reason that I say that is because if you really believe in God, you have to know that if you know God, forget believe, you let them idiots believe in God. If you know God, you know that God is in everyone. And if God is in everyone, irrespective and irregardless of their education, you have to know that they are they are what's the word I'm looking for? Brilliance is in them. It might not be expressed as articulately and as textually and as scientifically, right? Or as or scholastically. It might not be expressed that way. Right? You could be talking about somebody like they like showing them bushmen in Africa on Facebook. I love those videos, right? They way out in the bush eating the baboons and all of that. I've heard them brothers say some stuff that's really deep on a cosmological level. Deep. No formal schooling. You have to acknowledge the fact that that's right, Kalanji. You have to acknowledge the fact that I can't co-sign that. Let's see. Let's just get back to it. I was supposed to time myself. I didn't time myself. But I remembered to get back to it. That's what matters. Forget everything else. Let's get back to it. Come on. Here we go. Here we gonna work. My window where it is. Yep. My window where it's supposed to be. Let's go. The Pentateuch as a textual phenomenon emerged within the Septuagintal process, not before it. Analytical synthesis criteria: Septuagint primacy, Pentateuch primacy, Gomurkin's verdict. So they use the Gomurkin's work as the criteria here, or as a benchmark, which I don't have a problem with. I don't, and you have some scholars that are going to beef against it, but for the most part, just because you beef against something doesn't mean you refuted it. So I respect Gomurkin's work, so I have no problem with the fact that ChatGPT chose to use Gomurkin's work as the benchmark. Textual genesis, Septuagint primacy, Greek composition precedes the Hebrew recension. Pentateuch primacy, the Hebrew text precedes the Greek translation. Gomurkin's verdict, the Greek text came first, not the Hebrew. Cultural matrix, the Greek was born in the Alexandrian philosophical synthesis. The Hebrew, or the Pentateuch, right, which is actually Greek itself, the Mosaic National Archive, pre-exilic myth. So I always try to tell everybody, when people talk about, they have the first temple period in Judaism, the second temple period in Judaism, they're before exile, after exile. The reason why it's called a pre-exilic myth is because all of these are myths that you're hearing when you're talking about the founding of a nation. Why did they use a myth to determine the founding of a nation? Because they got that from Greek practice. It was common practice in the ancient world period, but particularly from the Greeks. Why? Because Kemet did it. Right? Gomurkin's verdict, Greek Alexandrian authorship. All right? So the Alexandrian authorship beats out the Mosaic National Archive, the pre-exilic myth. Because that's what the Bible is, right? It's supposed to be a Mosaic National Archive, right? Evidence-based. Hellenistic intellectual sources, Plato, Berosus, Manetho, or historical. Pentateuch primacy. Absent external corroboration. There's no evidence for that, for the crappy stuff you believe about this book. Okay? And in order to find out the history of it, you got to read these guys: Plato, Berosus, and Manetho. Because they tell you about the authors of this book. So why is it when Christian apologists want to speak about historians, they always want to talk about Tacitus, they always want to talk about Suetonius, right? Pliny the Younger, right? They want to talk about or Josephus. Well, why don't they talk about Plato, Berosus, and Manetho and what they said? I think I know why. right? Gemerken's corpus demonstrates that the Pentateuch is not an Iron Age compilation, which matters, but a 3rd century BCE Alexandrian construct. That is the origin of your Bible, people, all right? Composed by Judean scholars conversant with Greek historiography, Herodotus, Hecataeus, Berosus, Manetho, and Platonic constitutional theory. This is why the Bible acts as a constitution for so-called Jews, right? Because they get it from Plato, right? Each book reflects a distinct phase of Greek philosophical synthesis applied to Israelite mythic material, resulting in a Hellenistic scripture masquerading as ancient revelation. This is what you are teaching your children to base their reality on. Do you know how dangerous that is in a world where your analytical faculties is what keeps you alive? You're taking fairy tales that you don't understand. They're complex fairy tales. They're complex fairy tales, but they're fairy tales nonetheless. And you're using these fairy tales to try to approach reality. You might as well put your child in a car, give them the keys and blindfold them and tell them to drive. And then berate them for not showing up where they were supposed to show up. What I'm trying to understand, and the black people that I'm looking for, that I want to commiserate with, are black people who say, Shakka, we hear you and we see what you're saying. Let's link up on Sunday, or let's link up on Wednesday on a Zoom meeting so we can determine how to create the change from inside the churches. How do you get the pastors or the teachers to tell, because those people, those human resources that are in the audience, they have the majority of our people. Remember, you're going to get touched by them, whether religiously or culturally. You're already stuck in it culturally. You ain't got no choice. If you're part of the black community, you're in it. And don't be from the South. Oh my God, do not be a black woman from the South. Woo! And you talk about whole families, that's generations gone. Intellectually, generations gone. Gone. Before they even get off the ground, they pay all that money for them weddings, all that money for them honeymoons, all that money for the cars, the house, the good life. They pay all that money, and intellectually impoverished. Yep. And my thing is, you okay with it? That's the part I don't get. I just don't get it. Maybe it's because I was born when Martin Luther King was still alive, 2 years after Malcolm X was killed. Maybe because I sat in the room with Malcolm X's wife. Maybe because I was exposed to certain people, Dr. Clark, and maybe I care at a time when caring is no longer viable. Because I think I dropped it. I think because it might have some guy drive from talking. Well, I got some stuff coming up in this presentation gonna mess your head up. But we got to go through each one of these pieces so that anybody who's coming behind, it's like we leaving breadcrumbs. I'm leaving breadcrumbs. I'm like, look, come on. You want to know what it is? I'm going to show you what it is. The black church is screwing us over on a level that is existential. Do you know what that means? Existential? It affects our very existence. That's what makes this more urgent than anything dealing with ICE or elections or any of that shit. Let me ask you a question. How the fuck do you think you can solve today's problems or tomorrow's problems when you have yet to still solve yesterday's problems? Explain that. Hold on one second. You already know what that is. Yeah, you already know what that is. What was that? That's my question to all you black podcasters. Because all y'all are there for entertainment anyway and attention. But how do you expect to solve today's problems or tomorrow's problems when yesterday's problems is still kicking your ass? Explain that one to me. I'm going to wait. Because if I ever said anything that was deep, that was probably one of the deepest things I've ever said. That was probably one of the deepest things I ever had to say. That's some real shit. You got all these, especially all these young black females online. They want to give you all of the solutions. Oh, well, hold on a second. My back. Right. They want to give you, right? Or I was working out earlier and my sides are kind of like on fire. But I know it looks crazy. I'm just trying to stretch. Woof. Them weights are heavy. I use pretty heavy weight. The point I'm making is I'm stuck there right now because that was probably the deepest question I ever asked anybody. How are you trying to solve today's problems? MAGA, ICE, because you know how black people do. Whatever white people tell you is the news, that's the news. Whatever white people tell you is what's important that you need to go on right now, that's what you're talking about. Black people cannot think for themselves. They don't even know how to be like, okay. There's a lot of Asian Americans. How many Asian Americans do you see on social media up in arms about some shit white people said or even doing? I'll wait. There's a lot of Asian Americans. You don't even see that many Hispanic people talking about ICE on social media. You don't. You might, one or two will pop up here and there, but it ain't a whole slew with them. Black people? Oh my God. Oh my God. Woo. I get a headache just thinking about it. Exactly. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Very much so. All right. So watch. Let's do it. I forgot to time myself. Here we go. Let's do it. Here we go. All right. Back on. Let's get up to it. I'll read this again. Gomurkan's corpus demonstrates that the Pentateuch is not an Iron Age compilation, but a 3rd century BC Alexandrian construct, composed by Judean scholars conversant with Greek historiography, Herodotus, Hecataeus, Berosus, and Manetho, and Platonic constitutional theory. Each book reflects a distinct phase of Greek philosophical synthesis applied to Israelite mythic material, resulting in a Hellenistic scripture masquerading as an ancient revelation. That's what it is. That's what this is. That's what this is. It is Hellenistic scripture masquerading as ancient revelation. That's what it is. And this is its citadel. This is Hogwarts. Maybe you can understand that language. This is Hogwarts. And this is their magic book of spells. This is Hogwarts. This is their magic book of spells. Oh, and in one of my upcoming presentations, you're going to see that this really is Hogwarts. Hold on one second. I hit a button by accident. You know me. Oh, come on. Here we go. How the heck did I get there? I must have hit something. Sorry, people. Okay. No. All right, here we go. Current page. All right. As a matter of fact, let me do that. I'm going to put on some gospel music just to remind me of why I'm doing this. Because I'm killing Trey songs over here. All right. 2020 riot, people. Let me see. What am I looking for? Oh, right. Here we go. Yes. All right. Cool. Yeah. All right. Technical distinction, contextual usage, usage in American scholarship, the Pentateuch, analytical label. What is the Pentateuch? The analytical label for the 5-volume literary work modeled on Greek historiography and Platonic constitutional writing, written in Greek literate Alexandria, 3rd century BCE. Emphasis, historical literary category. That is the Pentateuch. Dealing with composition, authorship, and genre. The Torah. See, the lie they tell you is that, oh, well, the Jews in Egypt called it the Pentateuch. They say the Jews in Egypt called the Torah the Pentateuch. That's a lie, because there was a Pentateuch there when there was no Torah. Later theological reception of the Pentateuch. Listen. Later theological reception of the Pentateuch, the same text, as divinely revealed law. The canonical identity it holds within Judaism. And what is its emphasis? Doctrinal, religious category. What? Its main thing? What? Authority and revelation. This is what you got black people wrapped up in, psychologically, educationally, vocationally, familially. People, this is some scary shit. If you know what I know, this is scary. You live in a Hellenistic zombie community. And they think they walk around like zombies. They think there's some white people somewhere holding them down. No, you haven't even fixed a problem from yesterday, and you're trying to solve today's problem. That's, man. All right, let me put it in a way you can understand. Let me put it in a way you can understand. Time myself. I'm going to remember this time. Oh, shit. No, I don't want that much time. I don't want 20 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes. Right? Here we go. Come on. No, stop. Oh, come on. Ooh, 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 ooh. Here we go. Cool. Cancel. Here we go. All right. Yes. 2 minutes. That's all I want. Absolutely. 5 minutes. Okay. The 5 books, Penta, yes. Knowledge power. Ain't no black power without knowledge. Knowledge power. How do I say this? What was the thing that I looked at? Oh, darn it. I was going to say something. I can't even remember what I was about to say. Oh, we talk about solving today's problems and tomorrow's problems, but you haven't solved yesterday's problems. This is something the white man has over you. Let me show you why. If I tie your hands up behind your back and I put you in the back seat of a car, police car, any other, whatever kind of car, right? Could be a van for all I know. I'll put you in the back. Because in the back, you're really kind of confined. If I put you back there and I tie your hands up behind your back, your feet are tied and your hands are tied, and I put you in that car, and I send that car over the cliff, right? Say that car lands in the water. I don't know, it might land on the ground, but let's say it lands in the water. Before you can open that door, what's the first thing you got to do? 2 minutes went by fast. Before you can open that door, what is the first thing you got to do? Before you can get out of that car, what's the first thing you got to do? Where's your priority going? That's if you're going to make it out, because chances are you're probably not going to make it out. But if you got a chance to make it out, the first thing you're going to have to do to really, really, really solve your problem, I'm talking about to really solve it, you first have to determine what needs to be solved first. In what order do I go in? How do I prioritize getting out of this situation? And the first thing you got to prioritize is getting them ropes, getting your hands free. You got to get your hands free. Getting your feet free first ain't gonna do much, because you can only do but so much with your feet. Maybe kick out a window. Maybe. But you'll be a lot more effective if you can get your hands free. And then once your hands are free, you can then determine. First of all, you're going to feel a lot better in the situation because you have more what? Agency. Black people today, if you want to know why nobody respects us, it has nothing to do with, they African and they don't like us, because it's bullshit. They don't respect us because we have no agency. We have no agency because we're trying to solve today's problems and tomorrow's problems without first solving yesterday's problems. It matters. It's like, in my mind, I sometimes think something's wrong with me. I'm like, don't you want to see black children really free? Like, don't you? I mean, maybe I wonder. So that's why sometimes I sit back and I just listen to people talk. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. They don't care. They don't give a fuck. Fuck them. They don't really care. How do I know they don't care? I know that they don't care because if I know and I'm telling you this is what it takes to get free, I can't, because I will keep going on and on and on about the same shit. You done let motherfuckers bamboozle the hood and you got the nerve to call Trump a grifter when you come from a community that is nothing but grifters? You got to be kidding me. Trump ain't got nothing on these black pastors. Nothing. The Pentateuch and the Torah designate the same textual corpus. Listen, because nobody's going to show you this. The Pentateuch and the Torah designate the same textual corpus, but not the same conceptual entity. Pentateuch equals what? Critical historical term for the 5-book Alexandrian composition, 3rd century BCE. Torah equals theological designation, not critical historical term. Theological designation adopted in the post-Hellenistic religious canonization of that text, of this text. So they took this text and they canonized it. They canonized it, gave it religious, right here, religious authority and revelation authority. It didn't start out with religious authority. It didn't start out authoritatively or in terms of revelation. It started out in terms of critical history. It becomes religious and authoritative, or revelatory and authoritative, when it becomes the Torah, the Chumash. In Gomerkin's analysis and in APM usage henceforward, the two are textually identical, but contextually distinct. One is historical literacy, Pentateuch, the other religious doctrinal, Torah. Now you know the distinction between the two because nobody has ever told you or showed you. And we're not even talking about the Septuagint. We're just talking about the Pentateuch and the Torah. Okay? Septuagint primacy versus Pentateuch primacy. Historical frame, both the Pentateuch and the Septuagint, the 70. Remember I said the curse of the 70? This is the source of your curse, 70%. That's why you got so many 70s, because the book that you worship is called the 70. Y'all know what that requires. You already know. I'm just bringing it up. I got to find a way to bring it up from now. Okay? I don't even know if that came across or how you saw it, but look.
But you didn't know that.
That's the book that you worship, what you call the Bible. Initially, it was called the 70, the Septuagint, the 70. Why it's called the 70 is irrelevant. We could talk about that later. The whole letter to Philocrates, letter to Aristaeus, and all this other crap. Philadelphus II, the Hebrew interpreters or translators, and all the 70, those are the crap. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's mythology. Okay? We ain't dealing with mythology right now. We have a problem in the Black community. How do we fix it? Well, my solution is first put the truth out there, put the facts out there, and put people on notice. Look, we got a problem, and we're not just going to walk away. We're not just going to put our tail between our legs and be like, oh, fuck it. We can't do nothing about it. No, as long as you don't try, you will never do anything about it. As long as you don't think it can change, as long as you think that Hellenism is stronger than you, Hellenism is stronger than us, as long as we think Hellenism is stronger than us, our children will continue to be the laughing stocks of the world. That's all I'm going to tell you. And if you're cool with that, and if you like intergenerational poverty, because I'm going to show you how this keeps you poor, okay? For you females who like money, I'm going to show you how this shit is keeping you broke. Here we go. Historical frame. Both the Pentateuch and the Septuagint, the 70, originate within 3rd century BCE Ptolemaic Alexandria, Africa, in Egypt. The decisive question in colonial Egypt, the decisive question in which existed first as a textual entity. The Hebrew source, the Pentateuch, or its Greek manifestation, the Septuagint. If you don't ask the right questions, you ain't gonna get the right answers. Gomerkin's research, 2006 to 2022, situates the composition of the Pentateuch itself within the Hellenistic Greek intellectual milieu, not as a pre-existing Hebrew text later translated. Gomerkin's evidence chain. You got to have a chain of transmission, right? Greek literary dependencies. The Pentateuch structure and legal philosophy derived from Plato's laws and Timaeus. and these are Greek sources, not Hebrew antecedents. Therefore, the composition can only occur after exposure to Greek models. Isn't that what Martin Luther King said? Martin Luther King said it back in the freaking 50s, 1952. And you got a community of dumb niggas that chose to stay poor and broke because they wanted to ignore Martin or tell that lie that Damon Richardson tried to sell you, that Martin said it because he comes out of 19th century Protestant bias and chauvinism against their theology. It's a bunch of bullshit, right? Against biblical theology, right? Within a Greek literate Alexandrian environment. Therefore, the composition could only, your Bible that you love so much, the composition of the Pentateuch could only occur after exposure to Greek models, Plato's Law and Timaeus. That is, within a Greek literate Alexandrian environment or a Hellenistic environment. Absence of pre-Hellenistic Hebrew originals. Now you're in my field now, epigraphy. No epigraphic or manuscript evidence predates the 3rd century BCE. Earliest Hebrew fragments, Dead Sea Scrolls, Pentateuchal material. Dead Sea Scrolls, Pentateuchal material are post-Alexandrian, suggesting back translation or parallel textual transmission. Linguistic phenomena. Oh, come on. All right. Hold on. Here we go. Where are we? Linguistic phenomena. The Hebrew Pentateuch reflects Greek conceptual loan structures. That is cosmological, legal, philosophical terms rendered Semitically. This points to Greek voyage primacy. The Pentateuch may have been conceived in Greek, later rendered into Hebrew for cultic use. That's why I keep telling you, people are members of a cult. This is a cult book. Textual and historical correlates. Gospel compositions themselves are in Koine Greek, with occasional Semitic calques. I told you about calques earlier, indicating Greek linguistic thought world or Hellenism, rather than translation from a lost Aramaic corpus, because they always like to try to tell you all this Aramaic bullshit. The Aramaic words preserved in the text, Talitha kum, Eloi, Eloi, Father, Father, whatever, why have that forsaken me? Lima stop or into your hands, I do, into your hands, I commend my soul or whatever, right? Lima sabachthani appear as quotational insertions, markers of bilingual consciousness, not proof of exclusive Aramaic speech. The immediate evangelistic context, Galilee of the nations, Galilee ton ethnon, Matthew 4:15, implies Greek-speaking pluralism. Given the saturation, the conclusion, given the saturation of Greek civic life in Galilee, because you love to talk about Jesus of Galilee, the bilingualism attested archaeologically and the internal linguistic profile of the Gospels, the most probable primary operational language of the historical Jesus of the biblical narrative was Koine Greek, not Aramaic, with Aramaic as a secondary and contextual or a domestic or ritual language. Verdict. Under strict what did this say? Under strict historical analysis. Under strict historical analysis, your assertion that Greek was Jesus's primary language of discourse is both defensible and textually coherent within the Hellenized Galilean milieu of the 1st century CE. See, you got to be careful of how you let people market to you. People would market fairy tales to you that fit their narrative. Hold on, I got to fix my black balance, right? Because it'll have me looking all red and shit, right? People will market to you that Jesus, they give you the movie version of Jesus, right? Oh, he spoke Hebrew. He spoke Aramaic. And, or his real name was Yeshua and all this other shit. His primary language would have been Greek, not Hebrew, not Aramaic. I know that bothers you. It was Greek. It would have been Greek. Hellenism. He was influenced by Hellenism linguistically. So you worship a Hellenistically influenced God. You worship a Hellenistically influenced deity who was deified for you by the Greeks. And black people wonder why their children show up to school and fail all the way through. And they have no problem with it. That's the part that fucks me up that I can't get past. I cannot get past the fact that black people don't have a problem with watching their kids get fucked up in the brain from day one, from Sunday school all the way to, but they're not going to make it to college. Very few make it to college. They love bragging about all the females that they sent to college. How many of your young men are going to college? How you going to have protect and provide when you're fucking up his brain from day one, 3 years old or 4 years old? Where do you get the protect and the provide from? And you don't even date men who get the kind of jobs that you psychologically prepare them for, which are blue-collar jobs. What do you expect? You want them to get intellectual 7, 8 figures? You want a high-value man, but you only know how to produce a little low-value nigga? That's what you produce. Don't get mad at me. Don't even be mad at Charlie Kirk or Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson or stupid-ass Candace Owens. Don't get mad at these people. Black woman, look in the mirror at yourself. What did you teach your black child about Hellenism? Nothing. Because you wouldn't even teach yourself about it, you selfish bitch. I said it. You're a selfish bitch. You don't care enough to educate yourself well enough so that your children are protected psychologically and intellectually so they can actually compete. Instead, oh shit, I hit my hands. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just like, when I close my eyes, I got to be careful. I start telling you how I really feel about shit. Because I have no fear. I love you. I love black women. I have a love-hate relationship with black women because I know what you're allowing to continue because you benefit from it. Yeah. You don't have to be held accountable. If you don't have to be held accountable, you don't got to fix shit. You don't got to do nothing different. You don't have to change. Change is hard. You want to hear from the same black men on social media who talk about nothing. You know what black women on social media want to talk about? Relationships. You want black men to teach you how to listen. I wouldn't teach you how to listen. You're too stupid to understand what I'm talking about anyway. Why would I teach a black woman how to listen? She's too stupid to understand what I'm talking about. You want me to lie to you? And her position is, I'm not too stupid, I just don't care. Well, if you don't care, then that means you're too stupid you're too stupid to know that you should care. If your children hold on one second, black women want to talk all of this shit. How do you talk all of this shit when it's your children at the bottom? Your children have the lowest reading scores. Your children have the lowest math scores. Your men make the least amount of money. But you think you a queen? You're not a fucking queen. You're a fucking joke. That's what the fuck you are. You're a fucking joke. Shakka, you're telling the truth. Don't do that. They're going to hate you. They're going to turn it off. You're a fucking joke. You're the laughing stock of the world. Go marry the white men so that you could be their sex children, so you can live in a nice house and have it. Because that's all you care about is your own needs. That's it. Your own immediate needs. That's all you care about. That's why I called you a selfish bitch. You think that what I'm talking about is not important. I'm sitting here examining, how do I save your children? How do I save how do I save your children? You want a high value man. Oh my God. I watch all of these podcasts and all of these black people who sit on them and talk are all, every last one of them, all fucking historically illiterate. Can't solve yesterday's problems, but want to tell you how to solve today's problems. This is somebody who could convince you that they can drive the car while their hands are still tied behind their back. And you dumb enough to believe them. And you want me to tell you that you're intelligent. I get tired of pretending. That shit weighs on you. It puts real stress on your neck. Sometimes I just got to let it out. And that's why I don't like to give these presentations. Because I'm just giving you a target to hate, which is me. Okay, I'll take that if it means I got your attention. And I know some people only respond. That's how negative women are anyway. They only respond to toxic shit because they're toxic. So if I insult you and I tell you, oh, you a selfish bitch, you were this, you were that, then you be like, okay, I'll listen. He want to fight? I'm going to make a video about him tomorrow. When I said back in August that black women are the center of the problem in the black community, you know who came to their defense? The same historically illiterate dumb niggas they raise. You will not ever be able to say Shakka-Ahmose did not tell you the truth. You will not ever be able to say that. You call yourself a queen. Watch this. Watch this. How many different types of queens are there? You say, I'm a queen. I heard a black woman say that. They'll say, I'm a queen. What kind of queen are you? Are you a queen regent? A queen consort? Which are you? There's no such thing as just a queen. No such thing, no animal exists, has ever existed. All queens occupy the throne in a particular context. Bitch, do not say you're a queen if you do not know what kind of queen you are. You're a fucking uneducated nothing is what you are. That's it. You're a bag of flesh. That's it. You're a bag of flesh. Who wants to get on social media and show your ass and your tits and all this? Don't worry, I'm watching. I'm looking because it look good. No, look. It is what it is. It look real good. Don't stop, okay? But get the other part. I'm a queen. What kind of queen are you? I heard a black woman say that the other day to a brother who was trying to teach her something. He said, "What?" He said, "What did he say?" I think he said, "What makes a queen a queen?" Or what? He said, "What makes a woman a woman?" And she said, "I'm a queen." I was so glad that he checked her, but he didn't check her the right way. Because I would have asked her in front of everybody. I said, "You a queen? What kind of queen are you?" And she would have been like, "Oh, I'm a power." No. What kind of queen are you? Are you a queen regent? Are you a queen consort? What kind of queen are you? Because you said you were queen. What kind of queen are you? I just want to know. What kind of queen are you? Because I got a whole presentation on that. What kind of queen are you? Because nobody has ever educated you about being a queen. You think having a Gucci bag and going on vacation in Dubai and swimming around the pool holding a drink with an umbrella or suntan, that's what makes you a queen? Because you driving around and seeing nice scenery, or you in some high rise, that makes you a queen? To me, you're a fucking joke. Gus, to me, and you're a fucking joke. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm being straight with you. Your children are out here dying. Your children are out here growing up like weeds, like nobody gives a fuck about them, and you won't even stop for a fucking week and educate yourself to determine how can we all turn this shit around? Because what it really comes down to is you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about them black kids in the group homes. You don't give a fuck about them black kids in the juvenile halls. You don't give a fuck about them black kids in the schools. You don't give a fuck about them, but you don't give a fuck about the black kids in your own home. You think as long as her hair look good and she got nice pajamas in a nice room, as long as you got a trust fund in the bank account, you think she's good. Your children don't live on an island. The good ones will always be killed by the bad ones. Remember, when it comes to crime, when it comes to same race violence, it's always people within your own community that will kill you. So if you are not trying to elevate the whole community, that's why I said it's all or none. It's all or none. Because if you only try to raise one, right? I mean, let me give you a perfect example. And I don't mean any disrespect to the Combs family. They've been through enough shit. I can just only use this as an example. Look at all of the money that Sean Combs has or had, whatever. Or look at all the money he achieved. Look at how his sons behave. The one that looks like him. Like he's a street thug. Do you remember the movie The Godfather? I'm surprised Puffy didn't follow suit. Do you remember the movie The Godfather? The youngest son, Michael. What did his father tell him? No. You don't have nothing to do with any of this. You go, you become a lawyer. That's what you're going to do. You're going to become a lawyer because he was supposed to take over from the other lawyer that they had, who they had adopted into the family. Because it's all about going legit. Look at Diddy's, I don't know his name. I don't know if it's Sean Combs Jr. I don't know his son's name. And it bothers me so much when I see him because he has so much potential to do so much good and to really, really do a lot of good. And when I look at a lot of the children of these black celebrities with money, to me, it's what I know. They're part of the nothing community. These people don't give a shit about black people. They don't give a damn about black people, about making a difference. But we worship them as if there's somebody that. My thing is, I don't wish no ill will on none of them. I really don't, because I'm not a hater. I like to see us do well. But I say I want to see us do well. Not individual families that. And the worst part is, look at this. Let me show you how stupid black people are. The worst part is, all of these rich, wealthy black families that you see in the celebrity world, they're not even smart enough to link up as a real force. I bet you the Italians do. I know the Jewish ones do. They don't link up. Them families, you don't get power families linking up. Ego. Ego. Nas, you cultural. Nas is cultural. He got a lot of money. Nas got a lot of money. Nas, how you said did Nas say he would open up the gates and take him from Attica to Africa or some shit like that? You remember the song of I Rule the World? All that black stuff he was talking, right? Nas, what are you doing to move the needle in the black community? Alcohol? We don't need alcohol. Trust me, we don't need alcohol. I just want to know, what are you doing? I'm just talking to all these black folks with money. Well, what are you doing? We don't need no more. No disrespect to 50 Power and whatever these TV shows are about. Snow, I think, I don't know. And Mr. Tyler Perry. I would love to see my black people, and they love talking about Black Wall Street. You're not even built like Black Wall Street. That's some deep shit. All these Negroes love to talk about Black Wall Street. You're not built like Black Wall Street. Get the fuck out of here. You're not built like that. Black Wall Street was a threat big enough to bomb it. Y'all not big enough to bomb. Apparently, that's how you know when somebody's a threat. Ain't nobody fucking with you. They ain't worried about you. They ain't worried about Kevin Hart. The fuck is Kevin Hart going to do to move the needle for black people? The fuck? Kevin Hart said the Egyptians was black. Egypt said, boo. Kevin Hart, you ain't heard him say shit since then. He went right back to making jokes. They canceled his show. He shut the fuck up. He went. I told you that's why I don't get impressed when they make these memes of black celebrities dressed up as pharaohs and their queens. They just did Jonathan Majors and his woman. I forgot her name. I always liked her too, to be honest. I think what's Jonathan Majors' woman's name? The one who he's with now, the one that used to be married to the pastor. What is it? What's her name? I'm trying to think. What's her name? Somebody put her name in the chat. Jonathan Majors' woman. Cause I always thought she was. I just always thought, even when she married, even when she got the fake breast and Megan Good, even when she married the pastor and had the fake breast both at the same time. This is like, okay, so. Oh, what's her name? 𝓈𝓤. Wasn't she married to a pastor too? Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. I be tripping when these black females be marrying these pastors. Hold on. Let me see. 𝓈𝓤 was married to a pastor. Let me see. You know me. I go after everybody. Oh, she was not? Okay. I thought she was married to a pastor. Oh, right. Okay, she was married to the premier of Turks and Caicos. That I know, right? But ultimately, unconfirmed relationship with Bishop. Oh, long term. Oh, Bishop Noel Jones. I knew it was with some a prominent pastor. Yeah, ultimately unconfirmed relationship with Bishop Noel Jones. Right. Though Jones and Mayte, they were just close friends. Oh, okay, whatever. But I just thought it was a pastor relationship. But so. I just saw a picture of 𝓈𝓤. I don't know if y'all remember 𝓈𝓤, but I just saw a picture of her crying from being baptized. Baptized in what? What are you being baptized in? You don't know what you're being baptized. You're being baptized into Hellenism. And you're okay. You think Hellenism is going to save your soul. Hellenism is going to get you to heaven. For real? Oh my God. You cannot. You ever see somebody look at somebody and say, oh, they're so fucking stupid. They're adorable. That's black people. You worship Hellenism, and you think that's going to get you. See my clock? That's what time it is. 2:22. That means I'm in alignment. That's what that means, people. I'm in alignment. Okay? I'm in alignment. And there were two other 2:22s there. It was 2:22 and 22 seconds. Yeah. God got me. He got me back from somebody, probably for teasing Lisa. What y'all don't realize is I'm drinking hot cocoa, but it got cayenne pepper in it. And when you swallow, when it goes down the wrong pipe, that cayenne pepper be like, boom, in your, all of this be lit up. I just got lit up. That was on behalf of, that was for me talking shit about 𝓈𓔌𓏆. I think God likes her. So, you know who I would love to have this discussion with? People don't admit it. Believe it or not, black women respect Vivica Fox. I think so. I would love to have a live discussion with Vivica Fox and 𝓈𔜷🏆about all of this religious bullshit that's going on in the black community. I need some high-profile black females. Invite me onto your podcast so we can have a serious discussion about religion in the black community. This Jesus thing, this church thing, and this pastors. I won't charge you nothing, right? I will come on your podcast and we can do something to change this situation, because this situation is showing up in your children's report cards. And I know you don't understand that that's what it is. It's because you don't have the historical what's the word I'm looking for? You don't have the historical lenses with which to see the size of this monster that has our community hostage and strapped down. You think it's everything else. It's not. It's the black church pumping Hellenism through our veins. You can't escape that with money. All you can do is become a rich version of that. That's what you want to be? You want to be a rich Hellenistic motherfucker? Really? That's your goal in life? I don't want to be that. If I get to be rich, let it be me as a rich, true black man. True black man. A true black man, above everything else, knows who he is. You can't tell me that you know who you are as a black man and you worshiping in Hellenism. That tells me you don't know who you are. It's real simple. It's the same way that heterosexual men, at least to the best of my knowledge, they don't hang out in gay and homosexual bars. Black men do not hang out, straight black men do not hang out in homosexual bars. Now, when I did hang out in homosexual bars, it was female homosexuals, lesbians, because I was dating a celebrity who happened to hang out with that crowd. And I was the only man in an entire club full of nothing but women all the time. And I loved it. And I got very special treatment. I can't tell you what kind of treatment I got because it's none of your business. Just think adult, right? I know I shouldn't have put that in there, but you know, I got a wild ass background. It's just what it is, right? Yeah. I was dating a young lady on Motown Records, and that's the crew she ran with. So New York has some very special places where they like to convene at. And, you know, that's what I learned early. I had to learn, like, you learn early on, everybody that presents themselves a certain way, don't believe everything you see. A lot of that shit is political. People move in certain circles just to, like, navigate and I think to succeed. Yeah. They don't really be with that shit. You know? Because my thing is this, baby girl, if you like that, why are you fucking with me? And I've had too many females from that community fuck with me. And that's what I learned early on. It's not that they're just very picky about their men. That's all. They're just very, very picky about who they let get that. That's it. Which made me feel good. I was like, oh, okay. I'm one of them dudes. All right, cool. Not a problem. You know, I'll take it. I like the idea. Let me get a little personal here. At different times in my life, I had different policies for dating. All right. There was a time I would only date you if you were married. There was a time, in order for me to date you, you could not be from certain cities. Right. Shakka-Khan. I don't know about that, right? But there was a time when I would only date women who interacted with other women in that way. Why? Because I enjoyed the idea that they were not overly polluted by men. It's common sense. Yeah, and with heterosexual females, they going from guy to guy to guy to guy to guy. The fuck I want that for? Like every dude in the build, every dude in the school done smashed it, or at least her, she's rocking mostly with females. So if I'm given the privilege of being that dude, and these are some fine ass women. Oh my God, these are extremely, extremely picky women, very picky, because they couldn't. I don't know. Maybe they just couldn't be with just any dude. So, like I said, when you manage nightclubs, as long as I managed nightclubs in New York City, or was a supervisor in one, or was just doing security or bouncing or bodyguarding, whatever, I did that for years. All of that, all of the above, not just in one of them. I worked at all of those capacities for years. So, and at the time, I was a big ass muscular bodybuilder. Yes, I was that dude. Yes, you know. And there's a lot of people that will attest to that. Well, I keep pictures and videos, right? So you got to document your life so you can enjoy it in your posterity, in your older years. So I know people gonna get mad that I'm even bringing this up. I should not be bringing some of this stuff up, but I'm just kind of giving my brain a little break before I get back in this thing. So I appreciate that. Very much so. Yeah, salute to you. So I was saying earlier about real black men knowing who they are. The same way heterosexual men are not going to hang out in homosexual bars, right? Unless it's a female homosexual bar, right? I ain't got no problem with it. I love women. I don't care if you that way or that way. If you a woman, you a woman. That's it. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. I'm good. So, oh yeah, she did, huh? Yeah, she thought all of that political power and the millions that she got, she thought that was going right? So I can hear somebody now saying, Shakka said he hung out in homosexual bars. Well, you're gonna tell them I was talking about women, right? If you're gonna tell that story, if you're gonna repeat that, make sure you tell them I was talking about women, not men. No. Hold on 1 second. How come I'm not seeing no comments? Let me see. Somebody put a comment in the comment section so I can see that you're still active. We're going on 3 hours. Somebody just put active in the comment section because I ain't seeing nothing from nobody. Let's go. Just put active. What the fuck is going on? Ain't nobody putting no comments in here? Can you hear me? I'll wait until I see active, the word active, and then I'll move forward because I got to make sure nothing's wrong. Thank you. Oh, gosh, Ronnie, somebody's listening. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure you're still with me. So, I brought that up because I was saying is the same way heterosexual men are not going to hang out in a homosexual bar or a male homosexual bar. A black man who knows who he is not going to worship a Hellenistically influenced God. How could you do that and say you love God or say you respect God or even call yourself an educated person? How could you? That's inconsistent. It's incongruent. What it tells me is you don't know history. You don't know what you're worshiping. You might as well worship Roman gods. What's the difference? You might as well worship Roman gods. How many black men do you meet worship Mars or worship Mercury or worship Minerva? If you meet a black guy, he tells you he worships Minerva. You good with that? I'm just saying, it's cool. Maybe you ain't got no problem with it. Maybe you don't care as long as his bank accounts are right. I don't know. I need a bit more substance. If I'm meeting somebody and I'm talking to you and I'm getting to know you, part of part of being successful in life is knowing how to navigate around stupid people. You understand what I'm saying? I appreciate you. I love you right back. That's everything. I genuinely mean that. That really means a lot to me. That's why I take those shots. You know what I'm saying? Mic check. Hey, hopefully you can hear me, right? But I really, Father Nancy, I appreciate that. But James, I really appreciate that very much. So I really do. That is very thoughtful. Guys, just to let you know, if you want to show your appreciation and support the platform before we get back, the Cash App is at the top of the YouTube chat. Please feel free to visit it and make your presence known, right? To inspire me to keep on coming back. Cool. So here we go. So that's why this Hellenism thing is important, because you got black people that are literally sleepwalking. The black community as a whole is sleepwalking. Okay? It's like the Walking Dead. I think that was the name of the TV show. The Walking Dead. That is the black community. They think that singing in church on Sunday, they actually believe that they're singing to God. They're singing to a Hellenistic God. You think because it sounds good, it make it any less Hellenistic? It's cathartic. It makes you feel good. But it should tell you something if your communities aren't changing. People still getting shot, still getting killed, still addicted to shit, still homeless, we still make the lowest money. How many black women just lost all their jobs? How many black women in the federal workforce lost their jobs? I got one question for you. Where was Jesus? I'll wait. Where was Jesus? You know why that happened? Because what black women don't tell you is that they actually look to white men as the solution to their problems. That's why that was even able to happen to begin with. Oh, hold on one second. You know what that requires, right? You know what that requires? Hold on. Here it comes. Black women actually look to white men as a solution to their problems. Yes. That's why so many of them occupied federal positions. Yeah. Yeah. You don't think black women look to white men as a solution to their problems? Look, Janet Jackson said what she said about Kamala Harris when Kamala was running, talking about, isn't her mother Indian? Well, is the father of your child black? Janet? Arab don't count. Essentially, Arabs are white people. Essentially. They're just older whites, ancient whites. That's all. Indo-Eurasians, Indo-Europeans mixed. Yeah. That's it. That's all they are. It's not Near Eastern and Middle East. They're all fake names. Because essentially and ultimately, just look at the DNA. Look at the haplogroups. They're 75% European. Just like we're 75% or 80% African, they're 75% European. So when you look at the you look at the father of Janet Jackson's child, that's why her little boy looks the way he looks. He don't look like she had a baby with Wesley Snipes. Her son doesn't look like she had a baby with or had a child with Michael Jordan or Mike Tyson or even Tupac or Tyrese. No. She looked like she had a DeBarge One of the debauches. Okay. Shout out to James. I love Janet. So I love Janet, and truthfully speaking, and I respect her. It's just the truth of the matter. I do. There's some people who you just love. You like, fuck it. they went left when they should have been right, but I love them anyway. I don't care. Janet, for me, is one of those people. Sorry, she is. But if she's as real as I would like to believe she is, and if she's as dope as I like to think she is, those comments that I just made should be taken for what they're worth. Because I didn't lie on nobody. I always tell people, the only time something should be considered an insult is if somebody lied about you or lied on you. I didn't tell no lie on Janet Jackson or lie about her. She made a comment about Kamala being her father's not black or something like that, right? And I'm like, well, if blackness is the criteria that we're talking about, because that's what I'm talking about here, blackness. If blackness is the criteria, I'm looking at the man who you chose to procreate with. And I know about the whole $1 billion multi, whatever that, I know what that was all about. It was a transaction. I get that. But come on, people. You got to be consistent. And that's the problem with black people. I'm talking about being consistent. We're not consistent. We want to talk black. Right? We want to talk black while doing everything, worshiping Hellenistically. Right? We want to talk black while worshiping Greek. Talk black while worshiping Roman. Talk black while marrying Arab. Talk black while marrying white. That everything, black people are not consistent, especially black Americans. We are not consistent. And Africans too. Ethiopians love them some white folks. Love them some white folks. Love to get them some white boyfriends. Be up in Sweden and Norway and Amsterdam. Can't tell them they're not white. You kidding me? Please. And I got Ethiopian exes too. They bad as fuck. Yeah, your boy been to the party. Okay? Your boy was the party. Your man. I gotta be careful with that term boy. Somebody might get it twisted. I have to hurt their feelings. All right. So let's go here, people. Let's get back. I needed that little break for my brain. Thank you, people. So where are we? Right. So Jesus' language was Greek. Don't come to me with that Aramaic shit or that Hebrew shit. Under strict historical analysis, this is the verdict. Your assertion that Greek was Jesus' primary language of discourse is both defensible and textually coherent within the Hellenized Galilean milieu of the 1st century CE. He would not have been speaking any Hebrew or any Aramaic except for under very strict circumstances and strict conditions. AI overview. What is the percentage of African Americans who know and understand that a 1st century CE Jesus in Palestine would have been influenced by Hellenism? Pew Research and other studies track religious identity, biblical engagement, and literal interpretations among Black Americans, but not their specific knowledge of the historical Jesus cultural context, such as the influence of Hellenism. So that means y'all don't know that Jesus was drunk with Hellenism. Stupid motherfuckers. The influence of Hellenistic Greek culture on early Christianity is in general is widely acknowledged in academic and theological discussions. So that means the people with the degrees and the people who study this shit, they know that he was influenced by Hellenism, but they're not telling you. They want your money, but they won't save your kids from fucking failing. Because they're selling your kids the shit that makes them fail. Oh, you don't really know what's going on. Let me stop. They're selling you, the same people, the academic discussions that AI mentioned and the theological discussions. It is widely acknowledged. That means it's not a secret. Everybody knows that Jesus was influenced by Hellenism, Jesus of the biblical narrative. Under the influence, that's the best way to describe it. He was under the influence of Hellenism. The Bible, under the influence of Hellenism. Get the language right. This is not a religious discussion. This is a historical reality that we are still living the consequences of, because your brain is too small to stretch it far back enough to fit this concept in, so you can now make the necessary adjustments in your family policies and in your community policies so that they no longer reflect this psychological malady. I think I said that right. Yes. When Joyce DeGruy used to talk about post-traumatic slave syndrome, this is the real post-traumatic slave syndrome. It ain't fuck this American shit. No, this is the real post-traumatic slave syndrome nobody wants to talk about. Not important. Look, nobody will not ever be able to say I did not tell you. Nobody will ever not be able, no one will ever be able to say I did not show you. The academic circles and the theological circles widely acknowledge that this is a fact. Why aren't they telling you? At Atlanta, in church on Sunday, why isn't your pastor telling you that you are engaged in Hellenism? Why isn't Killer Mike telling you that you're engaged in Hellenism? T.I. is always around these fucking Christians in the South. Why isn't he telling you that you're all engaged in Hellenism? And I love me. I love T.I. because I just like him as a person. Certain people remind me of family members that I grew up with. Charleston White, T.I. I hate to admit it, Soulja Boy. And then I had cousins that I didn't like. I just didn't like them because I could tell we was cut differently. Like, I ain't gonna tell you, there's one rapper that comes to mind who reminds me of cousins I had that I didn't like. Because very destructive. Right? I come from a very big family. I come from a clan. Not the KKK. I actually come from I come from two very large clans from Louisiana that merged. And I am one of the products of them. Okay? That's all I will tell you. And specifically Baton Rouge. Okay? So if I just showed you the documentation, I'm gonna put my picture here. Hold on, maybe I'm gonna put my image right there, right? Can I do that? Or no, I have to be sharing my screen. I gotta tell you, part of the reason I do this is I love y'all, man. I ain't even fun. I love black people because that's all I grew up around. I don't know. That's not true. I did not grow up only around black people, but of all the people that I did grow up around, the ones that hold my heart are black people. Yes. I love those people who shared my life that are not black. I love them too. And that includes the white ones. Sorry, probably a lot of people probably won't fuck me because of that, right? That's cool. If I showed you a picture of my best friend, like somebody who's like an older brother than me, if you saw how white he was, you would be like, Shakka, I cannot picture you and him being, dude, this is like the closest person in the world to me outside of my. In fact, I stopped talking to him for many years, and I told him this. I stopped talking to him for many years because I felt guilty that I felt closer to him than I did to my own biological brother. I'm Mr. Pro-Black, super da-da-da-da-da. But when I looked up, the person that I actually felt closest to, because he had been more of an older brother than me than my brother. So it's only natural. The person who's there for you, that's who you gonna fuck with. That's who you rely on when you wake up or you're trying to work out shit in your head. And then, let's go have lunch. Let's go talk about it. Let's go work out. What do you need? Blah, blah, blah. Whatever it is. Just somebody who's there for you. And he just happened to be real white, like New England white, Harvard white. Okay? Harvard. I'm talking about Tribeca white. And this is somebody who will always be my older brother. Always. Always. He will always be my older brother. As white as he is, his pasty white ass, I will always love him and respect him as my older brother because that's how he treated me growing up, like his younger brother. Period. And we had nothing in common. I'm from the streets, and he's a very wealthy white man. I met him, just to let you know, however, how would you guys meet? Through my godmother. He had a thing for my godmother, but she wasn't really fucking with him like that. But she made sure that we connected. And when we did, he was missing his younger brother because his younger brother was an investment banker at the time in China, working for the wealthiest family in China. And so because he met me, the older brother in him just kind of kicked in. And so he just took me under the wing. And he from like my I'm almost 16 now. I'm talking like from my very early 20s all the way up through my adulthood. He was just there. You know what I'm saying? My father wasn't there. My older brother wasn't there. It was him. He was the older man in my life. Right? It's part of how I got into physics because of him. Right? Always want to drag somebody. All you do is check out the colleges and the fraternities. Yeah. Right? So I appreciate that. Absolutely. But let me tell you something. This older white guy who I'm telling you about, who's like my older brother, I learned a lot from my relationship with him when I started really, really getting into studying and going back to the family that I was raised in, Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and all of that. When he saw the change in me, I saw his reaction to it, and I won't ever forget it. Yeah. He wanted to challenge me, like really, really challenge me. In fact, one day I'll tell you the story. He didn't just want to challenge me. He wanted to challenge me in front of my son. And I'm like, that's not smart. He wanted to challenge me in front of my son. And he did. It was, but I will always love Simon. I say his name, Simon. Simon will always be my older brother. Always. Always. I remember when we were younger, he used to say to me, I got to make sure somebody takes care of me when I'm an old man. And you know something? That is one white man I would take care of him like he was my own father or he was my own brother. I would. Because when I was coming up and it wasn't nobody there for me and nobody trying to, that's why I relate to Lil Wayne when he talks about that situation. There was some white cop or something that did something to him in his life that meant a lot to him. So it's like when certain things happen in your life, it's like color just ain't got nothing to do with it. In fact, the color part of it might even make it even stand out more. I don't know, because I don't really put that much thought into it like that. He's just somebody who really was an important part of my life and will always be an important part of my life. So Simon, you probably will never see this, but I said it. One day I'll put your picture on the screen, right? Because ain't nobody gonna believe that we as tight, as I say are, I won't say was, This is somebody I used to go camping with, college towns, all this, lived with him and his whole family. The guest room became my room. Everybody, all the women that I dated thought I was rich because of the way I was living, right? I was like, no, I just live here. That's all. But yeah, I've had an interesting life, but that's all I could tell you. So I'm listening. If you want to know, I'm listening to Kiera Sherd right now. Now I'm listening to Moret Brown Clark, An Awesome God. Okay, so let's get back on because I just got way off. Sorry, I know I do that. Sometimes I just get, what's the word? I start reminiscing. I'm at that age, man. You start reminiscing, bro. The memories come, but the memories flood strong. So let's look at it real fast. What was I showing you? I was showing you this, right? Let's look at this, people. Come on. It says right here, the influence of Hellenistic Greek culture on early Christianity in general is widely acknowledged in academic and theological discussions. So why are they not telling you? Yes, it matters. Discussions within African American theology and the Black church tradition often focus on themes of liberation, justice, and an experiential faith in a Black Jesus who understands oppression, which sometimes involves a reduced focus on the historical Jesus in favor of the Jesus of faith. That's a problem, people. You can't supplement this one because this one doesn't disappear. That's always present. So you got a black Jesus. Look, you got a black Jesus under the influence of Hellenism. And this is who and what you worship. You say in the word, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God. So now you're going to quote Greek philosophy, Hellenistic philosophy, not knowing that that's where it came from. That's not where it ultimately came from. Where it ultimately came from was the people of Kemet. But that's another story. You didn't get it from the people of Kemet. You're getting it from the Greeks. You getting some shit you created that got remixed by the Greeks, and you rather take the fake shit. It's like pleather versus leather. You like the pleather, and you wonder why your community ain't shit. It's because you don't want to fuck with the leather. Some African American theologians and scholars discuss the impact. Hear this? Some African American theologians and scholars discuss the impact of Hellenistic thought on the development of Christian doctrine. But this is within academic context, not public opinion surveys of the general population. So basically, these educated Negroes, these theologically educated Negroes in the church, they know about all this Hellenistic shit. They're not telling you. When your child shows up and her report card looks the way it looks, when his report card looks the way it looks, after they've been in church all year long, Sunday school all year long, or Bible story, or whatever the fuck it is that you weirdos in the Bible Belt in the South do, right? Probably in the Midwest and wherever, black folks are fucking weird, right? You want to know why your children are failing, while those people who are part of the tapestry of the religious institution that you subscribe to, you Hellenistic motherfuckers, right? They're discussing it, but they're not including you in the discussion. Why not? Your tithes, you paying somebody, you give them tithes. They can't teach you something? They can't involve you in the discussion? You know why? Because they think you're too stupid. That's not why. They don't involve you in the discussion because it's about authority. That's what that whole Bible is about. It's about authority. I know something you don't know. In fact, Louis C.K. made a joke about it in the Catholic Church about how they don't want you to read out the Bible. They're like, no, we have the homily. We got this. We got this. It was a funny ass joke, Man, let me just. So they talk about it in the theological and black theological and academic circles, but they don't include you in the discussion. My little dumbass got to include you in the discussion to tell you what they're talking about when you're not around. That's what it said. Hold on. Let's see if I'm lying. It said some African American theologians and scholars discuss the impact of Hellenistic thought on the development of Christian doctrine, but this is within academic context, not public opinion surveys of the general population. The consensus among most contemporary biblical scholars is that, all right, so let's talk about the shit. So within this Hellenistic context, and when you want to be on social media quoting quoting Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? The consensus among most contemporary biblical scholars, we're talking about scholars now, the thing your children are not. The consensus among most contemporary biblical scholars is that the 4 canonical gospels were originally written anonymously, and that the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were later affixed to the text in the 2nd century CE. What does that mean? Hold on a second. The first thing that we have to do when you read something like that, when the scholars are telling you that they don't know who wrote this shit, then we have to say, in terms of Hellenism, because you're practicing Hellenism and you're getting your Hellenism from literature and you don't know who wrote this shit, and this is what you are basing your child's reality on, and you wonder why your child can't get good grades, and you're trying to run interference and do everything after the fact to think it's going to work. What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to do? You're reading a book. I should grab my Bible. So I got two of them right there. I'm not getting up. You got. Guys, make sure you hit that Cash App. I don't give a fuck if you put $5 in there. I don't care if you put $10, but you put something in that Cash App. I am not shy. I am a Cash App warrior. You damn right. I got to get a new computer so I can do this AI stuff for the production that I'm working on. It's a lot of shit. And like I said, most of my time is spent studying. It is what it is. Just hit that Cash App. Don't make me come look for you. Call me your master teacher and all this other stuff. You put something in your master teacher's Cash App. Dr. Ben was my master teacher. I would go to Dr. Ben's home. I would cut his hair while he laid in bed. I would shave him while he laid in bed. I would cut his toenails, and I would bring beautiful women to be around him. That's right. Because I know how much he loved beautiful women. That's right. I would hang out with Dr. Ben in his bedroom, a bunch of beautiful women around. I would have them massaging his feet, cutting his hair, cleaning his nails. Because he had something. He was being neglected. And I wanted him to have that because he was my master teacher. He had an impact on my life. I could have been one of these know-nothing nobodies if it wasn't for him. And so I honored that. I honored that by making my presence felt. No matter who liked it or who didn't like it, I made my presence felt and known because he meant that much to me. That man was a fixture in my life from the time I was a child because of my mother. And then when I actually got into his writings as an older person, I understood why my mother respected him so much. That had a very big impact on me. Let me see. Where we at? Oh my God, they don't even understand. That's right. So you're reading a book and you don't know who wrote it. You know, how the fuck? So you telling me, let me get this straight. You telling me that if you come home and you find an anonymous note on your door giving you instructions, are you going to follow those instructions? You don't know who wrote it or where they came from. Are you going to follow those instructions? If an anonymous person gives you directions, are you going to trust those directions? Somebody you don't know? You don't know where them directions came from. Are you going to follow those directions or those instructions? Or are you going to double check it and get a confirmation first? I just want to know what kind of brains are at work. Because I live in a community that predominantly, the majority of the people in my community, and I cannot see one thing, this is what y'all keep forgetting. You can't say, oh, well, just fuck everybody. That's not how this thing is set up. It don't work like that. That's why I said it's everybody or nobody. We all go and none of us go. One day you're gonna learn. It might be years from now. I might be gone or whatever. you're going to say Shakka was right. It's all of us or it's none of us. Because if it's only some of us, very few of us will make it that far. Yeah. The rest of us will get squeezed out and down in ways that you don't want to really consider. I know you don't think that could happen. I know. All right. Come on. Shakka, you can make this. I got all the faith in you, brother. You can do this. Keep going. They don't got to have faith in you. I got faith in you, Shakka. Let's go. You're going to make it through. I know you'd rather be doing something else right now, but you're going to finish this out. Key points supported by modern scholarship. Anonymity. Let me check my window. Let me make sure my window's right. Okay. Here we go. None of the Gospel's original texts identify their author within the narrative. Unlike Paul's letters, they do not contain first-person claims of authorship. The names were added as superscriptions. That means it's 𝓈𝓔�⓿ for people. Their names were added as superscriptions. That is the gospel according to Matthew. That means somebody somewhere is saying, oh, well, I heard that this is what Matthew had to say. It's not, this is Matthew talking. That is not what the gospel according to Matthew means. The gospel according to Matthew means someone who is anonymous is saying, this is what I heard Matthew say. Dating. The Gospels were written decades after the events they describe. These are fake dates, by the way. Mark around 65, 70 CE, that's a lie. Matthew and Luke around 80 to 90 CE, that's a lie. And John around 90 to 110 CE, another lie. Yeah, that's a lie. Those are all lies. Those dates are way too early. Literary dependence. The Gospels of Matthew and Luke rely heavily on Mark's gospel as a source. That's why I always tell you, Mark actually comes first. This literary dependence makes it unlikely that Matthew, an alleged eyewitness, would have needed to use a non-eyewitness's account as a primary source. But he did. Purpose of attribution. The names were assigned. Are you listening? My Hellenistic people. My Hellenistic black people. The names were assigned to lend apostolic authority and distinction to the different accounts. The names were assigned to lend apostolic authority and distinction to the different accounts. That means somebody wanted you to think somebody important wrote this shit. Dumbass. Early sources. The earliest external sources to attribute the Gospels to the traditional authors, such as Papias of Heripoli and Irenaeus, date to the mid to late 2nd century, well after the original texts were composed. That means that long before, these texts existed long before they got their names. Okay? They existed long before they got their names, which means that it was just a genre of literature that was being created. That's it. I know why it was being created. It's an industry thing. That's all. It's just an industry thing. Y'all don't know shit about the ancient publishing industry, so what's the point of me even going into that? There is none. Right? Scholarly, those are the sources: Ehrman, Sanders, Green, Metzger, and for most of you guys who really, you real Bible thumpers, Bruce Metzger is the source behind a lot of your shit. stuff that you read, and he was very instrumental, even in Bart Ehrman's life. So modern critical scholarship universally recognizes the Gospels as anonymous text. That means nobody knows who wrote that shit. A stranger wrote, you don't know who wrote that shit. And you like, the Gospel according to Matthew, the Gospel according to Mark, the Gospel according to Luke. Luke Acts, Luke, and then John. Is your pastor in the church telling you this? In Atlanta, in Georgia, in Alabama, in Mississippi, in Tennessee? Are they telling you that nobody knows who wrote this stuff? Or are you too stupid to care? Maybe you so damn stupid you wouldn't care. Okay. Modern critical scholarship universally recognizes the Gospels as anonymous text, with traditional attributions retroactively assigned in the 2nd century CE to legitimize ecclesiastical authority. You dumbasses. Those names and those titles were given to give these men authority over your brain, which you pass on to your children, and now your children can't fucking think straight because you too fucking stupid to know where you get your own sense of reality from. Never read a history book, won't read a history book. You get all your knowledge about religion from social media, from fucking Facebook, or from some YouTube video that you watched, I don't know. But you never read a serious fucking text, ever. But you want to speak authoritatively about where Christianity comes from and what was the earliest church and how these things actually got put together. I ain't yet met a black woman who knows her ass from her elbow when it comes to this stuff. And I'm talking about black female religious scholars and apologists. Dumb as the day is fucking long. I will say that in part 1, part 2, part 3, because it's a truth that I live. I talk to people. I challenge them. I question them. I debate them. And it's like if you're going to challenge somebody to a race. If you challenge 50 people from a town to a swim, and you realize that you about 3 miles out into the water and they just now getting off the shore, you realize you come from a town where people don't swim. They can't keep up. That's why I tell people when it comes to scholarship with me, with myself, I'll debate anybody, I don't care, but just don't cry when I swim you out to waters that you can't hang out in. And this is light stuff. I can't go into heavy stuff here. This is very light stuff, but you got to remember, our Hellenistic brothers and sisters in these churches, they don't even know the light stuff. You know how they'll compensate for this? Faith. I have faith that it's God's word. I don't know who wrote it, but they won't even, I don't mind you saying you have faith that it's God's words, but at least in the next breath, admit that you don't know who wrote it. Admit that nobody named Mark wrote that. Admit nobody named Matthew wrote that. Admit nobody named Luke or John wrote these things. Admit that first. Then I will accept when you say, well, I just have faith. Because I understand what that means. You're too lazy to fucking find out where it actually came from. And you don't really have, number one, you don't have time to learn. And number two, which means you really don't care. I tell anybody, if you ain't got time to learn something, what it really means is that you really don't care. And if you really don't care, just be honest about the fact that you really don't care. We ain't all got to play this game. You know, if you want to just, black people do shit for the same thing everybody else does shit, for tradition. It's tradition. Why do we go to things? People right in my own area, they come over to celebrate Thanksgiving, and these motherfuckers, they never read a history book around in their life. Go to the hood. Go to the hood. This might sound a bit elitist or classist. Going to the projects and Thanksgiving. Test, even in the age of the internet, test how many of them have actually studied that era of history that brought about Thanksgiving and what actually occurred. No, it's just time to have some turkey and time to eat and time to dance and play some music. That's all they know. Like, they're stuck on automatic. Up, white man said it's time to do this. Up, white man give us a holiday, time to do this. Up, White man said we got to gather for this. White man. And you want your children to succeed and excel in. Woo! Or maybe your daughter could do like Cardi B, become a stripper. And another word that I won't use because I want to respect her, right? Because the one thing I can't stand is women that come out of that world and they flaunt. I can't stand people who get successful doing foul shit. And then they flaunt that shit in front of the world like that was the flex. I don't rock with that. Oh shit. Hold on. I gotta kick this person out of here because they talking. See, if you were saying some shit that meant something, look at this dumb motherfucker. Please debate a knowledgeable Christian, not your auntie. My auntie, what the fuck are you talking about? So we can watch you get destroyed. Who destroyed me? See, this is the person that lives in this Christian, they live in a fantasy world. I'm showing you the documentation. This idiot, this retard believes in some shit that he don't know who wrote it. He still thinks, even though the scholarship said nobody named Luke, nobody named Mark, nobody named John, nobody named Matthew wrote any of that shit. But look at the Jesus retard. Watch me get destroyed again means that there was a first time. You can't name a first time that a Christian could. Christians are fucking historically illiterate next to me. How can a Christian destroy me? Unless you are Delulu. That's the one thing you got. I forgot. Guys, Christians are Delulu. The devoted ones are Delulu. They're delusional. Look at this shit. In the history of YouTube, who's ever seen me get destroyed by a Christian? If you ever see me get destroyed by a Christian, put a 1 in the chat. No, put a D. Put a D in the chat for destroyed. I want to see this. I want to see what Christian destroyed me. I seen Christians cry in front of me and leave my house. Yeah, I've seen Christians cry and leave my house on camera because they couldn't hang. Everybody saw that shit. Right? Yeah, this motherfucker, look, he gonna be the same retard is the only one gonna be the one. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm gonna let you hang out. But I'm glad you're here. Hang out. I want you to hang out with us for a while, so I can destroy your shit in front of your face. Come on. Here we go. I want to destroy you. Matter of fact, you know what? Oh, I was thinking about this earlier. I want to stop being so confrontational to Christians, right? I want to start trying to take a friendlier, amicable approach so that we could get past the animosity and start figuring out how to resolve this. So I'm going to start with this person here. I'm going to try. Let me see. All right. He's got to block and censor knowledgeable Christians. You ain't putting nothing knowledgeable. Look. He's got to block and censor knowledgeable Christians. Dude, put something knowledgeable in the chat. I'm not blocking you. Put something knowledgeable in the chat. Put something knowledgeable in the chat. Fuck around. I send you the link to come on. If you want to go hard, I'll send you the link to come up in here. Hold on. I'll give you a shot. And whatever comes out your mouth, we're going to fact check it right here. Let me see. I want to see he got the balls. What the fuck? Christian auntie who carries her Bible to Applebee's with 5 kids. Now this person ain't serious. I thought this was a serious person. I should have known. There's no such thing as a serious Christian scholar. Nah. Yeah, this person's a fucking clown. All right, anyway, they ain't getting no more attention. They just want attention. That's all. They don't want to. They don't want that smoke. Cause I'll send you the link to come up in here. But you got to show your face. You can't be with the camera off. So as I eat you alive, everybody can see who it was that got eaten alive. That matters to me. Okay. Just put the word inside the chat and I'll send you the link so you can come up in here. Live. Here we go. Let's go. Yeah, I don't want. I ain't got to wait for no debate. I'll bring you right on in. Here we go. Let me make sure my window's correct. All right. Here we go. All right, my window's correct. This motherfucker's on some Delulu shit. So here we go. I'm gonna let him hang out for a while. He might actually say something intelligent. I doubt it. Intelligence is not their strong point. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Modern critical scholarship universally recognizes the Gospels as anonymous texts. I bet he don't like that. With traditional attributions retroactively assigned in the 2nd century CE to legitimize ecclesiastical authority. So in other words, Christians got to lie to get authority, to say that they're speaking for God. Papists and early church fathers provide extrinsic testimony, not first-hand authorial claim. Internal textual evidence demonstrates literary construction, theological shaping, and compositional anonymity. That means they wove a whole lot of shit together, hid the identity of the people that did it and the motives for why they did it. Conclusion. All canonical Gospels were originally written anonymously. The ascriptions to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are later ecclesiastical conventions, not contemporary authorial identification. This holds across textual, linguistic, and historical analysis. Verdict: anonymous authorship is the historically and textually supported position. So let me hold on a second. So now that we're dealing with this imaginary bullshit, right? Let me see what this fool said before I kick him the fuck up out of here. Right? Bring up the fact that Mark isn't the author, isn't irrelevant. Oh, hold on, look. Bringing up the fact that Mark is an author is an irrelevant factoid. So if it's an irrelevant factoid, why don't your pastors tell you that in church? That nobody named Mark wrote it. That's relevant. Because the simple black slave mind like yours, the ones that's sitting around the churches, or our women who y'all like to manipulate, they're sitting around the churches thinking somebody named Mark sat there and wrote this shit. Walked with Jesus. Somebody named Matthew walked with Jesus, his disciples. Right? Aren't they supposed to be the 12 disciples? So they believe that this bullshit story is coming from the disciples, when in fact it's coming from strangers that nobody knows who the fuck it is. So why don't you have an honest discussion about that? Can't be irrelevant in a courtroom, motherfucker. In a courtroom, right? You can't. What is it? Hearsay is inadmissible in a courtroom. So if hearsay is inadmissible in a courtroom, then what the hell is it in divine circles? Divinity is supposed to be about truth. If hearsay is inadmissible in a courtroom, in the realm of truth, hearsay can't even be discussed, which means in the court of in a divine ecosystem, the Bible cannot even be mentioned because it's all hearsay. Unless you're saying a courtroom is superior to a divine ecosystem. You're saying that a courtroom has higher standards than a divine ecosystem? That's what you're saying? Because your dumbass will probably say yes. A courtroom in which hearsay is inadmissible has higher standards than a divine ecosystem where hearsay is allowed to be passed off as other than what it is? Because I know when I'm talking to stupid people, I know when I'm talking to Delulu people. I want to send him the link, but he won't say, yo, you want me to send you the link? See, I don't want to bring nobody on here that's not serious. I'm hoping this is a scholar. Let me guess, your liberal critical scholarship is your thought. I can cite 5 more who say it's coming from the community of Christians in the first. Put them in the chat. I'll put it on the screen. Put it in the chat. Don't tell me what you can do. I'm not here telling you what I can do. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Put them in the chat. Put them in the chat. No, you put some citations in the chat. Show me you're a serious scholar, and I'll put it up on the thing, and then I consider bringing you in. I'm not bringing no clown up here. Come on, to waste my time. I don't know what the fuck you expect. I vet people, right? And I ain't even a strong vet. Just put something in the chat. Show me you serious. I know he's a boy troll, but I don't have no problem with bringing him in. I just want to make sure that it's a legitimate person. Right? This is my platform. I don't know what the hell to expect on the other end of that. So anyway, let me get back to this real fast. I want to see what citations he puts in the chat so I can see this is a serious person. All right, cool. No problem. Give you a sec. No problem. Cool. In the meantime, all right. What am I looking for? Hold on. Here we go. Cool. All right, let's get back to it. Allow. Okay. And here's my thing, right? Here's my question. How come, and I'll send you, if I think you're serious and I take you serious, I'll send you the link. My question is, why don't y'all ever invite me to your channel to debate? You don't want your people to see me or hear me or want them, you don't want me to show them something? Is that what it is? I want to know. Here we go. Anonymous. Oh, here we go. Right. Anonymous verdict. Anonymous authorship is the historically and textually supported position. The garden. The collective mind of a community is like a garden. There are flowers that bloom and there are weeds that obstruct and destroy. So I'm just using that as a metaphor, and I wanted to see what the AI said. And the AI said that is a beautiful and insightful analogy. The idea that a community's shared consciousness is a garden effectively highlights the need for careful cultivation and protection. Okay? Knowledge and education. So now it's going to talk about okay, it's just giving you the list of those. Oh, yes. Here are some ways to no, I thought it was okay. Hold on. So knowledge and education. These act as the nourishing soil and water essential for all of the flowers to take root and flourish. So you're talking about the mind of the Black community as a garden. And everybody who studies gardening knows or practices gardening knows that weeds will kill your garden. Weeds will kill will kill your crops. These are the weeds. Knowledge and education. These act as the nourishing soil and water, essential for all the flowers to take root and flourish. Right? The weeds that obstruct and destroy. So what does it list as the weeds? The weeds symbolize the destructive elements that compete for resources, stifle growth, and harm the overall health of the community garden. What's the first weed it names? Misinformation and ignorance. These weeds spread rapidly. They move with speed and choke out the delicate flowers of truth and knowledge. That's AI. Intolerance and division. Isn't that Christianity? Intolerance. Do you think a Christian church would allow you to come in and speak other than what their doctrine is? And when they did, when Eric Mason did, and Vince Bantu, they made sure I wasn't around. Right? Like an invasive species, these sentiments can quickly overtake healthy dialogue, making the environment toxic and unwelcoming. That is the church. Apathy and negativity, that's regular Black Christian communities. These weeds sap the energy and motivation from the soil, preventing new growth and letting existing flowers wilt. That's the Black church. Selfishness and greed, pastors. These elements aggressively hog all of the available sunlight and nutrients, leaving little for others to thrive. That's the Black church. Taking all, siphoning all that financial resource from the Black community and giving nothing back, except failing grades from your children. The collective mind of a community is like a garden. There are flowers that bloom and there are weeds that obstruct and destroy. This is a beautiful and insightful analogy. I did it twice. I did the search twice. The idea that a community's shared consciousness is a garden effectively illustrates several key dynamics of social health and development, right? Focusing on the weeds. See them? These are the weeds. These are the weeds that destroy the Black community. We want to love them. This is mama. This is his auntie with the 5 kids taking her Bible to Applebee's that he was just talking about. Look at all these females in there. 70% of the 75% of Black America is Christian. 70% are women. Look at this. You want to know why your community is failing perpetually? You want to know why your children are on the bottom? It's because of them. And because of that retard in my, who I can't wait to get with. Give me a second. Where we at? Obstructing healthy development. Right? Here we go. Yeah. Negative influences. These symbolize destructive elements such as misinformation, prejudice, apathy, conflict, or actions that hoard resources and stifle the potential of others, obstructing healthy development. That's the Black church. Straight up. That's the Black church. The numbers tell the story. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to get real nice here. Hold on one second. Let me see what this fool put in the, yeah, it's about to get nice. Where am I at? I'm at, hold on one second. I'm at 4 hours. That's cool. All right. Oh, where's he at? Okay. So where's he at? Liberal. See, this is what they teach them. Look. See how they politicize it? There's a difference between liberal and conservative. Do you know why they introduced those political terms? Because once you politicize it, you make it subjective. Now it's about politics. It's not about facts or primary evidence. Okay? It's not about facts or primary evidence. He cannot show you any autographs. He's got no autograph manuscripts. All they have are copies of copies, the majority of which date to the 4th century CE. Some of which date from the 2nd century. And that's if you're lucky. Yeah, liberal and conservative scholars. This is the bullshit they always come with. Damon Richardson tried to come with this bullshit when I brought up Martin Luther King. Oh, it was a liberal. See, now it's about liberal and conservative, right? Not about primary evidence and text. See, they want to make it a question of interpretation, interpretatio. This is grift. No, partner, you got to come with something serious. Let me see what you got. Hold on one second. Let me see if you got anything serious in here. All right, he's on the liberal shit because that's all he got. He ain't got nothing else. He want to introduce politics into it. No facts. This is called facts over feelings, not politics over facts. All right, hold on. Let me see this fool. Hold on one second. Partner, you're not talking to a neophyte. You're not talking to somebody who just discovered this stuff yesterday. The name of this platform is called, hold on one second. Where's it at? Hold on. Where's it at? What's the name of this platform, people?
Yeah. We went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓖𝓔𓄿𓅓����𓀢𓀢. Whoa, wow. This is a hero.
The name of this platform, right? The name of this platform is called, what does fool say? Who do you think taught you about Christianity, black man? Oh, okay, now I thought he was serious. I love people who are cocky in their shit. I love that. That's a good aroma for me. Okay, the Apostolic Fathers. Okay, so the Apostolic Fathers ain't nothing but a fucking book, right? So you know that's all the Apostolic Fathers are, right? It's just a book collection for those of you who don't know. So the name of this platform is called Facts Over Feelings. Okay? Look, hold on, look at this fool. Primary evidence is inconsequential. I told you to get up on my platform, put something serious in the chat, right? Because you got to give me something to attack. Primary evidence. Give me some primary evidence. Give me some documentation from the historical record. Give me Pliny. Give me Josephus. Give me Suetonius. Give me Tacitus. Okay? Or whoever else you want. You want to, if you want to throw Irenaeus or Origen, or but y'all don't like Origen. Y'all kicked Origen out because he told the truth. He said all this shit was allegorical. Y'all was like, what? Right? Or give me what's his name? My favorite, Clement of Alexandria. Right? Put something serious in the chat. You ain't gonna come up here with two words, liberal and conservative, and think that you're saying something. It's called facts over feelings. Not you want to give narrative. This person wants to come in and try to tell a story. Oh, you see, these groups over here, they interpret it this way. Then you're going to run over here to the side of the stage. It becomes performative. This group, they interpret it this way. No, just tell us what most of the scholars say. What is y'all love saying consensus, so what is the consensus? I showed you what the consensus was. Period. I showed you what the consensus was. You want me to do it live? We can do it live. I'll go right to the whatever and just see if that's the consensus. Here we go. Let me see. Here we go. In fact, we do that right now. Here we go. The consensus. Here we go. Oops. Oh, here we go. I'm going to share my screen with you. I ain't got to make shit up. Hold on. Here we go. I ain't got to make shit up. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Boom. I'm going to show you. I just typed it in. I just asked a very simple question. True or false? I'll share my screen with you. There you go. The consensus of modern scholarship holds that the Gospels are anonymously written. True or false? True. The consensus of modern scholarship holds that the canonical Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, were originally written anonymously, meaning the authors did not identify themselves within the text. Period. Traditional names were attached later based on traditions. Come on. So my question then is, and you act like it's an unfair question. This is what I don't like about these Christians. They want to play the victim all the time. I'm asking a fair question. Why don't the pastors tell the congregations that the Gospels are anonymously written? We don't know who wrote this stuff. You know where this stuff came from. And then why doesn't he tell them the documented rationale and motivation and reason for adding those specific names to the Gospels, which was to give second century ecclesiastic authority to these men. That's game. That's not, there's nothing godly about that. That's power. That's a power grab. That is power over a body of literature. In other words, it's what you call something he doesn't know anything about. It's what you call it's a publishing device. That's all it is. It's how you claim rights over literature. That's it. It has to be grounded in some type of authority. This is what goes on in the publishing world. This person knows nothing about the ancient world of publishing. That's all I fucking study. Okay? And I'll show you the literature on all of that. All right. So let me see if this person isn't worth even reading anymore. If not, I'm just going to, yeah. All right. Nothing. He thinks he's talking logical. He thinks he's articulating logical fallacies using terms like red herring and this, that, and the third. Actually, what he's putting in is actually a red herring, which is also what they do. They project the very thing. You know how Donald Trump does? The very thing that they're guilty of, they accuse everybody else of doing. That's what they do, right? Now, at what point did I introduce a logical fallacy? I didn't throw any red herring in anywhere. I'm addressing salient points, right? This is facts over feeling. It's either a fact that there's a scholarly consensus that the Gospels were written anonymously, meaning that we don't know who wrote them. Either that is a fact or it's not a fact. Introducing that into the discourse is, how is that a red herring? And you're stupid. No, it's only a red herring if you have another agenda. That's what makes it a red herring. If you have an agenda, then it's important that you define that statement as a distraction. A distraction from what? If it's a red herring, it has to be a red herring distracting you from something. What is it distracting you from? Let me see. Maybe he put that in there. Let me see. He's stuck on his auntie, who, I don't know, he might have an Oedipus complex. Primary evidence is inconsequential. And you want to know why your children, hold on, look. This is why your children fail in school. See this? I'm going to take a picture of that. And I'm glad he got the name Jesus over there so people can see that. Do you see that? I'm going to put the arrow there. Primary evidence is inconsequential. I wouldn't even read the rest of that. I named my scholars, where's your link? I didn't see no scholars you named. This alone, the primary evidence is inconsequential. So you want to tell the black community to ignore evidence. This is, and you want to know the community that you defend, which is this community, black people, they're telling you that evidence, the very thing that gets people convicted or sent home from prison, this retard is telling you it's irrelevant. Evidence don't matter. Evidence doesn't matter. Faith matters, not evidence. This is how analytical thinking becomes destroyed early on. Ignore evidence, invest heavier in faith. That's what it told you early in the documentation, that the black church, instead of investing in educating itself about a possible historical Jesus, right? Or it was called an extra biblical Jesus. Instead, they put the emphasis, because you're coming from a woman folk, they put the emphasis on a faith-based Jesus. Fida sole, faith alone, by faith alone. By faith alone, you can't pass a math test. By faith alone, you cannot get high scores on a SAT test. By faith alone, you cannot, I'm not saying don't have faith, but that's not their philosophy. That's not their philosophy. That's not their mantra. Their philosophy is fida sole, by faith alone. This is the Christian thinking. You think I'm lying? Watch. Here we go. let's see. Let me see. Hold on. I'm tempted to send that link. Give me a second. I'm real tempted. I just want to have some fun, break up the monotony. But I got to get through this. Give me a second, people. All right. Yeah, somebody sent me a text telling me don't be distracted. Like, I want to be distracted. like, look, here we go. All right. So, fide sole. Sola fide. Sola fide. Faith alone is a core Protestant doctrine from the Reformation, stating that justification, being declared right before God, is received solely through faith in Jesus Christ, not by good works or human ethic. Though good works are seen as the natural fruit of genuine faith, not its cause. All right? Sola scriptura, scripture alone, faith alone. This is their perspective. This is why they say that evidence is inconsequential. Evidence is inconsequential when your methodology is faith alone. Now, let me ask you guys this. Do you think white people defeat you through faith alone? I'm talking to the black people now. I'm not talking to this retard. Do you think that white people defeat you through faith alone? Do you think the reason that the nice part of town that has all of the boats and all of the planes in the front yard, do you think that Newport Beach in California, Balboa Island, where I spent time, you think those people achieved that through faith alone? Do you think that Harvard and Princeton and Oxford and Cambridge, you think that was achieved through faith alone? You think the World Bank and the IMF is achieved through faith alone? That's nigger thinking. You have no intellect, therefore, faith must get you through. It's a poor. You have no solving problem mechanism in your brain because your brain doesn't work right because you are fed, spoon-fed from her breast, faith alone. It's a core tenet of the Protestant worldview. Sola fide. That is war on your brain. That is somebody literally committing war on your brain. I know nobody's going to hear me. I know black people are not going to understand it. They're not going to understand the implications for the same reason they don't have reading comprehension. A person who doesn't have reading comprehension damn sure doesn't understand implications or even inferences. So they're telling you sola scriptura, or sola scriptura by scripture alone, or sola fide, faith alone. This is the recipe for success that black parents want to protect their homes with and their families with. You're sick. Yep. You're sick. Okay. Hold on one second. How do I do this? Let me see. Oh, present or invite. Okay. Now you got to pass the test. You got to put something in the here. He got Shakka, this reminds me of the Hebrew guy you schooled about the early Jews being white, and he copped up by bringing an albinism. These people are they I want to see him put something serious in the what you call it. Well, okay, here they go again now. So being dishonest. NT Wright, Hengel, Carson, FF Bruce. Okay, cool. All right, Jeremy. All right, you okay? So you gave them names, but I need you to put something serious in the in the chat. You're not putting anything serious in the chat. The consensus that they were written within the apostolic tradition. Game over. So now a tradition. Do you know what a tradition is? A tradition and history are not the same thing. Okay? A tradition and history is not the same thing. Hold on 1 second. Oh, gosh. Here we go. Ooh, shit. I didn't mean to put that in there. Hold on. Boop. Boop. That's what I want to put. Here we go. Watch this. Now, I want to show you something. Watch this. And this is why I'm not allowing him on my platform. I have too much respect for my platform. Watch this. I'm going to show you this. Hold on. He highlighted the part about tradition. Watch this. Hold on. I love people. I like to play with my food. Here we go. Look what he put on here. The consensus is that they were written within the apostolic tradition. Game over. So now he continues to order to my answers. Notice no link. Now watch this. He wants to serve you up. No, because you're a distraction and I have to get through this. Watch this. That's why I'm glad someone texted me and told me don't let you distract me, because they know me. I eat up challenges. I do this for breakfast. Watch. The consensus is that they were written within the apostolic tradition. You see this word? Tradition? And this is why your children are stupid. I'm going to show you something. Watch. Let me put that on here. Look at this. I took a picture of it. Screenshot. Rebuke and reprove. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to rebuke and reprove you. Okay? Watch. Here we go. Take this off the screen. Right? Get that. Tradition. He thinks he has a point because it said that it was grounded in apostolic tradition. Okay. He's talking about a red herring. Have some standards. He wants about tradition. Okay? Have some standards. Fucking idiot. Look, let me show you something. Read this. Tradition and history are not the same thing. See, this is a soft brain. Tradition. This is an educated brain. History. Stupid, smart. Your children who fail in school, like this retard in my chat, and those who excel. The white kids who are studying history. So what you get is black men who go to schools and get degrees in this. That's when they get their Master's of Divinity and all this other bullshit. They're from degree mills. They're learned in this tradition. They don't know shit about this, and I'm going to prove it to you in a moment because I got it documented. I got it documented. They don't know shit about this. Black Christian men don't know anything about this. They only know this. That's why he highlighted the apostolic tradition. Their whole thing is apostolic theology. To them, they call it biblical theology. It's all bullshit. I got all of the text on it, right? The statement that they are not the same is true. You hear that? True. History refers to the factual chronological study of past events, actions, and developments, typically supported by verifiable evidence. That's why he said your evidence is inconsequential, because he can't fuck around with this. Documents and artifacts. The goal of history is to understand the objective past as accurately as possible. He wants you to focus on this tradition. That's why he said the apostolic tradition. Customs, beliefs, stories, values, and practices passed down through generations within. Are you serious? This is how you incarnate a people. Abraham, Isaac. Traditions involve elements of shared identity and cultural memory, which may or may not be entirely historically accurate or factual. You can't bring this to a show called Facts Over Feeling. You dummy. You can't even read the title of the show. The title of the platform. While traditions are often part of history, they can be selected, evolve over time, sometimes blur the line between fact and folklore. That's what, no, bro. I'm not sending you a link so we can waste time with you blurring the line between facts and folklore. That's your only purpose for being here. What do you teach? The devil is a liar. I know what you are. I've been wrestling with the devil since I was a child. I'm here wrestling with him right now. He's in my chat. He's in my chat. He got a Nick Cannon degree. Yo, hold up. You know what that deserves? Yeah, hold up. He got a Nick Cannon degree. You got a Nick Cannon degree. That's what you got. Oh my God. Yo.
Booyah.
He got a Nick Cannon degree. That's what he got. A Nick Cannon degree. That's funny as shit. Yeah, I mean, I said what did I say, everybody? I said put something serious in the chat, right? I said put something serious in the chat and I'll bring you up here. You haven't put anything serious in the chat to tell me that you were worth coming up here for me to stop this presentation. I'm waiting for oh, you got a channel? Oh, no problem. Hold up. Let me write that down. At Rebook and Reprove. Is that the name of your channel? Let's see. Because I come over there. If I just smell the invitation. I think I smell the invitation. Hold on. Rebook and Reprove. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah. Let me see if that's a channel. Because if that's a channel, I'll rock with you. In fact, I'll come to that motherfucker tomorrow. Hold up. I have no problem. Hey, yo, put the link to your channel in the chat so we could chop it up. For real. On your channel, no problem. And in fact, I may even just bring you on my channel. Oh, finally. Somebody thank God. I was like, damn, nobody even invite me nowhere. I figured they was all too scared. Rebook and Reprove. Come on over to pick a day and time. It's JIL. I don't know what that means, JIL. Could you put a link in the chat? You about to be my best friend. Oh, nah, I don't mind. I don't mind that. Hey, look, I might still bring you up. Would you send me the link to your channel? Yeah, send me the link to your channel. Let me just want to take a quick look because I got to get on with this presentation. I got to stay on schedule. I got a lot of shit to present. So let's go. Put your link in the chat. If you're serious, put your link in the chat. That's what I'm going to do. Share your referral. Oh, I don't know what that is. All right. Put your link in the chat. That's all I'm saying. I'm asking you as a personal favor. Put your link to the JIL in the chat. Excuse me 1 second, people. Hold on. So, all right, let me see. You need a winch to send links? I just want him to send me the link so I could come over to the channel. The Bible alone is my denomination. Okay, I ain't mad at that. It's called JIL. He won't send the link. So, I mean, I don't know what you want me to do. All right, so let me go on. Are you kidding me? All right. Because I know once I get started, I'm not going to stop. And then it's going to derail this presentation. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm going to want to go all the way in. So, reboot. I went to reboot and reprove. Let me try one more time and look. This is my last time, and then I'm going to get on. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I didn't do it as one word. Hold on a second. All right. Reboot and shit. I respect. At least he got the courage to invite me over. Reboot and reprove. All I see is reprove, rebuke, and exhort evangelism. I don't see any rebuke and reprove. Well, he won't send a link. Fuck it. I ain't gonna beg a motherfucker to send me the link. I thought it was gonna be some serious rebuke and reprove. Rebuke and reprove. All right, so fuck it. He don't want to send the link. All right, forget it. I thought I had a serious person. Let me try one more time and see this. Rebuke and reprove YouTube channel. Oh, I think this is it right here. I'll find some shit if I'm looking for it. Yeah, I found your channel. Cool. That's what's up. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. That's what's up. I'm subscribing. Boom. Cool. Yeah. Oh, we gonna chop it up. That's what's up. For sure. Let me get back on this. Cool. That's what's up. And look, if you hang around, let me get through this. If I get through it and I got time, I'll bring you up. I ain't got no problem with that. Because I know that once we get started, I know how those things go. And I'm going to be off of, I got to prioritize. Here we go. You should have just did that from jump. Let's see. And mailing list of the man. It should go on FOF. Rebuke and reprove. Yeah, Christians act like they're allergic to me. They don't want to invite me nowhere. This brother invited me to his chin. Look. Heck yeah. Let me see. Rebuke and reprove. Boom. Cool. All right, so let me get back to what I'm doing. Cool. You can't send links in your chat unless you Oh. Okay, cool. All right. Now, I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. You good. Oh, you need a wrench to send links. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't understand what you were saying. No, I did. Yeah. Oh, for real? Oh, bro, you ain't even got to worry about that. LOL, you found me. You don't want to debate me, so I predict you will not debate me after watching me destroy similar arguments you have made on your channel. Oh, bro, consider it done. In fact, I'll pay you. Consider it done. Okay? No problem. I'm going to bless your chat back just to come on your platform. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. All right, so let me go. I have wasted enough time. I got a few texts. We want to see the presentation. So, cool. All right. But stick around. It'll give you more fodder. All right? It'll give you more stuff to take shots at. Here we go. And should definitely provide content for your platform. Because you said you destroy stuff like this on your platform. So you say. But you got to remember, to a delusional person, they think they win an argument even when they've lost. So I've already learned that. Okay? Here we go. All right, so the numbers tell the story. The statement that religion, politics, and economics are connected in the U.S. is highly accurate, reflecting deep historical, cultural, and structural ties, where religious values shape work ethics, influence policy debates, abortion, social welfare, and economic systems. That part, because I'm about to show you how this shit is keeping you poor, right? You thought, when I told you that the black woman and the black church is at the center of all the black community's problems, now you're about to be a believer. Creating a complex interplay of moral frameworks, market choices, and governance that scholars across sociology, political science, and history acknowledge. The majority of African Americans, pay attention, people, Let me make sure my window is right, because I don't want to. My mic is good. My window's right. Cool. All right. Let's do this. Where am I at? Oh, I can't wait. Finally. I feel like I did something good. Cool. Yeah, it's not nice being ignored, you know. Here we go. Where's my? I'm sorry, people. I'm already sharing. I'm looking for the thing to let me share, and I'm already sharing. All right, I just wanted to make sure my window's in the right thing. Here we go. Pay very close attention. This is the part they never show you. The majority of African Americans are Christian, primarily Protestant. In fact, Black Americans are more likely to identify as Christian and report higher levels of religious importance and practice than the U.S. population as a whole. Listen to that. Because we're trying to figure out why you're losing. You have to look at factors to determine why you're losing. Okay? You have to look at factors to determine why you're losing. So, oh, come on. I'm trying to get rid of that. That redness freaks me out. Okay, that's better. When the data says that Black Americans are more religious and subscribe to religion more than the rest of the entire U.S. population. Let's look at this. And remember, we make up what, 12%? That's what they say. We're 12%. But statistically, we are more religious than the entire population. Now, if you are broker than all the rest of the population, and you are the most religious, more religious than the rest of the population, in stats or in data, in the world of data, that's called a correlation. Those two things, because they're extremes. You're the most here, you're the least here. These things are inadvertently correlated. Oh, you're going to see the graphs. I'm not just talking red herrings. Okay? Oops. Why do I always hit the wrong button? Here we go. When my window is right, yes. Okay. Oh, that's going to be fun, man. Finally, I get to have some fun. It started making me feel like they didn't care about me. I told you, nobody wants to be thought of as being indifferent. You know, you don't want people to be indifferent about you. I finally get to go somewhere and, you know, have a meeting of the minds. Here we go. Right? Black Americans are more likely to identify as Christian and report higher levels of religious importance and practice than the U.S. population as a whole. Just so that you can say Shakka did. One of the things about this stuff here, you can't say Shakka said. That's why I'm doing this. This is not, I'm not this person and I'm not that person. And all this person and that person is working with is data. That's it. Based on the Pew Research Center. I'm not the Pew Research Center. Don't get mad at me. Protestantism has long dominated the Black American religious landscape with about 2/3, 66%. We round that off to 70% of Black Americans identifying as Protestant. Remember, we spoke about why we round off in part 1. Because when you're doing stats, you have to round. Catholicism accounts for a smaller share here at about 6%. So that's 72%. Another 3%, which puts us at 75%. That's why you got it, 75%. Identify with other Christian faiths, mostly Jehovah's Witness. So 75% of Black America is Christian. A small percentage, 2 to 3%, belong to non-Christian faith, with Islam being the most common among this group, which is nothing but Reformed Christianity. Roughly 1 in 5 Black Americans Roughly 1 in 5 Black Americans, 21%, are religiously unaffiliated. Very small number. Identifying either as atheist, agnostic, or nothing in particular. And y'all know I don't fuck with atheism. Let's be very clear about that. I think atheism is an unintelligent position. That's my perspective. I also don't fuck with the God of the Bible. So, right. This share is growing among younger generations, mirroring a trend in the general U.S. population. And this is dangerous, but I'll leave that alone for a while. Around 67 to 73%. So let's just say about 73%. So 70, let's go with 73. 73% of Hispanic Americans identify as Christian. So, but you know, they always say Blacks and Hispanics. Why do they link us so closely? Because we're going to see why. I can't leave my Hispanic people out. 73% of Hispanic Americans identify as Christian. Okay, let's just look at that. Now watch. I'm not looking at all the rest of that stuff. It's not important. Okay. What percentage of white Americans are Christian? Less than Spanish. All right, so with the Spanish, better yet, with Spanish, not 70, let's go to 67. Let's go to the opposite end because I'm going to illustrate something for you. With African Americans, we got 75%. Right. With Spanish people, it's slightly less. So Black people have more Christians than Hispanics. As you notice, when you get to Hispanics, it's slightly lower than Blacks, which means that in other areas, we should see a slight difference when it comes to economics and family and everything else, education, everything else. Because I'm going to show you how all of this stuff is directly connected to religion. That's why I showed you the first thing that said this. The statement that religion, politics, and economics are connected in the U.S. is highly accurate. That's AI overview. This is what they're not showing you in school. Black people, 75% Christian. Hispanic people, 73% Christian. White people, 68 to 62%. So do you see how it keeps going down? It's on a sliding scale. 65%. Meet in the middle. 65%. Right? Hispanic Americans, 67 to 73. Black Americans, 70 to 75. You see how it goes down, right? Black Americans, 75%. Spanish Americans, 73 to 67%. White Americans, 68 to 62%. It's going down. Okay? What happens when you get to Asians? What ethnic group in America consists of the least Christians? The ethnic group in America with the least Christians is Asian Americans, with less than 1/3 of the population identifying as Christian. Approximately 30 to 34% identify as Christian. Look at that. So you go from, at the one end of the spectrum, it's Black people that are 75% Christian. You come down a little further, it's Latin people. You go down a little further, it's white people. You go down extremely further, it's Asians. They are the least Christians. So now let's look at it. What's next? Asian Americans, 34% Christian. White America, 65% Christian. Hispanic America, 70% Christian. Who are the most Christians? African Americans. Christians, 75%. There is no group in America higher than us. While we are the smallest group, okay? Well, we make up 12 to 22%, something like that, right? Now watch. In answer true or false only. In terms of IQ, Asians register above white people and black people. White people register below Asians but above black people. Black people register below both Asian people and white people. Let's look. Based on widely cited longitudinal research and standardized testing data updated for 2026. True. People of East Asian descent consistently register the highest average IQ scores, typically ranging between 101 and 107. So stop with that right there. Let's stop with that right there. Because we don't think like monkeys. No offense to the monkeys. Let's stop right there. I'm just trying to fix my light balance, people. Hopefully you're okay with that. The group with the least Christians, right? Have the group with the least Christians have the highest IQ in America. Think about this. Remember all this paperwork I showed you in part 1 that showed you how Christianity and the relationship between the black child and the black mother, particularly the male black child, how it has destroyed the analytical abilities of the child to process? I showed you that. I showed you the data. Go back and look at part 1. Now I'm showing you that the group with the least amount of Christians in America have the highest IQ. I need a black queen to pay attention right now. I don't need any dummies. See, if I would have went to debate him, this would have distracted y'all from this. That's why when they say the devil is a liar or the devil comes to distract, okay, my ego would have said, let me send him the link and we can get it popping right now. And we would not have gotten to this part. Okay? Look at what I'm showing you. Look at what I'm showing you. Put a chat, put something in the chat to tell me you see what I'm showing you. The group with the least amount of Christians has the highest IQ. Which group do you think has the smallest IQ? Put it in the chat. If the group with the least amount of Christians has the highest IQ, they have the greatest intellectual assets. IQ. Which group do you think has the lowest IQ? The one with the least amount of Christians? I just showed you the one with the least amount of Christians got the highest IQ. So which group has the lowest IQ? Let me see who's smart in my group. Let me see. Let me see who's brilliant. I'm gonna wait. Okay, you said blacks, but why? Why blacks? Why do blacks have the lowest IQ? Why? I just told you that the group, I showed you the data that said Asians have the least amount of Christians, 30 to 34%, but they have the highest IQ. And I showed you that African Americans have the most amount of Christians, 75%. So who had the lowest IQ? Why? Because they have the most amount of Christians. Because they have the most amount of Christians. I'm showing you. I'm literally showing you. Yes, black Christians. That was very good. That was a very good call. Not just blacks, but black Christians. Yes. Yes. Exactly. And I'm going to show you the data. I didn't invite you here to play with you or to fuck around with you or to get into a distraction with this dude who I can't wait to go ahead and enjoy myself with. As far as debating goes, got to watch your language on these motherfuckers, right? Now watch. I'm going to show you. Y'all don't know how the kind of work I did on this. Watch this. Here we go. Don't worry, Rebuke. I got you. Trust me. You and me, we gonna really, you know what I mean? We're gonna get it popping. Because it's hard for me to find takers. I got a reputation. People know me. They duck me. They hide. At least you ready to go. I appreciate that. Here we go. Yeah, because you want to put yourself to the test, and I respect that. I really do, to be quite honest. You know? All right. Asian Americans, 34% Christian. White Americans, 65% Christian. Hispanic America, 70% Christians. African Americans, the most, with 75%. In terms of IQ, people of East Asian descent register the highest average IQ. True. People of European descent register an average IQ of approximately 100, which is below East Asian but above the African American average. True. People of African descent register an IQ average score of approximately 85 to 90, placing them below the reported averages for both Asian and white groups. In other words, the same thing that you see here, right? Oh, we got to include our Spanish people too, right? Now, why is this, right? Environmental facts, right? These gaps are widely attributed to environmental disparities, including differences in socioeconomic status, educational quality. If you are the group sending your children to Sunday school the most, and you are the group that has the lowest IQ, you're not smart enough, or you a fucking bonobo ape? You can't see what the problem is? They're telling you it's not inherent genetic differences. It's in the data. It's environmental factors rather than inherent genetic differences. It's not your genetics, people. It's this. But this is related to this. You cannot disconnect these two. Socioeconomic status and educational quality. So if a black mother, you're going to cripple your young black boys with this Jesus bullshit, you need to expect them to grow up to be this unless they are grifters and scammers. Creflo Dollar, TD fake, so and so on. Now, this is the problem that white folks got to worry about. This is an aside. Longitudinal data through 25-26 show that the score gap between black and white Americans has narrowed significantly over the past several decades. This is why white people are panicking. It's not immigration. It's because of this. They're in a constant war between the IQ gap, and you dumb niggas don't talk about it. You don't see it on no black. Why Matt Hoffa ain't talking about this shit? The war that white people are waging on the IQ gap. Why you not talking about that, Matt Hoffa? Or inviting me to talk about it? You have my brother on your show who I love, Brother Smart. That's my man. Shout out to Brother Smart. I love that brother, and I respect him. And we hung out not too long ago. Y'all know who Brother Smart is. He's a beautiful brother. I known him for years. I knew him before he was Brother Smart and didn't realize that that's who he was. Right? He knew me. He knew who I was. I just didn't know that that's who Brother Smart was. It was the same brother I used to, we used to just kick it on the street. Longitudinal data, right? They're in a war with this. But look at the descending order. Asians on top, then white people. So that means when we look at Spanish people, if we're going by Christianity as the barometer, that means Christianity should be right. Hispanic people should be right above black people in the IQ. Well, let's see if that's true. Where do Hispanic Americans fall on this IQ ladder? In terms of IQ scores in the United States, research updated for 2026 indicates that Hispanic Americans generally fall what? Between white Americans and black Americans. Hispanic Americans typically score an average of what? 89 to 94, placing them what? Just like Christianity numbers, below white and Asian Americans, but above black Americans. It's an exact correlation. The same way your numbers are reflected in Christianity is the same way your numbers are reflected in IQ score. Excuse me, people. You know what this deserves, right? 1 second. You know what I got to do. You know what time it is, right? Hold on. You can't make this shit up. I'm not making this up. I'm not doing selective searches. I'm asking basic questions. And this is why I said, how can you solve today's complex problems if you can't solve, if you're not bothered, if you don't even think it's worthwhile? How the fuck you gonna tell me you love your family or you love black children or and you don't even give a fuck about asking basic questions? Basic questions that can be drawn out on a graph. Asian people the least Christians, white people the second least, the third least are Hispanics, and on the bottom with the most is black people, as far as Christian members go. Our IQ score reflects that exact same tier-based hierarchy. You don't know what social engineering looks like? Are you really that fucking stupid? Black children deserve better parents. And that's why I always apologize to black children for having the parents that they have. I do, always. Yeah, I say I apologize because your parents are fucking stupid. Yeah, your parents are fucking stupid. And you're not supposed to offend them. You're not supposed to tell them. I'm not telling you, I'm showing you. I'm showing you. I'm showing what nobody else is bothering to show you. Ain't nobody else gonna bother to show you this shit because they don't care about you. I made the mistake of caring about your worthless ass. That's a mistake I made that I will forever pay for. And I know that. Because I should have been pursuing something else the whole fucking time. I should have been worried about my own selfish ass. That's what I should have been worried about. Not you motherfuckers. Because y'all don't care. I know that is when I go look at my Cash App, I know y'all don't care. I sat there and did all this work for fucking 4 months, 3 months, and motherfuckers be like, we don't care. Right? Here we go. Now, in the U.S., what ethnic group has the highest income per capita? Isn't it interesting? In the U.S., Asian Americans generally have the highest per capita and median in household incomes. Do you see that? Do you know what that means? Per capita and median? That means as individuals and as an entire household, they are at the top of the financial. Oh my God. How the fuck are you a black female claiming you love success and money and you ain't doing these fucking numbers and these graphs? And you can't put the two together. You fucking disgust me as a brain. I'm talking to black woman. Let me stop right now. Stop. Just stop it. Because we're going to stop with the bullshit. We're going to stop pretending. We're going to stop pretending. Stop pretending that you respect us, and we're going to stop pretending that we respect you. Because at the end of the day, we don't respect ourselves. When you see all of this foundational Black America, we don't like Africans. They don't like the indigenous. The indigenous don't like the foundational. You know what the main message is for black people, what they're telling you? We hate ourselves. And our favorite sport is hating ourselves. How do you think you got enslaved? You want to put, I'm not going to let you put this shit on the white boy. Nah. You a bunch of faggots. Too scared to look in the mirror. I'm talking about faggots with breasts. Women. They want to run around and blame the white man for all their problems and the white woman for all their problems. You're the problem. You want to marry into everybody else who had the least amount of Christians while your society stays polluted with brain-killing Christians who have the nerve to reproduce and send them into the school system and think that they can be taught. What did Donald Trump say when he was talking about them black? He said they're unteachable. I wouldn't normally repeat a Donald Trump talking point. This is bigger than Donald Trump. I know that they're very teachable, but I also know what's creating the circumstances that make them appear as if they are unteachable. I know what they are. What white people did was they created the environment. But they created the environment, but the environment is not the whole thing. You claim you have freedom of choice or free will. Nothing is stopping you from picking up a book. Nothing is stopping you from doing the requisite research. Nothing is stopping you from saying, Shakka, would you please show us what we don't have time to study? Shakka, would you please put that in a PDF so I could present that to my school board, or so I could present that to my homeschoolers, right? Or Shakka, would you come speak at our college, at our university? No, white people invite white academics to speak at their university. A nigga, you think these uppity black people at Howard or Spelman or Morehouse, you think they would invite a dumb 10th grade dropout like me? No, I'm not white approved. I have no sympathy for black people. None. I have about as much sympathy for black people as I do watching somebody with a raft and a hole in it swim towards a circling sharks. That's not sympathy. That's me looking at you like, oh, his elevator don't go all the way to the top. The lights are on, but ain't nobody home. I might have sympathy for you, but it can't be any real kind of sympathy. Because that was bound to happen. That had to happen sooner or later. That's what you call an accident waiting to happen. You can't have sympathy for an accident waiting to happen. You can have maybe some compassion and try to, I don't know, give them some hope or nudge them in the right direction. I just showed you the #1 income earning family, both per capita and median. Now, I know women speak numbers when it comes to money. So hopefully I still got at least one woman in here paying attention who can share this with her other girlfriends or her sisters. Because black men are not going to share this with women. They just like to sit around and get the knowledge and then maybe sound intelligent or something. I don't know what the fuck black men do with the information. I really don't know. I know that some of them who have families who are in the Bet Amos, who are in the house of Amos, who make up the house of Amos. I know what they do with the information because their fathers, they have sons, and they incorporate this stuff into their relationships because it helps them to heal themselves. You got to know, you got to divorce mommy 100% in the mind because mommy is sick. Mommy is a part of an agenda that she has been recruited into before you were born. It's a part of the fabric of the society. It's ubiquitous. It permeates the very structure of the society. She can't do anything other than what she's been created to do. The black woman in America is the white man's Frankenstein. That's why you have such a preponderance of Christianity polluting your community. The people who make the most money in this country, even more than white people, are Asians. The people with the least amount of Christians. They're also the people with the highest IQ. You got the lowest IQ, the lowest income, and the highest Christians. All of your numbers are the exact inversion of the Asians. And the Hispanics fit right in where their amount of Christians are, right above the blacks, right below the whites, and twice below the Asians. Do you understand what is going on in this society, what I'm showing you? You can't pay anybody enough money. And I know I'm going to look at my fucking Cash App and probably see $5 because that's how much black people care about their community. See, I know why they don't have people like me on their platforms because they don't really care. I'm not stupid. Hold on. And Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruckus, like Jesse Lee Peterson, had me on his platform. So who's the real enemy of black people? Is it always the one who comes across as an Uncle Tom? I personally think all that shit is an act. I do. I don't think he's an Uncle Tom. I think he's the spook who sat by the door, outsmarting all the rest of the niggas. That's what I really think. Because ain't nobody could be that stupid as Jesse Lee Peterson presents himself to be. When it comes to, he told this black man on his platform today, he said, you speak good. You're a black man. Why do you speak good? He said, you speak like a white man. How did that happen? I was laughing my ass off. And the black guy was looking at him like, what? I think he caricatures things to keep them front and center so that people talk about it. Matt Hoffa, I reached out to Matt Hoffa. I contacted him once because I told him I needed to address his audience about something important. It's still important. It's about Project 2025. I wanted to come on and talk about it, but he, I didn't get back to him like I should have because he did respond. So I will always give him a shout out for that. And then the other brother that invited me on his show, I forgot the name of it, which I basically just killed my camera, Walter, because he had some Dominican dude or whatever the dude is who was fucking like, you can't even talk to me. Poppy is his name, I think, right? I forgot the name of the platform. But what was the name of that platform? The 5 something, I forgot. But the brother 𝓖𝔁�, I think his name is. They invited me over there, but when I saw the disrespect, I was like, nah, dude, I'm not just anybody. You can't have me on your show and think you're... First of all, if you're so fucking stupid that you don't know who I am, that's my fault? No, I don't market and I don't promote. But if you on your P's and your Q's and you've been paying attention for however long, dude, I'm one of the original influencers on fucking YouTube. People graduated from colleges, got all kinds of degrees, came up watching me. So because you don't know who I am, it's because you wasn't paying attention. You wasn't put on yet. But you better recognize. And when you recognize, then you reach out. Yo, Shakka, come on the show so we can get it popping on my platform. My audience needs to like some stimulation up here. But everybody just wants attention. They want to seem like they know what they're talking about. None of them do. Ain't nobody showed you none of this shit. Put it in the chat if I'm telling the truth. Nobody showed you this correlation. Put it in the chat if I'm telling the truth. If I'm telling the truth, put truth in the chat. That's all I want to see. Truth. Put it in the chat. Show me that love. Give the platform that respect. Nobody showed you this correlation. I know damn well Rebook and Reprove didn't show it to you. Stupid motherfucker. Now, let me stop. Being that we are going to pursue a relationship, let me stop being so flagrantly disrespectful. So I rescind that last. Oh shit! What did I do? Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Here we go. I be hitting wrong buttons all the time. Cause my mind is just like all over the place. Here we go. All right. Here we at. Look at this. Asian Americans generally have the highest per capita and median household incomes, followed by whites, then non-Hispanics, with blacks and Hispanic groups, having lower incomes. Okay, but watch this. Now, I made a mistake. I asked the wrong question. I said, answer true or false only. Hispanic Americans have a slightly higher income per capita than African Americans. That was the wrong question. Right? And it said true, which means I'm still right in terms of the order. But when I went to AI mode, from all to AI mode, or when I went from the overview to strictly AI, it said false. Why? Because 2026 data says that Black Americans have a slightly higher per capita income than Hispanic Americans. But Hispanic households often have a higher median household income. Why? Because of their family situation. Per capita, Black Americans, 31,000. Hispanic Americans, 28,000. But median Hispanic households are bringing in 70,000, where Black people are on the bottom with 56,000. So once you ask the right question, right? The right question, the one that matters, is not the per capita. Because if you got a Black person over here as an individual with a 56,000, and then you got another Black person over here as an individual with 56,000, right? I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me get my numbers right. Per capita, approximately 70 median household Black. Right. This is the median, right? So capita, right here. If you have a Black person over here with 31,000, right, and a Black person over here with 31,000, and a Black person over here with 31,000, right? Most of us are living in a household where 31,000 is the threshold, right? For individuals. For individuals. But if they have larger families at 28,000 per capita, which household is making more money? That's why I said mine is called the House of Ahmose. 70,000. This is the one that matters, the median, not the per capita. That's why I said rich black people can't change the needle. It don't mean shit because you can have a larger amount of poor households. You'll have more richer individuals, but you will have more poor households. Children grow up in households, not as individuals. You got 31,000 spread out, individual over here, individual over here. As individuals, Hispanics are going to make slightly less, but as a group, households, houses matter. It's the home. They way outdo us. So what does that mean? Let's look. We're about to look right now. What does that mean? Let's see. Let's come. Let's see what that means. What that means is this. This is the correlation. Asian Americans, least amount of Christians, highest IQ, most money. Per capita and median. Both as individuals and families. Or do I have to go back and show you? Asian Americans generally have the highest per capita and median. That means in the game of life, they are the biggest winners. So apparently, Jesus loves them more than he loves you, you stupid motherfuckers. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is the part. Hold on. Because that was a bar. Hold on. Yeah, see, Jesus loves you more. Jesus loves them more than he loves you. They have the highest per capita and per median. That means they make more money. Asians make more money as individuals and as families, and they have the least amount of Christians. You, black people, have the most amount of Christians, the lowest IQ, and make the lowest amount of money per median, your families, your homes. And you think it's the white man holding you down when it's them niggas in your pulpit. You know the guys that drive the nice cars, nice suits, real estate holdings. I don't see Jamal Bryant in a t-shirt sitting up on that stage. He always got some crisp, gay-looking sweater or shirt, probably Kappa Greek kind of thing going. I don't know. Right? I don't think Jamal Bryant lives in the projects. In fact, let me take a look. Let me see. Let's take a look. Pastor Jamal Bryant's home. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, notably a significant property purchased in late 2020 for just under $1 million, featuring multiple bedrooms, modern design elements like skylights, a wine room, spacious living areas. Though some YouTube tours suggest kitchens update were needed, he sold a similar $880,000 property around 2001, indicating his real estate activities include acquiring substantial homes in the Atlanta suburb. So this is Pastor Jamal Bryant. Here we go. Let's take a look. So the people who are responsible for keeping you the poorest, you think it's the white man. Okay. All right. The people who are responsible with this Christian bullshit, keeping our community the poorest. Let's see how they live. Nice home. Doesn't look like the projects to me. Oh, wow. Nice house. Damn, Jamal Bryant. Jesus been good to you, huh? Yeah. Let me find. What? He got a white woman? Nah, he ain't got a white woman, do he? No. Who that? I don't know. I just see him standing there with some white woman. But who the hell that is? Oh, he gonna say she's Hispanic. She ain't white. No, she white. Yeah, it's his wife, 5 children. Oh, he got a white woman. All right, let me find out. Nah. Let me see. I ain't trying to be all up in your business, sir. I'm not trying to be disrespectful like that. Oh, she just really light skinned. Oh, okay. All right. I ain't mad at you. I bet you're not broke, huh? Hey. Big pimpin' ain't. Hey, look at that car. Ah! Jesus. Jesus who hung out with the poor. Jesus who hung out with the detested, the prostitutes, the worst people you could imagine. The broken, the downtrodden. I wonder if Jesus owned a tuxedo. I thought y'all supposed to be Christ-like. That don't look Christ-like to me. I don't see Jesus with a sports car. And I don't see Jesus' wife walking around, Mary Magdalene, looking like Mae West. So that's your wife, bro? This is the dress you defended that I heard about? This is your wife, huh? So you married Marilyn Monroe. Y'all, man, these are the niggas y'all follow. You got to call them what they are. I ain't gonna fucking lie. I ain't gonna bite my tongue. I'm gonna keep it up buck. Straight up. Asians, the least amount of Christians, least amount of Christians, highest IQ, highest medium and per capita income. And what was the other one? What was the other criteria? Least amount of Christians, highest IQ, highest amount of money, and I forgot what it was. Yeah, that's it. It's just those 3. Religion, IQ, income. Because remember, it said that religion and economics were connected. I'm trying to show you how it's connected. Not that you're going to listen. I'm trying to show you how it's connected. Not that you're going to listen, not that you care, not that you're going to show your appreciation of my Cash App. And I'm going to keep that because I was really surprised last night when I looked in there and saw nobody showed any love. I was like, wow. That's all right, but that's a message. It tells me how I got to spend my time and how I shouldn't spend my time. So I'm cool with that. I'm doing this for me, right? I would like to think my people would show appreciation, but I'm doing this for me. So I can get this out off of my brain. I'm tired of having it in my head. All right? I'm going to let this shit keep you up at nights. Asian American IQ, highest. White American, second. Hispanic American. Why are all these numbers lined up with religion? Least amount of Christians, highest IQ. I'm sorry, least amount of Christians, second least amount of Christians, third least amount of Christians. Most Christians. The one with the most Christians on the bottom. Second most Christians, right above. Third most Christians, above that, always on. It's the exact same, all the way up. African Americans, lowest median income. Hispanic Americans, higher median income. White America, they're going to have a higher median income than Spanish Americans. And Asian Americans are going to have both higher capita and median. I just didn't include the median there because it's in the other literature that I showed you already. Okay? African Americans, this is the correlation. Folks, that is the correlation. This is how you are destroying your children. It is not, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it at the top of my lungs. You see these motherfuckers in this building here? They want you to think it's the white people. It's them. It's them. They are the ones keeping you broke and poor. Why? Because what you want to know why they keeping you broke and poor? I'm gonna show you why. Where is that? Hold on a second. That's his channel. I'm gonna go back. I probably got rid of it. Right? Oh man, I wish I could bring that back. Hold on one second. Here we go. Let me see if I'll find it. Here we go. Boom. Right? Let's see why they keeping you poor. I wonder how much that dress costs. Let's see. I want to know. Why hold on. Dress? I just want to see. I want to see how Jesus good how good Jesus has been. Price. How much? Does it say? Hold on. It didn't say. Recently wore a sheer nude tone down that sparked online debate about modesty, but the exact price of the dress wasn't widely publicized. I would love to know how much it was. No price tag mentioned. That's what they see. Christians focus on the wrong shit. They focused on how she was dressed. Why they didn't find out how much the dress costs? Because Christians are trained to ask the wrong questions. Black Christians are trained to ask the wrong questions. Period. Period. I just wanted to see how much the dress cost. They're not going to tell you that. Just like you can't find out how much the churches were investing in the private prisons. They keep that disclosed. Oh, and by the way, let's talk about that for a second, because something you seem to have missed out on and didn't catch. It told you that the faith-based institutions were eligible to invest from the 90s. The only thing is that there is no disclosed documentation of them investing from the 90s. There is only disclosed documentation of them requesting for reform at around 2012. But that they continue to invest, I think up until 2015. The bottom line is when you do the math, it comes to just slightly under 2 decades of the Black church investing in for-profit prisons. So the real question you have to ask, because I did the research and we can always go back in it. The real question you have to ask is, how much did the Black church profit off of just under 2 decades of investing in for-profit prisons while they set your sons up to have soft analytical skills so that they would end up in those prisons and keep. Why do you think all them pastors were around President Trump? The Black pastors. His number one thing is the for-profit prisons. Y'all don't know the nature of their relationships? He's highly invested in for-profit prisons. That's what all this immigration shit is about. Why? Because you got to remember, there are contracts between Core Civic and the rest of these people and the states. If the states do not keep those beds full, then they got to pay the investors. And they're in a catch-22, which means that they got to arrest somebody. Somebody got to fill them beds. And I guess that for the first time in our history, Trump decided to show Black people some love and said, all right, we're not going to fill them up with the Negroes just yet. We got enough Hispanics that we could fill up them beds with the Hispanics. That's what this is all about. Those prisons that they're being sent to in other countries, don't you realize that those are for-profit prisons? This whole thing is about money. It ain't about make America great again. It's about make me paid again. And the churches are down with it. They've been down with it. And it starts with the softening of a young Black male's mind. It's not just the record labels. Everybody's down with keeping your son stupid, including mommy. And mommy's going to hate me for telling the truth about her. 80% of them. And the worst ones are the ones who don't think they're Christian. The ones who don't think that they believe in the Bible, when in fact they do. Because culturally they do. Culturally they do. Who does the funeral? The pastor. Who does the wedding? The pastor. Where do you send your kids eventually? The church. The pastor. The pastor is culturally a part of your life. Wasn't Whitney Houston in the movie The Preacher's Wife? How many pastors are in Tyler Perry's movies? It's part of the cultural fabric of Black America. And so are low grades. So is low IQ. And so is being on the bottom of the economic ladder. You're on the bottom of the economic ladder. You're on the bottom of the IQ, intellectual ladder. And you have the highest in religion. And here's the thing. That's a perfect combination. That's a perfect money combination. If I want to exploit a group, I cannot ask for better numbers because their IQ is too low to solve their own problem. They're going to look at everything else. They're not going to see what's right in front of their face because they're never even going to bother to run the numbers. I told you this was about a self-audit. Didn't I tell you that? This is about auditing our numbers. How are you going to audit your numbers when you're not comparing them to somebody else's numbers? You got to know if you're doing good or bad. What did Donald Trump say? Your bank account is just how you keep score. I just showed you your score. Your bank account is on a community-wide level. Black America's bank account is directly connected to its Jesus account. That's why you have the lowest IQ, or what they call the lowest intellectual assets. And the only ones who make money in that system are the grifters. Yep. The ones who are coming to make money off of you. Wicked, boy. It's a wicked thing. But the only thing that the most wicked, I think the most evil thing of all of this is not white people. It's not even black women and the role that they play in this. It's not even the black church. Let me say this real fast. Let me tell you who the most evil people is in this whole equation. Real fucking talk. The most evil people in this whole equation, to me, is just the everyday black people who are just out here like, yeah, I'm just living my life. I'm just going to and fro. That's it. They're the most evil. Why? Because you got time on your hands. You could help, you could contribute and make a difference. You could be like, you know what? Let me put some time in over here so we can help change it for all of us. Why would you help change the situation for all of us when you hate yourselves? That's the big talk on social media. Now Tucker Carlson loves foundational Black Americans. That's how you know. For me, oh no. You just lost my endorsement, foundational Black Americans. If somebody like him, like somebody like you, that tells me all I need to know about you. Because you ain't going to find none of them liking me. None of them. I mean, shit, black people already don't like us. What they call us, hoteps, which I'm proud of. Very proud of. But I love the fact that ain't no racist white cracker going to endorse me or anything about me. And I got white people that follow me. I fuck with them too. Real talk. I fuck with intelligent people. But if I tell you that you want to have a conversation with me and this is the way to do it, and you just keep blowing up my text like that, that's not cool. Because what it tells me is, well, black people could pay to have a conversation with Shakka-Ahmose, but I'm not going to pay you. I'm just going to keep blowing up your text thing. And you know who I'm talking to. Yes, you. I don't read that stuff. I don't read any of it because it's disrespectful. I got a broke black dude over here who maybe work as a cashier in a fast food place, but he's willing to respect my protocol because it takes me away from other things. He's willing to respect my protocol, and there's a bunch of them. But you happen to be of Anglo-Saxon descent, and because you familiar with the culture and you speak the lingo, savvy lingo, or sabi, you think that's going to change my protocol? No, it's about respect. That's it. Right? You want to have a conversation, show the same respect they showed. Because then if I just say, okay, I'm going to cut you some slack, you know what that's called? White privilege. What the fuck do I look like engaging in dishing out white privilege? Who you got me confused with? I don't do that. I said that there's a white man in my life who is more like an older brother and a father to me, and who I will always love. I don't extend that privilege to every white fucking person. Are you crazy? I don't even extend that privilege to black people. I go on a case-by-case basis, how you deal with me, how you fuck with me, and I'm looking at you through the whole experience. When shit's up and when shit's down. When I'm doing great and when I'm doing horrible and at my lowest. I need to see who the fuck you are. That's the only way I'm going to know. It's like you do with a woman. You got to test them. Nah, baby, I ain't got shit. Nah, baby, I'm low. I ain't got. That's how you have to. That's the only way you're going to know who's really in your corner. You can't be fucking with people who only rock with you when shit is. Nah. No. That is deadly. Family members the same. If they only fuck with you when shit is no. You got to have a vetting system. Let's get back to this. I'm listening to Trust in the Name of the Lord. What's his name? Fred Hammond, I think. I think that's his name, Fred Hammond. The big brother. Him and Tamala Man, I think. But they have another song I like. Here we go. I listen to my gospel music, nope, without a doubt. All right. People like, Shaka, you a contradiction. Motherfucker, that life is a paradox unto itself. Look at this, people. So you don't forget it. In fact, you probably ain't even smart enough to take a screenshot. I hope you're smart enough to take a screenshot of that. Look at it. That's your reality. That's why people don't like you. It ain't got nothing to do with you, this, that. It's because of that. You don't peep game. You're an embarrassment. I would be embarrassed of you too. I am embarrassed of you. What the fuck? I would be. I am. The order of median income descends from Asian to white to Hispanic to black. That statement is correct based on the latest data, 2024, released in late 2025. It was just released. The order of median household income. This is the most important income, people. From highest to lowest, consistently follows the pattern of Asian to white to Hispanic to black. See, now you understanding it because of what I showed you. So now when you see this order, you're not confused anymore. It's not a mystery. Mr. Rebuke and Reprove, he ain't got nothing for this. That's why I didn't even want to waste my time with him. Mr. Rebuke and man. The black household across the recent years and projections for 2026. Based on 2024 data from the U.S. Census Bureau. See, he don't want this. He wants to talk about tradition, right? As apostolic tradition. I'm giving you the U.S. Census Bureau and other sources. The approximate median household incomes were Asian, least Christians, highest income, 121,000, 121,000. White, not Hispanic households came in second. Third most Christians, second highest, 92,000. Their income, second highest. How come your income matches your participation in religion in America? And why is nobody telling you that? Hispanic, any race households, 70,950. Second most Christians, third highest. Black households on the bottom, 56,000. Most Christians, least income. The order reflects persistent income disparities in the U.S., which have remained largely unchanged in recent years. Well, why would the money change if the religion situation don't change? Farrakhan didn't show you this. Elijah Muhammad didn't show, Malcolm X didn't show you this. Martin Luther King didn't show you this. Nobody showed you this. Hold on a second. Where my bomb at? Hold on 1 second. Stop. Claude Anderson didn't even show you this. What the fuck? Are you kidding? 1 second. Talk what he said before. Talk your shit, Shakka. Hold on. Here you go. It's coming. This is how much I love black people. I spoke 10 hours 2 nights ago, 8 hours the night before that. I'm at 6 hours right now trying to show you some shit they're not going to teach you in college. You can go take a class on stats and talk all this shit about, I went to this college. Black women are the most educated. Now, hold on. Black women, you the most educated group. Well, you used to be, not anymore. But you love bragging about how you're more educated than black men. Then why is it a black man that figured the shit out and you couldn't? You got books on everything under the sun. Nobody sells more books than black women. These women write a book about everything. About a bunch of bullshit. It's bullshit because they're stupid. They're stupid because even the best and brightest black women still have that Jesus chip in them. I told you, she's his Frankenstein. She couldn't show you this. She couldn't. I know you don't like me for saying that. I'm not here for you to like me. I'm here to free you. I'm here to free you up so you could get some real money as a collective. Because I know how black women like to rock together. So now I'm going to show you how to get some real money collective. You must destroy your fealty to Christianity and to the black church, to any church. And you must replace that fealty. Listen. To historical and philosophical underpinnings. Let me give you an example. Mr. A, meet Mr. B. Or Mrs. A, meet Mrs. B. Mrs. A has a philosophy. Mrs. B has no philosophy. She just has faith. Which one of these women do you think is going to do better at business and in life in general? That's why white men don't respect black men. Because in their minds, we have no relationship to philosophy, modern or ancient. When we created philosophy, we gave philosophy to the world. The Greeks said that. The Greeks said it. Okay? Just read Bucerius. Or to pronounce it correctly, read Buceri. Buceri. Read the Greek. Buceri. Read it. You pronounce it Bucerius. It's Buceri. Read it. Read Buceri and see what he says. The people of Kemet introduced all philosophy. But you want to call us hoteps. You couldn't fuck with us hoteps on our worst day. We don't have the Jesus chip. I know what my residence is worth. I'm a 10th grade dropout. My residence is certainly approaching $1 million. Or let's just say the residence that I reside in. I'm not saying it's mine. The residence that I reside in is approaching $1 million. I'm a 10th grade dropout hotep. I don't steal. I don't scam. I don't sell drugs. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I love the straight edge life. That's it. I love straight edge shit. I love always having my presence of mind. I love fresh air. I love walking 3 blocks away into Central Park. It's right down the block. I can look out my window and look right into Central Park. I appreciate that. I'm not bragging. I appreciate that. Right? Things like that you don't brag about because it could be gone tomorrow. I've learned that about life. I've lived in mansions. I've lived in homeless shelters. I've eaten out of garbage cans. I've slept on the train. In fact, that's why I'm bringing a certain person on here Friday who lived life with me, going through all of that. Because I'm gonna show you how bad this person is, how fly this person is, and then I want you to understand and appreciate the kind of experiences I've had in my life, so that you can understand that when I'm talking to you, I'm not just anybody. I mean, that may sound like I'm being boastful, but I'm not. I say this: look at the kind of people who attach themselves to you in your life. I'm not talking about that. Ain't got nothing to do with material success. I'm talking about the quality of the person. What did they overcome in their lives that would make them still want to fuck with you after 40 years? Because 40 years is a long time to go through shit. Homies don't really rock with each other for 40 years. If you got homie rocking with you for 40 years, it's because you a bad motherfucker. Something about you. They're like, nah, he's a keeper. Keep him in the air. He's a keeper. Yeah. Be careful of who you... And there are certain people who certainly tried to latch themselves onto me for that kind of time. I'm like, nah. Because I remember something about your character when we was coming up. I didn't recognize it then because I didn't have the age and the wisdom to see it for what it was. But when you get older and you examine people and you ask yourself, what would I have done in that situation? And when I see that you didn't do that, I can't fuck with you moving forward. Not at this stage of my life. Because then you just trying to hang out with me off of fumes. Right? Because we once had something. Or because we once was, you know. I can't eat yesterday's food. You understand what I'm saying? And I know I cannot solve, I can't ignore yesterday's problems and think that I can solve today's problems or tomorrow's problems if I'm still being plagued and bound by yesterday's problems. I got to fix A before B and C can work. Black people are stuck running in the mud and they don't want to be free. You like being on the bottom. How do I know? Because you maintain the religion. You like having the lowest income. How do I know? Because you're devoted to the religion. You like having the most Christians. In fact, you outnumber the entire U.S. population in terms of religion. And you got the lowest amount of money. And not only that, your analytical framework is so unestablished. Your whole analytical construct is so non-existent. You can't even see it. I had to show it to you. And guess what? You probably still can't see it. That's how dumb black people are. You probably still can't see it. Most of your black preachers are DNC plant. That's obvious. Messi more Democrat. Don't make him. Yo, all of them motherfuckers is with it. All of them motherfuckers is about authority and power. They don't give a shit about you. The church is similar to having a psychotherapist, and too often the therapist is Freudian. Right? So hold on, let me ask you this. Let me ask dude this. He talks about, he said the Bible talks about these kind of Christians, right? So let me ask you this, Rebuke, right? Because you said the Bible talks about these kind of Christians. Here it is, right here. You said the Bible speaks of these type of Christians with air quotes. Well, let me ask you something as a Christian. What makes it cool that you worship a God that was under the influence of Hellenism? And why should we trust a book that is definitively Hellenistic in nature. Why should we trust Hellenism? What is so reliable about Hellenism that we could trust it? Since you are so erudite. Because see, dumb niggas don't know how to ask the right questions. I'm not one of them. That's what I want to know. I showed you the documentation, the documented breakdown. The Pentateuch is born out of Hellenism. The Septuagint is born out of Hellenism. The only thing that can move it out of Hellenism is the pseudepigrapha letter to 𝓈𝓁𝓏, aka the letter of Aristeas. That's it. That's the only thing that can move that out of Hellenism. Which means you got to shove it right back into Hellenism, even with the DSS. Even with the DSS, the Hellenistic DSS, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Even when the writing is in Hebrew, the structure and content is still Hellenistic. So you got to explain to someone who's historically literate. I'm not like the other dumb niggas in the congregation. I'm not. I'm nothing like them. I love them. I love them. If I could, I would spend a whole Sunday with them just sitting around talking, eating food, and just being with family. I love what they call normies, right? Regular average. You know, you see the old black folks that be in the suits and the ties, walking with the big hats and nights. I love black church folk. What scares me about them is when you try to have an intellectual discussion with them and you see how scared they get. That's scary. To me, to someone like myself, that's scary because I know that intellectually you're incarcerated in Hellenism. My question is, how do I get you out of that? I'm your brother. I love you. I can't say how do I save you, but how do I help you save yourself? Or you don't think you can. What am I thinking? You only think Jesus can save you. So why would you bother trying to save yourself? I'll be forgetting shit. That's why it's good to have these conversations so you're reminded. Trying to help black people save themselves or black Christians is an oxymoron. Why would you try to help black Christians save themselves? They don't believe they can save themselves. Their whole thing is fide sole, sola fide. Faith alone. Only Jesus. Only the Hellenistic God. That's the only thing that can save them. You blessed and highly favored, right? Okay. Well, Hellenism is a hell of a thing that it can make you blessed and highly favored. I don't see it. How are you blessed and hold on 1 second. 1 second. How are you blessed and highly favored? Now you know that, and I'm gonna show you something. Watch this. This is how fucked up these people are. Every time they say I'm blessed and highly favored, you notice they only speak about it in the individualistic term. They can never say that community. They can't ever say it community-wide. They don't ever say we are blessed and highly favored. How can we be blessed and highly favored when we have most Christians lowest IQ and lowest income out of all people in the whole country after we gave the most? Hung from them poplar trees, strange fruit, all of that shit. How are you blessed and highly favored? Unless, I get it. Unless you're fucking lying to yourself. I get it. Okay. Okay. All right. Now I know. Okay.
Booyah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're blessed and highly favored, but your community, lowest income, lowest median income, your households, lowest median income, lowest IQ, your children are the worst in school. Oh, we didn't add that last part yet. Oh, did we get there yet? I don't think we got there yet. I don't even know what's coming up after this. Oh, there's some other shit coming up after this. So there's definitely going to be a part 4. Because I'm not going to be it. There's going to be a part 4. Oh, you don't even know what I put together here for you people. I told you the worst curse that my mother put on me was she made me love black people. My mother made me love black people the way a fat kid loves cake. That's the way my mother made me love black people. I grew up 60s and 70s. Listen, Bob Marley, Miriam Makeba, Fela Kuti, Sam Cooke, Sammy Davis Jr., Ella. My house was very musically rich. We listened to a lot of Harry Belafonte. Shout out to his daughter, Gina, who has been an acquaintance of mine, and his protege, I can call him that, Raul. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, these are some pretty high-profile persons. Not like little old me. You know, I'm a nobody. But
do you think that post welfare, LBJ, Great Society, this is what Black Americans have become, and I have a right to respond to that and say that as a white man, I don't want to live there?
Well, you know, I think it's more nature than people would like to believe. You know, there's this classic tension of, is it nature, is it nurture, is it cultural, or is it intrinsic, is it racial? And I've always been on the latter side of this among conservatives. Conservatives like to say it's all culture. Black America is the way it is because of hip hop music and the Great Society and that kind of stuff. And I think the uncomfortable reality is a big part of it is intrinsic. You know, one of the big arguments against the abolition of slavery in the 1860s is that, you know, when Europeans colonized Africa, they hadn't discovered the wheel. There's no two-story buildings. There's no writing. There's no written language. Missionaries had to go to Africa in the last century and invent it for the African people because there's no recorded history. They didn't have writing.
Intellectually sufficient. That is your reputation in the world. Do you know what kind of stink that puts on you? And you think that you can navigate through life okay by just ignoring it? Or let me just go about my business. This is why so many Black people as individuals at some point run into nightmare situations, because they always think, oh, it's not me. It's going to be the other Black person. It's going to be the other Black person. Guess what? Somebody's going to see you, and to them, you are that other Black person. And so the stink that comes along with a reputation of having the lowest IQ of all groups in the country, you think that's something, and that's part of the reason why Black America wants so bad to divorce itself from Africa, because of a reputation like that. Even though everything he said was a lie. Everything he said was a complete lie and wrong, incorrect. Because he's stupid. He's a stupid white boy. Stupid, just dumb. I got a whole presentation coming up just about that, showing you literally everything he said was 100% incorrect. Nobody on any of these major platforms addressed that, and they let that shit float around. See, Black people don't understand the importance of credit and reputation. These two things have financial qualities attached to them. And this is part of the part. See, getting all of this guru information from social media, from Facebook. Oh, do this with your credit score. Do this with your credit card. Get this kind of loan, and then follow these steps. And I'm going to show you how to. But the bank ain't telling you it. Bunch of dumb niggas. I'm just sitting here on the fucking pier, just looking up, saying, "Shaka, don't say nothing." They're not going to listen to you. They're going to think, "Oh, you just another one of them talking," and that's why you don't listen, because you know you're dumb. So you figure you dumb, we all dumb. It wouldn't occur to you that certain black females peeped game and said, "Not my son. You can't have this one." It doesn't occur to you that some black women did that. There are some queens out here. Well, my queen is no longer here. My mother lives in Africa. So, right? Because she knows who she is. We not Africa. Yeah, my mother lives in Africa. Married, house full of children, putting the kids through college, all of that. Okay? Yeah, I wanted you to see that. That's your reputation in the world. You think reputation doesn't matter, then you don't know anything about business. You think credit doesn't matter, then you don't know anything about money. Right? That's real shit. It's not about whether he's lying to yourself or not. It's about the little white kids in your child's classroom who hear that and look at you and believe that. Do you know how much harm comes to a person when they have a bad reputation? Just forget about a group. Look at an individual. If you lived on a block and this person in your block had a bad reputation, he's a sex offender, he's an ex-con, a woman abuser, a drug addict, a pimp, into sex trafficking, I don't know, murdered some innocent person, old lady, maybe his own grandmother. These might be all of the rumors going around. How you gonna feel every time you see that person? How you gonna react every time your children runs in front of his house? You're gonna be like, y'all come over here. Stay over here. Don't go past that green car, right? Because of reputation. Why do you think white people, let me tell you something about white people. White people will invest so much money in their reputation. You call it the film industry. That's what a rom-com is, a romantic comedy. Yeah. That's what the whole movie industry is all about. They'll even steal your shit to improve their reputation. What is that shit? Avatar. That thing is totally premised on the appearance of the Sudanese. They'll steal shit right in your face and be like, what you going to do about it? You're not going to protest. You're not going to boycott. You're not going to shut nothing down. You're not going to have an ultimatum or consequences. Why? Because you're an inconsequential people. Why? Because you don't believe you can save yourselves. Why? Because you think only Jesus can save you. It's all connected. Black people. So when a Spanish man or a white man, whoever said, I don't want my daughter marrying a black, unless he's a football player or basketball player, then he probably wouldn't care. He'd be like, oh shit, I'm getting a 7-car garage. My son. Right? But in terms of, hey dad, this is Gary. Hello, sir. No. We ain't doing that. That's what he's saying. That's what dad is saying. We ain't doing that. Nah, people. I know you're thinking, what the hell is going on with Shaka? Look, I know what I know. That's all I can tell you. This is the one thing I was thinking. You know what? I want to tell you something before I get off this thing. I'm not done yet. I'm almost done. I want to tell you something before I get off of this thing, though. And That is, oh, let me put that on. Here we go. Boom. So much better. You want to know what I'm listening to now? The theme to the film Gladiator. I love that theme. I listen to it every day. I told you, history for me is like an arena. It is an arena. It's not like, it's an arena. And in that arena, I am a gladiator. Period. It is polemical for me. It is Ptolemaic-like for me. Ptolemaic means warlike. Okay? Hey, you better had paid attention. You better had paid attention. Now, this got to be a fool of all fools to say some shit like this. Kemet is false. Dude, your IQ got to be below low. For you to say something like that, you don't know anything about Kemet. I can tell you don't know anything about it. Just the mere fact that you said that, I can tell you don't know anything about Kemet. But here's the thing. You said Kemet is false. It's not like I haven't heard your perspective. Whose perspective? You definitely not talking about mine. Because you haven't ever seen anything that I've said about Kemet get eaten up by anybody breathing. So, in fact, when Christians argue against me, the most they try to do is defend their own shit. They can't attack my shit. My shit is too far beyond them. They don't read and write 𝑓. I read and write Greek and Hebrew all day long. All day long. Which sequence do you want? You want the classical? You want the coin? Which one do you want? Really, which one do you want? Which Greek do you want? Right? Okay, boom, boom, boom. No more excuses, Shakka. 2026, we still argue anti-Christian talking points that bit. Bro, hold on, watch this. You haven't debunked. That's another thing too. You can always tell a dumb person when you use terms like debunk. You know what debunk means? It means somebody opened their mouth and said something against something. Now, the illusion in the delusional mind's person is that they are correct and that everybody else is good. So debunking something is performative. It's performative. Debunking something is not the same as refuting it. Refutation. You know why? Refutation requires the one thing he said is not consequential. Evidence. Evidence in the form of historical record, documentation, whatever. He said evidence doesn't matter. So how can you be talking about debunking if evidence doesn't matter? If evidence doesn't matter, whatever evidence was brought forth to debunk, according to you, it doesn't matter. You're defeated by your own. Well, you don't have logic, so I can't even say you're defeated by your own logic. You're just stupid. I'm sorry, but you are. It's about Kemet is false. You don't know anything about Kemet. I know that for a fact. His profile pic is Tooth Fairy is Lord. I didn't even notice that. His profile pic is Tooth Fairy is Lord. Don't worry. I don't worry about them. Right, been a while, but just seeing these people exhausting your energy to teach us that appreciate you. I feel you. I appreciate that. But no, he's not exhausted. I'm glad that he's actually in here. I'm appreciative of anyone that watches because even he, as part of me feels like, and this is something I hate some of the teachers that I don't say I hate. I hate some of the teachings that I've been exposed to. And one of the teachings that I was exposed to is don't ever give up on people. I hate that one because I would prefer to just give up on people. And I've learned to just give up on people. Sorry. There's only one person I don't give up on. Everybody else is performance based. Right? Exactly. Greece is false. And if your Bible is Hellenistic and it is Greek at the root, it's false. Everybody knows Greece is false. Everybody knows that. Okay? So, do you know what Christians are like, especially persons like him? I'm going to tell you something. Do you remember the superhero Bizarro? But no, he's an anti-superhero, Bizarro. If you follow comics, I used to collect comics when I was younger. And so there was Superman. And one of Superman's enemies was the opposite Superman. His name was Bizarro. He was a bizarre version of Superman. Right? That's what they live in, an opposite world. Hebrew Israelites too, to be quite honest. They live in an opposite world. Because when you look at even the I'm gonna tell you something that I haven't shared with anybody. I accomplished something on my own that no one has accomplished yet. I finally found out where the term Hebrew actually comes from. And it's deep. It's deep. The term Hebrew. So basically what these people did who appropriated Kemetic aesthetics linguistically, they basically just took everything and they put it in reverse. So in Kemet, ma'at means truth, balance, righteousness, so on and so on. In Hebrew, ma'at means something evil. So they did that with everything. They took all the words, but they reversed the meaning and the nature or the sentiment behind it. That's an artificially constructed language. This is what they did. And the term Hebrew also comes out of that language. You just have to know which word to look for. And I found it, and I was shocked. And when I saw the definition, I was like, whoa, I can see why they took that term. And the term actually defines what they were known for in the beginning. It's wild. I love research. I love research because you see things other people don't see. Right? So, yeah, it's some really deep shit. But these people over here, I just showed you. The numbers are, you know what? I'm gonna look at my Cash App and see if I'm even just take a cursory look. Let me see if I wasted my time. And I ain't no waste of time, but all right. Okay. Y'all did right by me. Okay. So, because last night I was shocked. I spoke for 10 hours and I said, these motherfuckers put fucking $10 in there? Like, what? Anyway, let's get back to this. I'm showing you this because no one is going to show you this. Jamal Bryant is not going to show you this. Kirk Franklin ain't going to show you this. I hate to say this. T.I. wouldn't even invite me on his platform expeditiously to show you this. And I wish he would, because to me, T.I. is one of those people who I see as somebody who could do it effectively. Because everybody knows he's a stand-up guy, number one. Everybody knows that he has integrity. These are the things that I like about him. Right? He's a stand-up guy. He has integrity. It's like coming up, there's certain rappers, and I figured out about something about 50 Cent. I don't normally speak on him because he could be I wouldn't want him and I to cross paths in an unfortunate way, right? Or to have any, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want that because I respect him. But one of the things that I realized about him, I don't think how many people realize how much 50 Cent really respected and loved Tupac. And because I was trying to figure out, why does he do certain things? Like, why does he fuck with certain people the way he does? And I realized what he did. He did something an honorable man does when he truly loves and respects another soldier. I'm telling you, 50 Cent did some ancient shit. In the ancient world, when you fuck with a real stand-up soldier and you do bad to that soldier, that death is not going to go unavenged. And when I was looking, I would just sat back and I was watching 50 Cent, how he moved. And I noticed everybody who tried to harm Pac, everybody who was enemies of Pac, 50 made him or made them. It's like you was his enemy, now you my enemy. That's some ancient shit. Mike Tyson and Pac was close, but Mike Tyson didn't even take that approach. He didn't even assume that mantle. For 50 to do that, hear the word that we know that black men don't throw around often. It was honorable. And any honorable soldier, whether you agree with the tactics or whoever, it's not really any of your business, so to speak, because he's operating from something very few black men have anymore. He's operating from his heart. And a lot of people haven't peeped that shit. But I peeped it because I was trying to figure out, why is he going after this? Like, why is this personal? Yo, yeah, yo, that's some honorable shit. That's some honorable shit. First of all, there were no real Hebrews. The term Hebrew is an appellation that was conferred upon them. The correct appellation when you're talking about them is Israelites, not Hebrew. Israelites. Okay? To be quite honest, when you're talking about Hebrews, you're talking about something Kemetic. I'm telling you, you're talking about something that is intrinsically Kemet. And it has nothing to do with what they're telling you about. Okay? When you're talking about them, you're talking about Israelites. And if you want to use the term later, Yehuda or Judites, Judea, all of that, Jews, I don't care. You could roam with all of that. I ain't got no problem with none of that shit. Canaanites too, but you can't effectively call them Canaanites because what brought them about was the syncretism of 3 different polities converging in one area in Canaan. And they were not all Canaanites. Right? You have to remember you're getting convergence from what was Turkey now or southern Syria, right? You're getting convergence from Mesopotamia, right? From Mesopotamia, Tigris, Euphrates, blah blah blah. All 3, and then southern Canaan, and then all 3 of these converging all at the same time in the hills, in the hill region. Those are your first Israelites. And it was some deep shit with that stuff in terms of race, because they had to find a way to navigate each other. They had to find a way to navigate with and amongst each other, and a lot of it had to do with women, like racial selection of women, and property transfer. Those were the 2 things at the core of the Israelite governing policies, if you will. So let me get back. I saw that comment about Cadmus. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Allow. Where am I at? I'm right here. All right, people, let's look at this. Asian households, least Christians, highest income. White, non-Hispanic. See, now when you see this, you understand what it means. If I wouldn't have shown you this, you would have never understood this. The order of median household income from highest to lowest consistently follows the pattern of Asian to white to Hispanic to black households across recent years and projections. It ain't going to change this year. They said it's going to be the same this year. Why? Because the only other constant is not the income. Our income is not look, this is some common sense shit, people. It's some common sense shit, right? Our income is not determining our religious beliefs. Black people at every income level in the black community are Christians. Go to California. Go to Compton. Go to Steve Harvey's church where he took Michael Jackson. Go. Go to these churches where all these black celebrities be. Go where the Braxtons be, I think in Atlanta, right? Go. When these people show up there, they show up there for status reasons. I talk especially in the South, in like Atlanta, places like that. Because like T.I. said, he's like, that shit is a business. But he still goes. He'll be there. It's a community thing. Why I told you, because the black church, it's a cultural thing. It's not just religion. Think about that. You really need to think about what I'm showing you. Whoa, I'm starting to feel it, people. So let me hurry up. I'm starting to feel it. My window's correct. Share screen. Entire screen. Allow. Yeah, I don't, y'all should know me by now. I don't come to fuck around. You might think I'm fucking around for a little while. I just got to take you through certain things so that you can understand. Asian to white to Hispanic. It's not going to change. It's not going to change. Your money does not determine your religion. Right? You don't say, I believe in so-and-so based on what I make. So you can't say that income is influencing this. You understand? Now, you can say that I believe what I believe based on my IQ. See, nobody want to talk about that. Because what you believe in terms of education, what you believe in terms of religion is based on your education, your religious education. If you have a third-rate, low piece of shit, scumbag, Hellenistic religious education like black Americans do, then you're going to believe what the fuck you believe because you ain't got no education. Bunch of dumb motherfuckers. They ain't got no education. They can't even put this shit together. Most Christians, least income. The order reflects persistent income disparities in the U.S., which have remained largely unchanged in recent years. That's it, Black America. That's your audit. Done for you by Shakka-Ahmose. Hold on one second. I got a message coming in from Black America. I got a message coming in from Black America because I did this audit. So the message from Black America. Oh, here it goes. This is the message from Black America. You're welcome. Oh, it gotta fix the light. Boom. You always see how when I put my hand in and pull it away, how my color rebalances? Okay. So I just wanted y'all to see that. These disparities.
As somebody that taught high school and basically educating our new young adults, every last one of us should be scared. These kids cannot read. They cannot write. There is no type of comprehension skills, no type of critical thinking. They cannot do anything on their own. They expect everything to be given.
What did ChatGPT say about the analytical skills being softened in the children because of the mother and because of her religious fealty? You can't separate it. It's not a personal attack. If you take it like it's a personal attack, you're going to continue to fail. You have to grow up and be a woman. And everybody knows, I forgot how he used to say it. Some black woman said, I got the video, I'll show you when she said, black men, let me tell you something. She said, most black women stop growing up at 12 years old. Everybody has heard that before. But I was shocked. Normally I hear guys say it. But it was a girl on Facebook, a woman on Facebook, a black woman. She was like, I'm going to tell you, most black women stop growing up at 12 years old. She's like, she wasn't joking. She was serious. She's like, you need to know this. There are children inside. And I was just like, I don't want to think that way. But you know me, one thing about me, I have a side of me that's idealistic, and I've learned over the years it gets me in trouble. That's why my trust factor is very low, because I know that I'm idealistic. And I want to believe in the best of, oh, that's a story in and of itself. I had a friend of mine who we were all filming a music video, and she told everybody, you know, how she had this talent. She could look at people and tell what they really like inside, like who they really are. And she took turns with everybody because everybody was like, do me, because apparently she was good at it. And when she got to me, she said, I told her, I said, don't do me. I don't want to hear what you have to say. She's like, okay. Then I was, of course, I got curious. I was like, go ahead, do me. Everybody started laughing. And she said, Shakka, I won't ever forget it. I can tell you her name. What's Eva's last name? Bodine. Eva Bodine. She's a filmographer. You could type her in. In fact, ask her. Google her, Eva Bodine, and ask her if this story is true. She's the one who filmed my music video, Pharaoh, her and her husband. She's a black woman with a white husband. And they were my videographer team. And they're no longer together, though. And she said, Shakka, you like to see things in people that aren't there. That's not there. And when she said that, it was kind of embarrassing because I felt kind of exposed because I know it's true about myself. My mother taught me to believe, because she taught us to believe in the best of ourselves, she also taught us to believe in the best of other people. That's why I said my mother was on this, we got to save all black people shit. And I'm like, I grew up thinking that because I grew up around Dr. Clark, Dr. Bear. I grew up around a whole community of black people who dedicated their lives to saving black people. Dr. Frances Cress Wilson dedicated her life. That woman could have been a snooty medical profession with her own practice up in Scarsdale living saying fuck niggas. She didn't do that. She sacrificed her whole career just to help black people work this shit out. And how did black people repay her? By forgetting she fucking existed. That's who your people are. That's who your people are. The French could not have done to Patrice Lumumba what they did without participation from certain factions in that country. The call is always coming from inside the house. Always. In the black community in America, the call is coming from inside the house. It's the black church. If you're not going to audit yourself, do your own number to get your own house in order, how dare you point the finger at somebody's house because of the color of their skin and say they're white? White people got their own unique set of problems. And they're trying to deal with them and work them out. They're killing each other, but white people killing each other is just normal. I watch a lot of true crime, and I see these patterns over and over. I'm a pattern person, and I know that white males have a thing about killing their families, especially their wives, their women. I ain't never seen no shit, the kind of shit they do. It's like nothing for them. It's like going to the store and fucking buying fruit. I'm not saying those kind of things don't happen with men of other races, but nowhere near to the extent that and I also understand, you got to understand why, with the kind of shit white women have been subjected to, why feminism would be such an important thing for them culturally. Black women have been, yeah, do they get exploited? Do they got to deal with male shit because they're in the society anyway and shit rolls down here? Yeah, but you can't compare the two. Not even fucking close. And I'll say one thing before I go back. Dear black woman, let me teach you something. Because that's all I do is teach. My whole existence is about teaching. Let me share something with you. Please learn the difference between patriarchy and racialized patriarchy. They're not the same thing. Okay? What you've been oppressed under, you have not been oppressed under the patriarchy. Patriarchy doesn't oppress. It supports, it provides, and it protects. What oppresses is racialized patriarchy. That's what you have been the victim of. Now, being that your low IQ Christian brain couldn't figure that out on its own, I thought I would help you with love. But it's the truth. You confuse, the same way you confuse pride with false pride, and you don't know the difference between the two, right? Man, oof. You want to talk about teaching motherfuckers something? Black women, boy, they'll exhaust your brain. They will exhaust your brain. Like, what's going on? Why won't my comments show up? Why are you keeping me stuck over here in my medium thing? Comments, hello. I don't know what the hell is going on with my my dashboard. I think it's a pain in the ass sometimes. Like, my whole dashboard is frozen. Oh shit, my whole computer's frozen. Son of a bitch. I might have to go out and come back in. Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, I know what happened. I probably was talking about something they didn't want me to talk about. Motherfucker. Damn. Everybody, my computer seems to be doing its own thing. Hold on one second. It may have crashed. I think my computer crashed. So I might have to go out and come back in. I know. Fuck, man, come on. Bitch. All right, so I'm just gonna I gotta start the whole thing over again. Damn, I gotta start the whole fucking thing over again, bitch. Why you do this to me, man? What the fuck happened? Yeah. Yep. All right. Gotta go. Show me. Oh, this one. Yes. Gotta go. Oh, shit.